We
All
on?
right, here we are.
Hell yeah, here we are, bro. Yeah, I gotta get that.
Gotta
phlegm
start out with some good fun for everybody. Thank you.
Hell yeah, dude. Oh,
All right, now we're live.
we're live.
First podcast.
Yup. Thank you for having me, bro.
Yeah, of course, bro. Thank you for coming on here.
Yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh, when you first brought this up, because we were just in the car listening to music or whatever, you're like, "Yo, I'm actually thinking about doing a podcast," and in my head, I was like, "I've heard that so many times." Like, you know that meme where it's like you and the bro have like a good conversation, and everyone's always like, "Yo, man, we should start a podcast soon." When you said it, I was like, "Yeah, like this is Sam Corey. Like we're definitely gonna do it." And like here we are, like first ever one, bro. So
Yeah, this was what, like 2 days ago?
yeah, no, literally like 2 days ago, and I'm like, I'm just waiting for the call at this point. Like I know it's gonna happen. So
Yeah, here we are. Crazy.
yeah, here we are, dude. Like, damn. So um this is this is for like the YouTube channel. Like this is all,
I don't know.
you don't know,
Maybe I'll put it on YouTube, but I think I'll put it on Spotify too, and
Spotify,
wherever else you put podcasts, Apple Podcasts.
Apple. Hell yeah. Spotify is like, yeah, it's a big podcasting station now. Like they have whole videos and
Yeah.
everything. Like you can literally just go on and watch it. And
Yeah.
the JRE, Joe Rogan podcast, Huberman, like shout out to those guys.
Yeah, shout out to the guys.
Shout out. We're gonna bring them up a lot in this podcast. So
This wouldn't be a thing without them.
oh yeah, bro. Literally, yeah. They kickstarted it. Like it's amazing. There's so many podcasts now. Like I feel like everyone's starting.
It's huge.
Everybody. Literally. It's to a point where it's like it's kind of overtaking like other forms of entertainment. I feel like even music a little bit. Not overtaking it, but
It's created a big lane.
oh for sure. No, for sure. Like just hearing people talk about random things is like entertaining now, and it's just cool. And like literally like driving from city to city, like you don't even want to put on music anymore. You just want to put on the podcast and just kind of like, flow through it. And yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool. But what are you thinking, bro? Like I don't even know where to go, where to start. I don't even know.
Yeah, we've got a lot to talk about.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
There's so much we've got in common, and things we've been talking about the past couple of days, and yeah,
let's just start. A big thing that we've like kind of bonded over is I would say psychology. That's the big thing we've been talking about, like the human mind, how the mind and body like coincide, and how they work. And we were just having a big conversation like before we hopped on the mics. Like you have so many like vitamins and minerals and books, and like right now like you're trying to optimize your brain to the highest level. So like tell me about like how that's been, like that whole journey, like when you started like figuring out like, you know what, I really want to just like kick it up a notch. Like I want to be the healthiest, most like intelligent person I can be.
Yeah, this is a long journey.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if there was ever a start or if it's just who I've been my whole life, but I would say where I usually start the story in my mind is like the story I tell myself is I was around 7th grade, 8th grade, and I had this friend who had these stocks, and he'd pull up like his stocks every day and be like, yeah, I just made another $50. And I was just like, wow, like whatever this guy's doing, like I need to figure out what he's doing.
Yeah.
And so he started kind of showing me around. He knew nothing. Like we were 7th graders. Like we were like big numbers equal good. Like the price of the stock, that's all we knew. I remember he had Google stock, and I was like, yeah, we're from Omaha. So Warren Buffett's a name you hear thrown around. And so I was like, okay, this guy knows what he's doing. Like Warren Buffett's like was the richest man in the world, one of the richest men in the world. Like I don't know what switched in my life. But at that point I was like, I want to be really wealthy. I want to be very successful. Maybe puberty was hitting.
Oh, for sure.
And so I was like, where's my lane? Where am I going to make it big? Like I gotta be like a big name or something, or have like big success. So stocks seemed like the way to do it. All these old people talk about stocks. None of these kids know what they're talking about with stocks. No one even utters the word in middle school. You know, it's like a taboo topic that no one even knows about.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started learning about stocks. And around that time, I saw this ad on YouTube, and it was Ty Lopez, the "I'm here in my garage"
Oh yeah,
meme.
that was everywhere.
That was everywhere. And for me, I saw that and I was just hooked. I was like, whoa, this guy is talking about, I got this new Lamborghini. I'm like, whoa, this guy's got a Lamborghini and a Ferrari, and he lives in the Hollywood Hills. Like, this guy's more successful than anyone I've ever heard of.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was true or not, but I just took it at face value. I'm like, however this guy has got these cars and this house, like, there's something to it, whether it's fake or not. I never even thought about it being fake.
Yeah, he's doing something right.
Right. He's doing something. And I was like, yo, whatever this guy's teaching, like, let me learn. And I didn't know anything about the world at the time, but he was saying, you know what I like more than materialistic things?
Yeah.
Knowledge. And he's got like bookshelf and bookshelf and bookshelf in his garage.
Yeah.
And that just stuck with me right then and there. I'm like, okay, I need to read books. I don't know why I need to read books, but this guy says I need to read books. So let's start reading books. And that's how it started. My dad had some books, some business books, some self-improvement books, a small collection in comparison to what it's now become for me. But he actually gave me a book for my birthday, probably 7th grade, around then. And it was a book on investing for as a teenager. It's up in one of these shelves. It was the first book I ever read. And it sat under my bed for like 2 years. It took me 2 years to like actually open it up and start reading it.
Yeah.
I started reading it freshman year. I remember I'd wake up at like 5 a.m. for the stint at the end of freshman year. And I'd wake up at 5 a.m. and go outside, still dark out, and just read this book in the locker rooms. And I just have memories of that. And somewhere around that time is when I learned about compound interest. And compound interest is one of these ideas, one of these ways of seeing the world or mental models that has shaped my life more than anything else. Like that idea alone. And that is that I just couldn't believe it. I remember like learning about bank accounts and like, oh, they pay you interest. They give you money for putting your money in the bank. Like, but like, surely they don't pay you interest on the interest. Like that would go crazy. Like no way they do that. Mm-hmm. And people were like, whatever, 8th graders around me are like, I think they do. Yeah. I don't know. I think they do. I'm like,
no one's thinking about that. It's 8th grade.
But I'm like, no way they pay interest on the interest. Yeah. Because then if I put $100 in the bank and it makes $1 in a year, well, the next year that $1 is now also making more interest. Interesting. And it will keep compounding until like eventually it becomes ridiculous, where it's like too much to handle. Like how do you not, like, how do people not have infinite money if they keep compounding their interest? And so I learned about compound interest in that book. And I remember where I was in my basement. I remember what position I was in. I remember what orientation in space I was sitting. I remember everything because that's such a vivid memory of me being like reading about compound interest and being like, are you kidding me? Like, this is unbelievable.
Yeah. And it was probably such a vivid memory because it evoked so much emotion.
Oh, I was like ecstatic when I was reading about it.
Oh man.
It was like such a good feeling. Yeah. I couldn't believe it.
It tickled you. It tickled your brain.
Yeah. I was blown away. And so that book also got me to start looking about how to make money, because it's like, look at one of the theses or like main ideas of the book is like, look, here's compound interest. You are very young. You have a lot of years ahead of you as a teenager. You need so little money to invest to make so much money by the end of your life. For that stuff to compound, you have a bigger time horizon as a teenager than anyone else. Mm-hmm. And I was 13 or 14. So I'm like, I am as early as it gets for compound interest. Like most people learn about this stuff when you're 30 or 40. Then you get only 20 years until retirement. Yeah, I'm 14. I have my entire life to put money in it and compound. And so that was just like so motivating to go out and be like, how do I make money? I don't need very much money. I just need money to invest. And that's what started me raking my parents' beach, because they would pay me an allowance. It was like $50 a week. I was like, oh my gosh, $50 a week, dude. Like, do you know how much this compounds into? Because at the time it was like the stock market, the idea was I was probably thinking like 10% a year. So the average of like the S&P 500 is like 10 or 11% per year. And there's this rule in investing called the rule of 72. So if you take 72 and you divide it by the interest rate, it will tell you how long it takes for your money to double.
Mm-hmm.
So 72 divided by 10, 10.5 or whatever, it's about 7 years. So if I invest if I invest $1 right now or $50 right now, in 7 years, it will be 100. It's like, all right, nothing to like stop about. Like that's not that much money, like $100.
Yeah.
But then you're talking about 7 years from then, it doubles again. So now it's 200.
Yeah.
So now it's 4x'd from the original. Okay, still not that much. But then you double it again in 7 years. Now it's 400. And then it's 1,800. And now then it's 1,600.
Yes.
Starting with $50.
Yeah.
So every $50 I make is $1,600 by the time I'm going to retire or whatever it was. Because I'd say, and I always put it as far in the future as possible. I'm like, I'm going to live until 100 years old or 90 years old, and I'm 14. So I have 80 years of compounding, meaning it's going to double 11 times over my life. So then every dollar becomes, if it's 11 times, it's like 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1,000 and 1,024. So every dollar is $1,000. So if I make $50 and I put it in the stock market and everything doesn't collapse, everything kind of goes normal for the next 80 years, I'll have $1,000 for every dollar. So 50 will become 50,000. So 1,000 will become 1,000,000. And so like that's where I was for many years of my life, from age 12, 13, 14 up to 18 was all like, how much money can I make and put into these stocks, because I can compound this shit forever. And I can make so much money, like unbelievable amount of money. And that started with my parents' beach, and then it became my neighbor and my parents' beach. Mm-hmm. And then a year later, it became like 15, 20, 25 beaches. Then it became like the next year, like 75 beaches. And then by the end, it was like 150 a week. We're basically doing nearly 150 of them. Each one of them's like $25. But then it's like, it's not $25, bro. It's 25,000 by the time I die.
Yeah, you're thinking the long term.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of people get kind of tossed up and give up on that concept, is they only look at the beginning $50, right? They don't look at how much that is going to compound 7 years after the next 7 years after the next 7 years. You know what I'm saying?
It's not exciting for the first 20 years. It's exciting after like 50 years.
Yeah.
Then it's like, I'm 500xing my money.
Yeah. Yeah. But at the same time, don't you like, because the way I think, right now I'm 22 and I want to be successful as soon as possible. Mm-hmm. I want to enjoy my money and my wealth at a young age, when I still have all the energy.
Yeah.
What's like having the money, obviously, like compounding it and earning it over such a long period of time is a great thought and a great feeling to have. But like, I don't know, like, does that not jump out at you? Like, you're going to be 60, 70 years old. You're not going to have as much energy. Like, having that money is great, but enjoying it is just not the same as having it at such a young age.
Yeah. For me, it never was about enjoying the money. It was literally like a game. Like, I can be the richest person to ever live. Like, I'm going to try.
Oh, so that's
what it was.
Okay.
That's what it was for a long time. I'm like, no one else is seeing what I'm seeing. Like, as ETFs, exchange traded funds, the S&P 500, these things are a couple decades old. And I'm like super fucking young. Like, no one's been able to play this game before. Like, I'm one of the first people to ever play this game. And that was just so exciting to me. Like, looking at Warren Buffett's like net worth by age and beating him at the ages I'm at was like, I'm like, oh, I can do this. Like, I can do that.
And were you beating him at the ages that? Wow.
Yeah, probably from like 15, 16, 17, 18. I was beating him 19.
Okay.
And now I've completely changed since then. That's a whole nother thing, is things changed and I became a lot more intangible. Yeah, I mean, I can go into that unless you want to like.
Let's go into everything that we can. I mean, how have you changed, and what has your mindset changed in?
So 18, I like burned out of like the business.
Yeah.
I had probably $50,000 in stocks.
And before we go into that, I just want to like let the audience know how grueling that job was. Your
It was
beach raking
difficult.
job.
It was difficult.
You were working like 18-hour like days, bro.
That's a little exaggeration, but yeah.
Oh, that's what it felt like, man. I remember because you had asked me to come help you one day.
Oh yeah.
Can I help? Yeah, you don't remember this?
I can't remember.
I helped you one time.
I kind of am remembering now.
Yeah. It was me, you, like a couple other guys. Like I think it was like
Oh,
Will Burns.
was it the big beach?
the massive beach?
The massive one. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had like a lot of people there,
We had a lot of people,
and we worked hours and hours.
Yes.
And that we had bags of junk, of weed and stuff.
we had so much.
That was yeah.
Like it was like 5 of us, and I think we were working like I think we worked like 12 hours that day.
And that beach was
That beach was a mess.
dude, that thing was crazy.
That thing was nuts. And
I mean, yeah. I remember Isaac was there,
mhm.
and the wife came out, and she's like saying like some snarky comment. Isaac told me, he's like, yeah. She's like saying it doesn't look good or something. I'm like,
Oh,
dude, do you know how much effort? Like, we're not just slacking off here.
yeah, like
But the owner, the dad, he was appreciative. He's actually the guy that went on and like bought my business basically.
okay.
Yeah. So that's how I originally met him.
Okay, which we'll get into. But yeah, my point was just like you were working so much. It was a matter of time before you just burn out. You were working so much on that business, and yeah. So I just had to throw that out there just to give a little bit more background information on this kid's work ethic. But
yeah, it's a weird thing. I didn't really have any reason to work that hard besides like what I was talking about, like putting money into stocks, like playing the long game, like just playing a game. That was really all I was working for, probably.
Yeah.
I had no need to work, but I did.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I had a lot of pride around it. Like, I don't need to work, but I'm working really hard, and that's just because like I'm a hard worker. But yeah, where was I?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So you burnt out at around 18.
Yeah.
And that's
Senior
when your
summer.
mindset-
Well, a few things hit me at the same time. It's like, okay, I've hired all high school kids and neighbors, and everybody's going to college. And like Pong was my guy. Like,
Shout out that boy.
Yeah,
Shout out Pong.
crazy worker. Like, that guy works really hard.
Oh, insanely hard.
Like, super helpful. Like, I couldn't have done it without him. And he was going to UNL, and our seasons, I had maxed out the seasons. I'm like, I started out with just 12 weeks the summer, and over the years I'm like, well, I can make a lot more money if I work 2 more weeks into the school year, 2 more weeks before the summer. And then eventually was like, we're working like 20 weeks a year or whatever it was, like almost a third of the year or something or more, like starting in spring all the way into like fall. Yeah. But so they're all going to college. Pong's going to college, you and Will and Isaac all helped me. Like, it was really growing around that time too. My brother, our neighbors, everybody's going to school, and I'm going to be left alone with this huge thing to handle. And I'd never hired like anybody like professionally. I'd never known anything about that world. So that was like very stressful. I'm like, how am I going to fulfill all this stuff? I had not worked like beaches alone for like years, many years. Like, I always had people helping me because like it was a different job when you're doing it alone. It takes way longer.
Yeah.
So I'm losing everybody. And then it also had grown to like a new level that had never been before senior summer. I had a trailer. We'd go into like a new lake neighborhood. No one ever had offered this service commercially. We'd put a flyer on everybody's door, and I'd get like 20% plus of the neighborhood. Yeah. And I just keep finding more neighborhoods. We were like in 7 or 8 neighborhoods by the end. And so, yeah, we were growing so much. It was at the point where 4th of July, I was supposed to go to California with Logan and Lincoln. I was supposed to go out, and Isaac, or Lincoln and Isaac, and we were going to go out and visit Isaac's sister and have a good time for the 4th of July in California. Yeah. And I just had to cancel. Like, I couldn't go.
Just because of how much work you had to do.
Yeah, I'm like, we'll try. And we worked every day, like leading up to that, from sunset to sunrise to sunset, like all the daylight. I was so tired. I remember at one point, like, driving the truck into like someone's yard.
Oh my
And
goodness.
Pong like had to like talk to me, like tell me like what am I doing? Because I was literally just driving my truck up to someone's house, like in their yard.
Oh my goodness.
I was like out, just completely zonked.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was so tired. But we were at the point where like we had worked Fridays only, and then Fridays and Saturdays, and then it became like Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, and then it became Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then all of a sudden it was like, yo, we have work for the rest of the week, and we won't get to all the work, and every week is full, and we have a backlog of like weeks. We're never getting to everyone. We're completely like booked out.
You're backed out
forever. Yeah. Like if we worked without hiring more people, which at the time I was like, I don't know who to hire. I've never hired anybody to run their own squad. Like I was thinking about having Pong go and do his own team, but like I was just like already so stressed out with the amount of work. I'm like, I don't have time to train something and do something like this. And yeah, that plus everything else, everybody leaving, me getting left with this alone. I'm like, I can't handle this with multiple people helping me. Like I can't do this alone. And I was just like out. I like basically just burnt out. I'm like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah. Did you try a little bit like when everyone had left? Did you try to do it?
No, I never even made it. Like just the idea of like it happening was like so crushing, and working nonstop was like, there's no point. Like I can't do this. Like I had such a fear of letting any of my clients down. Like I'd always made it a point of being like the best. Like we're going to do like our best work, like never disappointing a client. And I'm like, I can't like, looking back, it's like, there's a lot of easy solutions of being like, oh, we're having a very busy time. We're going to have to like cut down like the scheduling. But for whatever reason, I just couldn't do that. I'm like, this is like, I can't let them down. And then I basically just like quit straight up. I'm like, dude, I can't do this. And I started looking for someone to buy the business and keep going without me. And so I was looking around and talked to some people, I think 3 people. I could have done a lot more work on it, but like the idea of selling it was never a thing. That was like a last ditch effort. I'm like, shit, like I need to figure out something. I can't do this like alone. And yeah,
that's where you just had to give up because the workload was ridiculous.
The workload, yeah, and I kind of sold it, and the sale was kind of like scuffed. Didn't get my like end of the deal. Basically, just got cash for the equipment and stuff.
Why did you ever think about like hiring actual professionals, people that actually work full time? You know, not just
I don't think I did at the time.
Did you not want to?
I don't know. It was like we were only making like, by the end we were probably making like a 60,000 or something, and like, how much does it cost to hire somebody full time?
That's true.
Like it's almost like we're going to lose all the profit.
Oh, that's
the
true.
reason I was making so much money was because I was the one doing all the work, like Pong too. But like we didn't have a team. I didn't have a team of people that were salaried or getting paid. Like I was doing a lot of the work. So a lot of the margin was just coming to me instead of someone else I would pay to do it. So I don't think of it as a business necessarily anymore. I figured that out as like, I was trying to sell it, that it's not really worth anything if you're not in it. Like if I'm not working it, this isn't really a business. It's only really a business that's sellable once the owner can step away and he can give it to the next owner, and the next owner doesn't have to do anything. He just collects the cash.
Yeah.
That's when it's a business that you can sell. But that's all stuff I learned in the process, I guess.
Man. And it's good age to learn all of that, man. I mean,
yeah, I'm grateful.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, like, do you regret having put so many hours and like grueling amounts of energy into that? But I mean, no, it's all just a learning. It's all just a learning curve at the end of the day, you know. And it definitely had to have shaped your mindset so much going through all that. So how did that shape your mindset? How did that change you?
Probably not in a good way at first. I don't think of it as good or bad now. I really don't regret anything in my life. I learn from what happens, and sometimes the bad things in the moment actually are the best teachers. And so,
oh, for sure.
But originally, like that shit crushed me. Like it destroyed me.
Yeah.
And like, it like messed with my confidence. It messed with like, my confidence. Like,
was it the fact that you had to quit that messed with you?
Like the fact that I couldn't do it, like something got in the way, like, and so that hurt. And I basically just ran from my pain for a long time. And I would just get in my car and drive. some far place away and not have no plan, just be like, let's see where I go. And yeah.
So you just hop in your car and drive like just to a different city or whatever, just to.
Yep. With no intention of coming back anytime soon. Just like
Oh man.
wake up, drive, wake up, drive. That's it.
What's the farthest you've just like randomly driven? Like
I went up to North Dakota, like border of Canada. I swam into Canada. So I made it across the border. Wow. Got over to Chicago and went to Lollapalooza. Got all the way out to Boston.
This is from Omaha, by the way. So
yeah.
So you're kind of just going on a little tour. You're kind of just living on the road.
Yeah.
Man.
And they weren't all in at the same time. One of them I went with Harry. We went up north, like North Dakota, Black Hills, went over Denver, then down to Texas and came back. But there were like 3 road trips. One of them was all the way out through St. Louis, then to Boston, and then back. And
gosh.
Yeah, it was just a couple weeks of traveling. Like I'd come back and be super depressed because I'm like sitting in my car for 12 hours a day, like super sedentary, like eating like junk food. It's like the stuff you find on the road basically.
Yeah. And
not moving at all and sleeping like in hotels or in the car. And yeah, coming back and pretty depressed.
So part of like throughout this kind of low part of your life, was any part of you like trying to think of on to the next, like what do I do next? Or you're just like, oh, this is over? Like,
no, whole time.
Okay.
Whole time.
Okay.
You know, I have a good time rationalizing and coming up with the next thing. So by the time I was burning out of the beach care business, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing, dude? Like I spent thousands of hours mastering the skill of doing beaches.
Yeah.
What if I would have put that into something else like YouTube or coding or something high leverage? Like if I would have put that into something high leverage, dude, I'd be like global. Like I'd mastered the skill. I'd become the best in the skill, but the skill is like not high leverage at all.
Well, I don't know. Part of me disagrees because you mastered a skill and that skill could translate to many other skills. You putting time into that beach raking business was more than someone putting time into YouTube and not going at their full potential, right? Like for that YouTube, you know, like it made you better prepared for the YouTube scene,
right?
You know?
Yeah, I was just like, I remember a thought I had at the end was like, I'm done getting paid for like my manual labor. Like I'm getting paid for my brain now.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean, a lot of rationalization, but it was never like the beach care business was my life and I'm done. I'm never going to be anything. It was like, this is too small. Like I need to think bigger. Mm-hmm. I need to get out of this. Cause at some point, like this is not going to get me where I want to get. Like looking at people like Elon Musk and stuff like that and Steve Jobs, I'm like, a beach care business is unlikely to get to that tech level. Like, so I was like, got to get out.
It seems like you didn't have a direct, like you didn't have a direct path after this beach raking business. Like you didn't have a direct goal, like one big goal yet. Like
they came. So this was like, I'm driving around and everyone's going to college and I'm getting even more depressed now because all my world has just collapsed. Like my Mount Michael, like high school friends, everybody's leaving.
Yeah.
Now I'm alone. I'm sick. Like I you know, have this like eating away at me in the back of my mind, like guilt from not working. But quickly I started to figure some stuff out and I cherished having complete freedom with everything that all the downsides it came with. I never realized how depressing it can be to be completely isolated with nothing to do, like no plans, no responsibilities, no school, no work. But I used that to the full potential I had. I was like, I've got enough money and I'm living at my parents' house. I have complete freedom of my time. I can do anything I want now in life. Like anything I've ever wanted to do, I can now do.
Yes.
And so I started doing that and I started reading books that I've always wanted to read. That's when I read like the books that have shaped me the most are during that period.
What were those books?
I think evolutionary psychology, was the first one I was reading while working. And when it kind of burned out, I stopped reading it, but I came back and finished it.
Yeah.
That's a textbook on applying evolution to the human mind and understanding why the human mind behaves the way it does through the lens of evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Completely groundbreaking book to me at the time. And I was like, I thought I was depressed because of what I read, and maybe it's not true. Maybe it was because I'm sedentary and isolated and
Yeah, all the other factors.
all the
that
other
were happening in
factors.
your
But
life,
it's a very my worldview shattering book.
Okay, tell me about it. Like, what about it has stuck with you and changed your view of the world and how it works?
Before that, I never considered the idea of free will. It was always something that was just obviously there. Everybody has free will, obviously.
Yes.
Like, I'm making decisions. And it really pulled that out, something I never thought about, and put it into question. Like, yo, do we have free will at all? Because I thought we were all individuals that could make choices on our own and do what we wanted. But when I look at the science, humans act pretty predictably. There's a lot of patterns in behavior. It's not just random.
Yeah.
When some stimulus happens, people have a certain response. When someone sees a tiger with no cage, it's baring their teeth at you, everybody has the same response. They get an adrenal response. They get a fight or flight, right? They behave the same. They go away from that object, that source of fear.
Yeah.
So just that alone is like, okay, during certain situations, everybody basically acts the same in certain situations. And then you take it to the next level of like, yo, in all situations, like, people have pretty predictable behavior. And it's all explained through the source of evolution of like, yeah, survival and reproduction. Essentially, we're biological organisms.
Yeah.
And I still hold the idea that we can have a soul and we can be more than biological organisms, but at least at the time, and I still do err on the side of, okay, I will keep believing, like, or being open to the idea that we are just material and that we're completely programmed by evolution until like there's evidence of otherwise. But at the current moment, it explains everything that I look into.
Yeah. Obviously, and I love to hear it. I love to hear like your thought process on why everything works biologically. But I definitely, you know, this, like, I definitely have a different lens from it.
Right.
I have a Christian view from it. You know, I believe that we're all created by God, and we were given free will at that point of creation. And I do agree with you in terms of like we all behave and react the same way from certain events, certain stimulus that uh, um, regions in our brains all react to. Like looking at a tiger, you know, showing his teeth at you. Like we're all going to show a sense of fight or flight. But there's also a lot of different factors in our life where humans behave differently. A lot like psychologically or decision making, or just the idea that people have different uh, worldviews. You know, there's so many different worldviews. Like my worldview is different from yours, and the next guy, and the next guy. Um, you know, the way our brains react to different things is different. There's so many similarities and there's so many differences.
Right.
So, how do you like decipher that from evolutionary? Like, how do you explain that with the evolutionary mindset that you have?
So we can learn. We have a nervous system and we have a brain that allows us to take in information during our life that can change the way we behave. And that is actually something that is selected for by evolution, the ability to evolve in real time and change your organism and change your behavior.
Yeah.
Based on the times that you are born into. So that's completely predictable by evolution. It'd be a really weak animal or creature that couldn't learn in their lifetime, and they were born with like here's how you're going to behave given every stimulus, that thing's going to get predated pretty easily. There's a predators that's going to be like, okay, I can learn that this thing does this when this happens.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. Predict its patterns.
Predict its patterns. And now I got food for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
So there's that. There's a whole thing. Like, I'm a big believer in nurture. I'm not just a nature determinist. Like, I think that our environment shapes a big thing of the way we behave. But yeah, I err on the side of the way that we react to information, the way that we interpret information, the way that it affects us is all based on like originally like our genes and our like biology.
Mm-hmm.
Two people interpret the same thing at a young age or get the same stimulus, and they have two different responses. They derive two different meanings, and that may be based on their personality, and their personality may be more genetic than we give it credit for.
Okay. Because personalities are different. They're different for each person. So it's tough to kind of picture how we all have the same biological processes at the beginning, and then it all diverges into a lot of different paths. You know what I mean? It's just hard to picture for me, and it's something I'm not really as knowledgeable in as I want to be.
Right.
But that's just kind of how I think. You know, I always think in the sense that has to be something more to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I believe evolution is definitely a part of our creation. It's definitely a part of how we were able to adapt to different things challenging our lives all throughout creation. It's just I've always thought in the sense like what kickstarted it though? What started
the origin of life?
Yes, the origin,
and that's where a lot of people throw out evolution and that are like creationists. They'll say, you know, evolution doesn't explain the beginning of life. Like, how did life start on Earth? But that's not the point of evolutionary theory. Evolutionary theory just explains how life progresses, how self-replicating systems progress.
Okay.
So the evolutionary, that's out of the scope of evolution, is the origin of life. And as far as I know, nobody has a good answer, you know, at least in the scientific perspective. People will say, I mean, there's a ton of theories on the origin of life, whether it was God actively creating life, or if life came from another planet on a meteor, some mushroom or some single-celled organism that could survive in the vacuum of space came from a meteor and it struck a planet that eventually had water, or had water at the time, and that was what it needed to come back out of its state of like whatever you call that, hyperextension or some, not hyperextension, there's some word of basically like a, you know, it's not dead, but it's like a seed almost. Like a seed needs, it's not dead, it just needs water to begin life.
Yeah. There's no way I know that word.
Right.
I mean, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. But there's other theories. The theory that was big in science for a while was like there was an enormous ocean and had a ton of macromolecules, and that like lightning struck the ocean or something, and it caused this chemical reaction, this rare chemical reaction that started some little chemical thing that would replicate itself just by the nature of its shape. And that was the beginning of life. And now people that think that theory is like life have actually evolved from immaterial. Actually, the genes, our like genetic code was the original replicator, and that the bodies that became to house these genes are just like the expressions of these original replicators, and like the defenses and the what do you call it, like a phenotype in biology, like the expressions.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's so interesting to think about, like Do you have your own personal theory on the origin of life that you lean towards more?
No, I think I hold them all as equal possibility.
Equal possibilities.
I tend to lean towards more material, to be honest. I don't I just don't imagine God as someone that actively plays a role. At least not, the religion that I grew up in, the God was like he created the universe and he let the universe run. So he kind of made everything happen originally,
Yeah.
but he doesn't actively play a role in day-to-day life. And to me, like him creating life would be like the opposite of that. He'd be actively playing a role in the world, in the universe.
Yeah.
Which I don't know why he would need to, because if God is like all powerful, all knowing, like he created the universe and in the exact orientation of like the original universe and how it expanded, like he knew that life would come out of this material in this way at that time. He wouldn't need to like be like, you know what, I'm gonna make life now.
Yeah. It's impossible for me to like answer with words, but the way I see it is like God created us and he created us with a choice, obviously that free will to have a relationship with him or not. And I feel like he's like, okay, I'm gonna make you. I obviously want to be in your life. I want to intervene in your life and guide you through it. If you want that, it's your choice to come to me and form that relationship. If not, fine, I'll let you do your thing. And that's kind of how I've seen it. And that question of like, okay, God is all knowing, so that means he knows what's going to happen before he creates life. He knows what's going to happen during, and he knows everything that's going to happen afterwards. So why create it and then just not intervene at all? I think that it just all goes into that free choice. Like, he's going to show himself and show his face more to those that make that choice to find him, to seek him out. And that's just kind of how I see it. When it goes to proving it though, I've kind of come to a temporary conclusion that you can't prove it. Because one thing science is big on is it's proving everything, how things started, why things work, why things are the way that they are. And I feel like with spirituality and religion and Christianity, you can't prove it. And I think that's a big part of where faith comes in and belief. And it's like, I can't show it to you. I can't bring God here and show him to you in a physical form. But I can have faith that he's here and he exists. I don't have to see it to believe it. And I feel like science, it both kind of coincides with religion, but it also like agrees with it in the sense that science is kind of more on the seeing is believing side of things. What do you think about that? Like, you have to prove it for it to be real. You know what I mean?
Where I differ is I think that we can prove the existence of God if God exists. There's no reason why we couldn't.
Yeah.
Why can we not know? And what is knowing? That's the thing. The path I'm on right now, or the season I'm in, has been leading more to like epistemology, which is a field of philosophy. And it basically is the core question of epistemology is what is knowledge? What is to know? And the scientific method, it came out of philosophy as a system of being like, okay, this is the best system we can use theoretically to derive truth from the world or derive knowledge. The scientific method is good. It's very good. I mean, we're talking to these pieces of metal and they record our voice, and I can push a button and now that goes out to the world. That's all science. Without science, that doesn't exist. Without science, we don't have planes. Without science, we don't have anything. We don't have any of the tools we have, like interior lighting and electricity.
Yeah.
Computers and TVs.
Yeah.
And
every discovery.
Yeah. It all comes from science, even the cups, these plastic cups and like everything. I mean, maybe not the glass cups, but it's good, but it's very finite. And so the scientists seem to be like, well, we can't prove God, so therefore God doesn't exist. Well, we didn't know anything like 200 years ago, very, very much as far as we do with science now, you know? And just because we didn't know something back then doesn't mean it's not true. No, it just means we haven't had enough time.
Yeah. Doesn't mean you can't prove it in the future, right?
Right. But I think the real reason why a lot of big scientists are atheists is because of evolutionary theory. First of all, that was a big thing. Came out like 200 years ago or whenever Darwin lived, the 1800s. That's developed a lot, and evolutionary psychology's come out, and we've been able to study the universe and the origin of the universe and keep being like, oh, when these religious ideas came about, we didn't know. We thought the Earth was the only planet, really. We thought the Earth was the center of the universe. We didn't know that we're just one planet in the solar system revolving around the sun, and that revolves around the galaxy. And there's infinite galaxies everywhere we look, and that someone named Richard Dawkins, he came out with this idea in like the 90s of his big work was the selfish gene, and that extended the idea of evolution from just biological organisms to ideas.
Yeah.
As ideas as replicators that spread. Certain ideas are stickier and certain ideas are not stickier. And the sticky ideas will get replicated more because more humans will pay attention to them, remember them, and then repeat them. And that religious ideas are very sticky. They're very, very profound. And so they get replicated a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, I don't know, just that when you look back at the history of like churches, how much corruption and stuff occurred throughout the history of all the major world religions. And for me, it's like a big thing is, well, why was I the one that was born into the correct religion? Why are not the Japanese Buddhists or the Middle Eastern Islamic like people, why aren't those people right?
No.
Why am I the one that's going to force them to take my God because my God is correct? And I don't know, maybe there's truth in all of them and they all originated from certain things. But at this time, I just don't see myself as like extremely religious. I think religion has a lot of very important things that people undervalue and don't see yet in society. And I think it actually may keep society together. Like having a religion of the state keeps the state together. It keeps people following the same culture and behaviors and what's right and wrong. It keeps everyone on the same page. And if you take that away, it might cause chaos and divisions and crumbling of unification.
Yeah. That's one thing I'm at is like, right? I believe he's real. Say he's not real. Even the idea of God has brought order to a chaotic world. It's brought morality, what's right and what's wrong.
Right.
Without even the idea of God, we don't have that morality.
No, we're just wild animals.
We're just disordered, just like all these wild animals. So that's one thing that for some people, it like deepens their faith, whereas some people it takes away from it, because some people see it as like, yeah, I mean, if you just look at it as an idea, that's all it's kind of been there for, is kind of to bring order to the world and that morality. But it's not any more true than just an idea. Whereas some people who have it deep in their faith look at it as, oh, even this as an idea has brought so much order to the world. There's no way that it can't be true, or there's no way that there's not more to it.
Right.
You know? But aside from that, there's not much more I can say. But like
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I'm all for the truth.
Yeah.
I think there's nothing more valuable in my life to pursue than the truth.
Yeah.
What is actual truth?
Yeah. Yeah.
Beyond scientific knowledge, beyond oral tradition and faith and all these things that people think is knowledge. What it really is it? And when do we know? Can we ever know anything for certainty? You know, it's something I've explored briefly, and it's something that I plan to explore probably for the rest of my life. And you know, mathematics is mathematics. There's a big thing about math and that, and mathematics is like, this may be the closest we can get to truth, is like this theoretical system, like, because we made the rules. We make up the rules that when you add things together, you combine them. 1 + 1 = 2. That is a true statement. Can you be certain of it? I think so.
Mm-hmm.
What about, but everything else, when you start deviating away from pure math, it becomes like, well, you're interpreting that. When you look at science, it's like, we do have some laws. We do have laws of physics.
We have a couple laws, yeah.
But most of it is theory, meaning that it's our best guess. We've got a lot of data supporting it, but we cannot say it with any certainty. Like, we're more certain about it than the opposite or other things. But the degree of certainty is a whole thing. It's like, the scientific method is you have to collect a bunch of data and then interpret the data.
Yeah.
But interpreting data is like, no matter how you try to like phrase it or skin it, there's going to be subjectivity to it. Yeah. Two scientists can look at the same data set and draw different conclusions.
That goes back to my point of people having different views. It's like evolutionary, like, history describes, then again, why their biological systems react the same way in certain areas, but then when it comes to in agreeableness and how their minds look at something, it's two different things, you know.
And I think when you get to this level of philosophy and religion, anybody's idea is just as valid, potentially as correct as anybody else's.
Yeah.
And that just because someone has more money, or that someone has more status, or that someone has a degree or multiple degrees or has authority on a subject, I don't think that for these subjects have any say.
Yeah, which is a great mindset to have, because we're in a point now where status is everything. Status equals knowledge. I mean, we're at a point where you go online and you go on any, you know, influential individual's brand or page, and the more money that they have, the more used that their brand is, the more the support that they have equals the more trusted that the information they put out is. And I think that's kind of dangerous, and that's kind of where society's been shifting to in terms of pursuing truth, is that the person with the more intangible tools and the money and the value has more answers than someone that doesn't. And I think that's just very dangerous for the progression of searching for truth or growing as humanity.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything to it right now. I don't think IQ or intelligence or EQ or any metric, anything that's quantifiable, that you can look at a number and say this person has more of it, so be quiet, like this guy knows what he's talking about. Okay, maybe that's kind of true for certain subjects, but not the important ones.
Yeah.
Not the big ones.
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to have someone that has like a degree, a PhD, and, you know, say that God doesn't exist and that you need to listen to him because he has a high IQ and a degree. It's like, nope. No, that guy that lives on the street down below, like a homeless guy, like he has just as much truth behind what he is saying, I think, as anybody else.
He has also lived a life full of experiences.
He's lived his life. You've lived your life. Like, all these ideas of which one is better or not, that's just ideas. They're not reality.
Yeah. Even the way that we have to prove and disprove other people's ideas leads us nowhere, I feel like. Everything would be so much easier. We'd find things out so much quicker if we took into account everybody's hypotheses and points of view and say, okay, let's all collect all these points of view into one, no matter how crazy or far-fetched they are from each other. And let's work with them and test them and see if that could point us and lead us to a bigger truth. But that's just not how society works nowadays.
Well, I would push back a little bit and say that might not be easier. It probably would be harder.
Really?
Just the sheer amount of information you have to collect and synthesize. And if you've taken everybody's accounts, yeah, I think for certain things, well, first of all, I think the brain like has this desire, deep genetic evolutionary desire to have everything make sense.
Yeah.
And if you have two ideas that are competing with each other, you kind of have to decide one. And sitting with, you know, my religion is correct, like everything is correct about this, and your religion therefore has to be incorrect because we have different doctrines and dogmas.
Yeah.
That leads to like people like serious conflicts because of that thing where like most people, it's hard to be like, you know, you can be right and I can be right. And it has to be like, well, my thing is right.
Period.
That's why I believe it. That's why I think about it. Like, that's why I've already decided that my thing is right.
Yeah.
And therefore anything that comes to object it, like I kind of have to fight against and defend against. Anything that could possibly contradict these deep like decisions that I've kind of made. And that's where I think I've made a lot of progress in my life, is that I've kind of made one of the deep beliefs of like, I don't know. Anyone can know. They can all be right at the same time. Our little human minds sometimes can't see the vastness of reality.
Yeah, maybe there's a whole bigger picture that we can't see.
There's a much bigger picture than anyone can see. The more I've learned, the more I realize I don't know. And I've gotten to a point where I realize like I pretty much know nothing. Like, and I don't just say that like to be humble or something. Like I genuinely don't think I know, like I know enough that I know like basically nothing.
There had to be a philosopher that said that. I
surely
swear that was in that's like a quote somewhere, but
all I know is I don't know nothing.
Yeah. Facts. Kanye West's quote 2021.
I think a lot of people have said that, but I don't remember who gets the credit for it. It doesn't matter though.
We'll give it to you. We'll give it to
It came a long time ago.
Sam Curry circa 2025. But yeah, man. This is where we're gonna throw in an ad. No, I'm kidding. Knick-knack.
Buy my shit.
Buy my stuff. Knick-knack on sale. But
Do you want some?
Oh, that's good, bro. But yeah, man. How do you feel now? Like, how are you feeling? I hear a lot of people have different takes on how this makes them feel, like nicotine and stuff. And people say it obviously has to do with your tolerance too. But I mean, people say it makes him a lot more talkative, or some people say it just makes him have to use the bathroom too, and just I don't know, like. What are you feeling right
now? I got some nicotine for everyone listening. Yeah. I don't want to be a bad influence, but that's a big thing with me is like, I don't care for myself. Like I know I'm okay, but I don't want to influence people to do bad things or hurt other people.
Yeah.
But I've never had a problem with addiction to nicotine. And I just think like it's enjoyable. It's like early afternoon, early morning. This is not going to affect my sleep. I think pure nicotine actually may be beneficial for the brain. It's basically the vehicle. That's the danger. Smoking all the extra stuff that comes with a cigarette than just the pure nicotine. I think nicotine is fine.
Yeah.
I think it's also dangerous for some people. It's like playing a dangerous game, justifying your use by saying it's good or good for you and healthy. Can lead you just to like rationalize your addiction. But I don't see anything wrong with, I'm 21, like having a little bit of nicotine on a podcast and just give me some more like energy.
There you go. Now you I mentioned this earlier, you do a lot of supplements and a lot of things for your physical health. Run me through it. Before this podcast, you mentioned, what's the drink called? The drink of
the elixir of life.
Yeah, the elixir of life. And you just mixed a whole bunch of randomness into a glass, and like here you are, like you're so optimal, like you have so much energy, your mind is flowing. Like run me through like your whole stash, your cabinet. Like what are your most important supplements? Like what has helped you so much right now just to like flow in the state that you are right now?
I will say I don't know a ton about supplements.
Yeah.
I've never read into supplements that much, but I did find Brian Johnson, and I
Shout
knew
out.
enough to be like, this guy has something going for him,
Hmm.
and he's using like science of health and supplements to the extreme, and that anything he does is because the modern science points to it.
Yeah. Insanely deep research science, by the way.
Yeah, his
Like,
whole life is an experiment.
yeah, literally.
And so whatever he pushes, like I have the trust in him where I'll basically just buy it and use it.
Mm.
I don't have my time. He's taking his life to devote to this topic.
Yeah.
I don't have that much time to devote to that topic. I want to devote my life to something else. So until he breaks my trust, like I trust him to give me the stuff that's going to be most optimal. And that if anyone else brings up any other supplements and Brian Johnson doesn't take it, then the science doesn't point to it, or else he would
Wow.
be doing it. So why are then you're only telling me like based on like your anecdotal evidence that I took it and feel good. And to me, that's big bodies of science is more valuable than anecdotal evidence in most cases.
Wow.
And it's just not worth my time to be like, I've got this thing where it's like these supplements are really good.
Yeah.
Maybe if I find a different one, maybe it can increase my whatever I'm trying to optimize by like 1%. To me, it's not worth it to look into like all this stuff and debate it and go back and forth for 1% at this point. So I take a lot of his stuff. I'll take his mixes and his supplements. That's all I take for supplements, other than some lion's mane, some mushrooms.
So you place your full trust in whatever he takes, you take. Did you just did you just sit back and not do as much research then? Like, oh, so this is working for him, you know?
Yep.
He is.
I found him and I said, all right, this guy is on my wavelength as far as the things I know. Like he understands what I'm trying to do, like my life.
Yeah.
I understand him a little bit enough to be like, whatever this guy says, like I'm just gonna take it at face value.
And it's been working, right?
It's fine, yeah. I mean, no complaints.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, he basically says his he's like, he recommends your number one focus in life be like your sleep. It's like the biggest lever for everything in life. And that's something I found when I was 18. That was one of those books like Evolutionary Psychology, was Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker. And when I learned about like, oh my gosh, athletes that get an extra hour of sleep outperform the other athletes by like 10 to 15%. I'm like, oh, here's another one of those levers, high leverage compounding interest things. And that was sleep. But yeah.
Yeah. Sleep is the hardest thing to optimize. It's so hard because there's so many things that goes into it, right? To have the best quality of sleep. I'd say the hardest part about getting the best quality of sleep, it's not getting the 7 to 9 hours. I would say it's the range, like when you go to sleep and when you wake up. That's just as big as how much sleep you get, how many hours, like your circadian rhythm, you know. And for me personally, that's the hardest part about fully optimize my sleep, is being able to go to sleep at the same time and wake up at the same time, because there's so many, like every day is different. Every day has its own separate challenges. So like you have to fully be 100% committed
Yeah.
to fully like have a good strong sleep schedule. And I'm still struggling. Like how have you like, what are some tools you've used? Like what are some ways
Society does not prioritize sleep, and it's not built around sleep.
yeah.
And a lot of the social things happen at night.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And so
Parties, get-togethers, everything.
right. And lots of people don't do anything social until it's the nighttime, right? It's like maybe dinner and onward. That's when you socialize. And so I'm 18 and I'm reading this book, and I just happen to be, actually, no, I read that book a lot earlier. I would have read that book sophomore year of high school. So when I was 16, I read Why We Sleep. And that's when my life started to shift from only focusing on business and compounding interest of money to like health and like optimizing my life rather than optimizing my bank account.
Health is wealth, baby.
And that optimizing me, my body, my health, my brain, my energy is going to optimize my money, because I am the thing that builds the money.
Yeah.
I am the thing that invests the money. So like, it was just an extension of that compounding interest mindset of like, what can I do to win the game, essentially, at that time. And anyway, that's a little side tangent, but I was 18 and I had like freedom, right? I was almost like, I basically considered a little retirement. I had the foreseeable future, many years where I don't have to make any money. I can just live. And so I was like, at that time, I'd been building habits. I had this little habit system of like every month I'll introduce a new habit, I'll build it, and I'll add another habit on top of that. And that was my beginning of like my self-improvement journey outside of money. And it was started off, I think, with reading 10 pages a day of a book. So it was reading first, then it became cold showers, and then it became not drinking anything besides water, and all these other things. But it was all a learning process. But the sleeping times was a big one. When to wake up, when to go to bed. That was one that I often changed. But it's been, I'm 22, so 6 years of knowing sleep is very important and building sleep routines and experimenting with systems to get to the point where now I can just go to bed and wake up at the same time every day, and be really in tune with like how little shifts actually have huge ripples in your circadian rhythm. One bad night of sleep where you go out and party when you've been going to bed at 9 or 10 every day will throw your circadian rhythm off for 2 weeks.
Oh man, it's a lot to take in. Like one bad night, huh?
Well, it depends. It depends. By one bad night, I mean you're going out to drink alcohol under bright lights with loud music and really social and really engaging and really amping. You're really, really signaling your body it's time to be awake. This is not necessarily daytime, but it's time to be awake.
Yeah.
And to fully retune your body back to the point where I get into bed, I fall asleep in 15 minutes or less, and I go to bed and wake up at the same time naturally without an alarm. 2 weeks probably of tuning. You'll get most of it in the first couple of days, but it really throws off your clock, your internal clock, and it doesn't just snap back into place right away. It takes time to tune it. But yeah, fortunately or unfortunately, I think the most powerful habit for sleep is consistency. Going to bed at the same time, waking up at the same time, no matter what. It's also like, you got to like build your life around it. You can't let sleep be like a secondary thing in that scenario. If you really want to prioritize sleep, it's like sleep comes first, then I fill my life up around sleep. And that took years to get to the point where like I have no FOMO. I can just go to bed.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but worries. Everybody has to shift their mindset for that, to make sleep the priority and not just a secondary.
If you want to make sleep a priority, if you don't, like, all power to you. Like, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah. It's a give and take. What do you want to give? What do you want from it? Because majority of people see sleep as just like, oh yeah, I need a little bit of it, and then it's work. Like you said, majority of people see it's work first, sleep second. Sleep comes later. You're always gonna have it. Whereas you have shifted to sleep first. Sleep is the priority. Work comes second. Work will be much more productive. I'll achieve more, and life will just be better. My day to day. And I've also come to that conclusion. It's just the hardest part is getting into that consistent base. And for me, like, I've always thought, like ain't no way one bad night's gonna throw off a consistent 2 months of, you
No,
know,
yeah.
a
Not
good
2 months,
not
but
2 months. That's what it feels like. It
yeah.
feels like after one night of rest, it's like the next couple days. It's like, wow, that really threw me off. I can't
Right.
fall asleep at
And
this time to save my life.
it's this slippery slope where you get one bad night of sleep, and then the next day you feel like you have energy, but you also are making worse decisions. You're like, you know
Yeah.
what? I went out last night. Let's do it again. Like, this is the time to do it again.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
you have less willpower to like be like, no, let's get back on the routine. You're more in that state of like, whatever. You have less willpower. You have less control because your sleep is worse.
Yeah, man. And one thing I noticed, like as a college kid too, college kids are known for terrible sleep habits, horrible sleep
Oh
habits,
yeah.
whether it's out at night on the weekends, partying every weekend, or just having to study and cram tests in, pulling all nighters just to cram a bunch of information. And I've kind of noticed that, a night before a big test, because I did it too, I'd cram. I'd stay up all night, read all the information, probably sleep an hour, 30 minutes before the test, and just go in and take it.
Right.
I found that when I'd actually study less information and cram less information in my brain the night before, actually get a decent night rest before test day, I'd actually perform better on test day.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't shove all the information into my brain.
Yeah, there's a lot to it because at some point you have to look at the material.
Yes.
Right. You can't just sleep good and not learn the material and then expect to get on the test. Like, at some point you have to look at the material.
Yeah.
But the amount you get from looking at the material is going to be way higher than, or if you get a good night's sleep after, than if you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool all the knowledge we're learning about sleep and neuroscience and learning.
Oh yeah,
it's one of my favorite things to read about and learn about.
Yeah, and we're still learning about it. We're still learning about it. Like, I kind of just learned that even waking up, not having the best night rest, so you only get like 5 hours, and then taking a nap later on in the day does not do anything for you.
It does some.
It does some, as in maybe your body system, like you're more refreshed. But in terms of your rhythm, your circadian rhythm, you're just thrown off.
It can throw it off even more if you take a late afternoon big nap.
Yeah.
Then you're not tired that night. You kill your appetite for sleep.
Oh yeah.
And then you stay up really late because you're not tired.
Yeah. And I always thought circadian rhythm was just like, oh yeah, it's good to get sunlight. It's good to refresh my brain. But there's so much more into it. Like, it actually affects all the systems in the body. Like the endocrine system is relies heavy on your rhythm and that sunlight intake, like your testosterone production, estrogen, like throughout the day. Something I did not know, and that is so important for your day-to-day life.
Our whole everything in our body is on a rhythm.
Oh yeah,
everything.
Yeah.
There's circadian rhythms, which are day rhythms, about a 24-hour cycle, but there's ultradian rhythms, and we'll have these cycles of energy. You get more energized, you get more tired. You get more energized, you get more tired. Every day, all day, you're going through cycles. You're in a period where you're more susceptible for learning things, and you're in a period where you're less susceptible for learning things. All day, rhythms, up, down, up, down, up, down, everything.
Mm-hmm. Have you, now, nobody's going to master the rhythm, but I know you've gotten pretty close, because everyone's fluctuating throughout the day in terms of productivity and when they're at their best,
right,
physiologically. How have you kind of mastered that fluctuation? Like, what are you doing at your highs throughout the day? What are you doing at your lows? When you're feeling burnt out throughout the day a little bit, like, is that your relaxing time, eat, shower, or are you quickly like, okay, I'm burnt out right now, I got to get myself back to tip-top shape right away? Like, how are you going about that?
I'm in a state of life where I sleep so much that I don't consciously feel the rhythms of the daytime.
Okay.
I rarely Even recently, a couple months ago, I would get the daytime low after your lunch. You're getting tired.
Yeah, the glucose and everything. Just
I am at the same in the morning of productivity as I am before I go to bed. It doesn't change really. I do. I there's a whole idea of like eating your frogs first and doing the hard things first because that's when you have the most energy. I believe that. I try to get the important work done first, but I don't consciously feel a difference energy wise at 10 a.m. as I do at 2, as I do at 4, as I do at 9. Any time during when I'm awake, and that's it. And I have to attribute that to sleep because like I don't drink coffee on a regular basis. I don't take stimulants like nicotine. I don't take anything. I'm just sober and energized during the day.
yeah. A lot of people wish they had that trait, man. Like a lot of people, everyone, 90%, like people have to rely on stimulants to kind of get them through those lows in the days, and I'm definitely one of them.
And it sucks because the stimulants do affect your sleep.
They do.
They do, no matter when you take them.
Oh, really? Like,
yeah.
Say if I was to have a coffee 9-10 hours before I go to bed,
Yeah,
it's gonna wear off, you know.
So the half-life of caffeine is like 6 or 7 hours, 5 to 7 hours, depending on your specific metabolism, I think. Meaning that 7 hours after you drank a cup of coffee, you still have the amount of coffee in your body or caffeine as if you just drank a half a cup of coffee.
Wow.
And 7 hours later, you're down to a quarter, 2 half-lives.
It's still in your system.
So when you wake up and drink coffee, it's essentially, it depends on how many hours awake you are. For me, I'm only awake like 14 hours.
Yeah.
Maybe if you get 6 hours sleep, you're awake for 18. By the time you go to bed, you still have 10 to 25% of the coffee or caffeine flowing through your bloodstream. And from my understanding, any amount of caffeine in your bloodstream negatively impacts sleep. And the same thing with nicotine. Unfortunately, nicotine, depending on how you consume it, has multiple hour half-life as well. So if you consume any nicotine after like 12 p.m., it's going to affect your sleep that night. And then you get worse sleep. You think you got a good night's sleep. And you think being tired in the morning is normal. And so you get the coffee again. And you become reliant on stimulants because they impair your sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you become even more reliant on stimulants to just go to sleep in general. Big ones like melatonin, magnesium.
Right.
Like all that. And it just becomes a cycle. Oh, okay. I need to take these stimulants to keep myself up throughout the day. Now I got to take these stimulants to kind of wear off those stimulants that I took throughout the day so that I could go to sleep. And then you wake up and it's just a cycle. And
I wouldn't consider the melatonin and the magnesium stimulants. Like when I'm saying stimulants, I mean like uppers, things that like get you like energy.
True. Yeah.
Right?
Wrong word of choice.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
But from my understanding, there are no effective sleep drugs. Magnesium is not a drug, it's a mineral, and apparently magnesium may help some people with sleep. But as far as all the pharmaceuticals go, and including melatonin, they have no impact on your sleep quality. And actually that's not true. They have a negative impact on your sleep quality.
I've kind of found out like when I do take melatonin, my sleep really isn't that great. Like it helps me to fall asleep, but then I'm always waking up in the middle of the night and I can just never.
When you take melatonin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happens a lot.
Yep. Because melatonin, the only thing it's been shown to do is help you fall asleep. It decreases the amount of time it takes to fall asleep. That's it. It doesn't just, maybe the placebo effect, if you think melatonin actually helps your sleep, maybe it does with the placebo. Yeah. But the drug itself, I think melatonin is called a hormone. It's a hormone. We produce it naturally.
Yeah, we do.
Has no impact on your actual sleep quality. And the thing is, people don't know what sleep quality is. I didn't know what sleep quality was. I just thought you go to bed and when you're not awake, like you're not thinking, then you're asleep. And you're asleep. Yeah. There's a big difference between unconsciousness and sleep. Massive difference. Getting punched in the head and getting knocked out, you're unconscious. you're not asleep. Same thing with drinking alcohol and falling asleep. People think the reason people anecdotally think they get better nights of sleep with alcohol is because alcohol makes you more unconscious easily. Like it makes you fall. It like increases the release of GABA, which is like this really, really big neurotransmitter, one of the most important, like most abundant neurotransmitters, and it will kind of shut down the system. It will slow down the brain signaling. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean you sleep. Sleep is actually a very active thing. Your brain is firing, like you're basically awake in a lot of states. And if like REM, when you're in REM, rapid eye movement sleep, I'm pretty sure they're called EEGs, the brain stimulation. They measure the electrical activity of the brain is unrecognizable or indistinguishable from being awake. And that's why REM sleep is called paradoxical sleep for a long time, is because they're like, this looks like they're awake.
Yeah. So that's where a lot of dreaming happens, right? Your brain is wiring at all different types of cylinders. Like it's going rapid. It's crazy. Like
REM's a weird one because apparently we dream all through the night. But the state of dreaming, what dreams are, most people think of like the visual, like full body dreams.
Yeah.
Apparently when we're not in REM, we're dreaming, but we're just in this like verbal type of dreaming where we're just thinking about things really slowly.
Interesting.
But the dreaming you're talking about, like what most people are talking about when they refer to dreaming, I believe that happens when you're in REM. Your eyes are flying around under, your pupils are darting around. You're like in this like doing this weird shit. You're like, what am I doing?
Yeah. You're just naked.
You're running around. You're running from something. You're doing something. I think I was driving around or something last night.
Oh, in your dreams?
I had a weird dream and I was like, I wonder if I'll talk about this on the podcast. And now it's gone. I forgot it. They don't last.
Yeah, no, that's what they go with dreams. Like you never remember them. Like
if you write them down right away, you can. But like otherwise, I don't think you're meant to remember them, or you would. I think your brain is like cleaning out information. It's synthesizing information. It's like, what is important? Let's draw some meaning. Let's connect things.
Yeah.
You don't need to remember these random memories. Actually, it's probably worse to remember them because then you're like, was that real?
Yeah.
You start thinking like, you start remembering things that didn't actually happen. They just happened in your dream.
Yeah.
That would probably not be very advantageous for life.
Oh, not even.
You'd have a bunch of false information.
I mean, how like it would suck so much to even just remember your dreams, like because we're all having weird dreams, like weird things happening. Like,
oh yeah,
imagine if you can just like the next night after a crazy dream, you can just click a remote or whatever and just watch it like from start to finish.
It's like the greatest entertainment.
Oh yeah.
You'd be like, I don't want to watch this all day.
Oh,
I don't want to go find food. I don't want to go hang out with people. I want to watch my dreams.
Oh, I don't know, dude. Like some dreams are just low key traumatic, dude. Like,
oh yeah.
Like everyone has those traumatic dreams. Like, you're getting chased by a serial killer.
Yeah.
You just die. You just flat out fall off of the mountain or something. Like
you die in your dreams sometimes.
Oh, doesn't everybody?
I think I wake up or like the dream ends when I'm dying.
Oh yeah. I agree. I'm with you there.
I never see what happens after death.
Yeah, but man, it's crazy. Man, dreams and everything. So, dude, I'm looking around your place right now, and you have so many books. Have you read all these books?
No.
Okay.
No, I sorry, my mic was not that close to my mouth.
Oh, you're good. You're good. The answer was no.
So I've got 4 bookshelves. They're nearly all full now. One of them, or each of them has 5 shelves. And on one of them, one of the 4, that top shelf and the shelf below it right there, the top 2, I basically read every word in all those books, cover to cover.
This top one right here.
Yep, top and the one below it. I've essentially read every single like publishing note, all the numbers. I've sub-vocalized every word in all those books because I thought that was the way you do it at the beginning. The way I've changed. No, it's not. It's so bad. Some of those books I don't know anything about. Like I could look at it. I could tell you something. Like that book right there called Unshakable by Tony Robbins. Mm-hmm. Dude, I don't know what that book was talking about. I'm sure it's talking about being unshakable.
That's my guess.
I spent hours reading that thing, dude. But recently, I've developed my learning system Like this last semester, dude,
Yeah.
I read 50 books this last semester, and I learned them better than probably any book I've read over there.
With less time spent reading.
Oh, 1/100th the amount of time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Explain. Because I was actually going to get to this part of the podcast, but I guess we can flow into your learning systems because you've kind of unlocked a new system of learning.
I've developed it over years.
Man, explain.
I don't even know where to start.
I guess with the books, like how did you shift from like reading from front to back and not retaining a single piece of information to being able to literally be able to explain all these books from the top of your head within 100th of a time read compared to those other books? What did you start doing? Were you writing them down, writing your thoughts down, like after reading them? Like
that's part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So that rudimentary system of reading 10 pages a day, cover to cover, that was my learning system. I never thought of it as a learning system at the time, but I've developed it a lot since then. And I just kind of came to the realization, like, dude, I don't have that much time in life. Like, I've spent years reading these books. Some of them I can't tell you anything about.
Yeah.
I spent a lot of time doing this.
Besides being unshakable.
Yeah. I've spent so much time. I'm literally not going to be able to like do anything with my life. Like I get to read X amount of books in my life if I read them this long, and I don't even retain most of the information.
Yeah.
So I always thought, man, there's a better way of doing this. There's got to be. And I was reading a lot of these books like that. I was reading like that. Eventually, I don't know how I found it, but I found a course called Learning How to Learn. And this idea of learning how to learn was like a big thing for me. It was a very profound thing for me. As big as compound interest was at a young age, learning how to learn became like a big chapter of my life. And it's the longest lasting one probably, or at least it's still occurring. And
yeah,
there's a course on learning how to learn. We have science now on what learning is and how to learn it better and techniques to learn it. And those things weren't even in my mind. Like I never even had exposure to those ideas.
Yeah.
So these ideas came out like, oh wow, this is profound. I can learn how to learn faster. So I can spend time right now developing these skills that I will use for the rest of my life and make everything faster. It's like the ultimate skill is to learn how to learn, as far as I know right now. Because anything I want to do, the only thing that separates you from that is knowledge. You just don't know how to do it. You don't know what to do. Anything you want, you can say, I want this. And there's a path. There's a lot of paths to get there. Some are a lot faster. Some never even make it. But all it is developing knowledge and developing skills. And so I took that course. At that point, I was developing a learning system. I was studying probably 6-8 hours a day on my own. I would devote periods to different things. I would study physics for the first 25 minutes, and then I would study math, and then I would study, neuroscience, and then I would study music, and then I would eat lunch, maybe take a nap, and then do some more periods. And I'd do that on weeks on end. And eventually I was like, all right, the master key is learning how to learn itself. It's going to make everything faster. Everything I'm spending time on, if I could cut it in half, which that's a big statement. Like you can learn twice as fast. There was a statement that I learned in that course, and that was using active recall when you're reading a book. If you just read something, it's very passive. And as an adult, almost none of that information will stick unless you've got like already knowledge in that field. And you're like, oh, that makes sense. And you attach that to like things you already understood, and it reshapes how you already think.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you get completely new information. You read it. You're like, oh, I don't really get it. I kind of do. It makes sense. And then it's gone. Just like how I read all those books. A lot of them, I had nothing to connect to. And I was passively learning. And they went in one ear. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. And then it was gone. I can't tell you anything about it. And there's basically a stat that says like if you use active recall, which is You read a couple pieces of paper, or you read. It changes based on how dense the information is, how familiar you are with the information. But the idea is you just read it, then you look away from the stimulus. You close your eyes away from the book, and you think to yourself, what did I just read? And then you answer the question of what you just read to yourself in your own words. And then you open your eyes and you keep reading. And then you do it again when it's time to do it again. And just doing that leads to 4 times more knowledge and learning than if you just read it passively. And not only is it 4 times more, and where are we getting these multipliers? Making up numbers. It's like they tested people that used active recall and people that just read the book and then reread it and then reread it and they reread it. And the people that just read it once, used active recall throughout it, retained more than it took than someone that reread the book 4 times. More than that. And the knowledge was deeper. Longer lasting.
Wow.
So
way less time spent and way more retained and understood.
Way less time, way more knowledge. Way more, 4 times just with that. And there's multiple techniques that you can combine together and that have like a synergistic effect. And you're like, okay, well, this is already 4 times. What if I double it now? Now I'm 8x faster than I was without these 2 techniques combined. I'm learning 8 times faster. So I'm spending 1 hour to learn what it used to take me 8 hours. And not only that, I'm learning it deeper. I'm remembering it longer. It's changing the way I interface with the world. It's like deeply learning it. Yeah. And a big idea, just a big lens that I look through for learning is effort. Really, it's that feeling of agitation. Mm-hmm. You're like, oh, this is uncomfortable. You don't want to do it. The more you have of that, the deeper it encodes, because the same neurotransmitters that are released from that agitation are, they basically, the way I see it is they tag or they highlight this neural circuit and they say, okay, save this spot. Something's not right here. Like our guy is feeling like agitated and pissed off. Like this is not smooth. Yeah. Something needs to change. Something needs to get updated. Something's wrong here. Yeah. And so they'll tag that circuit. And then when you go to bed, your brain will be like, okay, let's look at all the tags. What was going on here? How can we, what was wrong? Let's like try to understand what was wrong. And it will go over it when you're sleeping, that information that was like agitating. And we'll go over it multiple times. And I don't remember if that goes through it like backwards or something, but the brain is deeply going over that information. It's like, what was wrong?
It's so involved.
Right.
And just that minor feeling of agitation.
Right.
Okay.
And when you go to sleep that night, then it goes over, updates that area. Like, there you go. It's now reset. And now you're like, you try it again.
Okay.
And if it's still agitating, your brain's like, yo, it's still not right. Let's continue to develop it.
Yeah.
But it comes from like the evolutionary perspective of like limited resources. We have only so few resources. To reshape the brain costs a lot of resources, both materially and in time and potential. Like your brain is not going to change unless it's important to. It's not going to devote the resources. So if you go through your day and everything's easy, nothing's agitating, your brain's like, great, made it through the day with our current brain. That means our brain is good. Let's not waste any time or resources updating or changing it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And when you passively read something or listen to something, your brain's like, nice, we got through the task. Cool. Good. We're good.
Yeah. We don't need to spend any extra energy picking anything up from the task.
No.
Because all you did was read it passively.
Or you heard it.
Or you just heard it.
And it's enjoyable. Sometimes it's like, I'm at the point where it's enjoyable and relaxing to read, just to read. And it's like, or you're listening to a podcast or you're listening to someone talk. You're like, yeah, I like this. Your brain's like, great.
Yeah.
Great. We don't need to change. Awesome. We made it through. We got it. And good on you. We got it.
So, there's so many questions I have to ask. So basically what you're saying, right? Is you like that feeling of like you said, you describe it as agitation. That feeling that you don't want to have to study for the next 8 hours, right? That's what you mean.
Wait, say it again.
Like you don't like when you know you have to study for something. You don't want to do it. Like we're not primed to want or enjoy to have to study for a certain amount of time.
Okay.
Is that what you mean by agitation?
No, what I mean by agitation is like you're doing a math problem.
Okay.
And you get it wrong.
Okay.
And you're like, damn, bro, like this is pissing me off.
Okay.
That agitation.
The frustration.
Okay. And the effort it takes to like keep pushing through.
Okay. That's what you mean. Okay.
And just in general, it's a general statement, but like, and that's what active recall is. It's like to actually sit down and close your eyes and put the book away and think about like, all right, let me digest, let me synthesize this information, especially if it's complex, even if it's not.
Yeah.
It's effortful. It's easier just to keep reading and be like, next page, done. Versus like, all right, let me break, close my eyes and think about what I just read.
I see.
That's effort right there.
Yes. Sorry, I just interrupted.
Yeah, no worries.
That is such a big part of growth right there. And I'm going to say so many cliche statements if you don't know it. Like, I'm going to say so many cliche things, but that's a big part of growth because your idea kind of fits into the idea that the brain wants to maintain a steady state of homeostasis. It wants to keep everything the same from the beginning to the end, day in, throughout. So that ties into your idea. Passive reading is not going to completely remove it from a homeostatic, like steady state. You need to actually put in effort, throw it off of his game, cause a little bit of agitation, a little bit of discomfort, so your brain can grow all those, or I don't know how it like
something changes.
Something changes. It has to change to adapt to a little bit of discomfort,
right?
And that's a perfect way to explain it, and that kind of makes it easy for me to kind of grasp. So that's kind of where we're going. Like that. Now I just painted a picture, right? Because I made a connection. Because I used to hate reading, and I still do. I hate reading.
Okay.
And I think that's a big reason why is because I was always doing it passively. I was never challenging myself to actually.
It wasn't working.
It wasn't working. I always thought like, okay, I'm just gonna sit here and word after word, just look at it, glance, and I'm just gonna know the information from there. I never thought to actively like test myself over it.
Yeah.
Like you said, close the book, close your eyes, and get it wrong.
Yeah.
Try to explain it, get it wrong. And your brain's going to be like, now we have to get it right.
Yeah.
Because you threw us off our steady state. Yeah. You threw us off our game.
And then you'll wake up and you'll have a new perspective on it. Yeah. And you'll probably understand it better.
Yeah.
Way better.
Yeah. I'm going to read after this.
Yeah.
Maybe, probably not. But I love that.
Yeah. You don't need to read if you don't want to.
Well, what do you mean?
You can learn. It's not about the reading. You know, I used to think the books were everything. The books are nothing. The books are just vehicles of information.
Okay.
You can get the information however you want to get the information. Yeah. The books are not the only source. Videos work just as well as books, as long as you active recall.
Yeah. Pause it like a minute or two in. What did I just watch?
Yeah, even just at the end of the video, if you just think about what did I just learn, and you put it into your own sentences. There's this concept of learning I learned. Apparently, it's Elon Musk's one of his ideas of learning, and it's you can't understand what you can't connect. And so you're getting all this information, right? It's this exterior thing, and you're trying to throw this exterior shit into your brain, and your brain's like, we don't know where we're putting this. Like, what is this? It doesn't. Because you're not going to just create a whole new like section of your brain that's like this book, not overnight, at least not one day. So what's much more effective is you start with where you're at and you build with where you're at. You take the information and then you use it to think your own thoughts. And if you think your own thoughts, that means it's coming from stuff you already know, and you're connecting this new stuff to things you already know. And there you go. Now all you have to do is just connect it. Versus having to rebuild the whole neural structures of like information. That takes ages.
Yeah. That's when I would kind of watch and glance over videos like on how to learn or the best ways to kind of input information and retain it, a lot of the repeating themes I would hear would be active recall and applying it to your own life. That's something that I've kind of done in the past. I
Mhm.
don't do it as much as I should. But one thing that does help me too is like, when I'm reading over something that's so foreign, like studying for chemistry, for
Mhm.
example, I can't relate chemistry as well because it's hard to
What
relate.
do you have to connect it to?
What do I have to connect it to?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's kind of what I'm getting to. Like
You don't think about atoms on a daily basis. You don't
not
think
at all,
about molecules. Like you don't it's not like part of your experience.
not at all.
It's a
No,
new thing.
yeah, very new thing.
But you do know language, you know English, so you
Mhm.
can connect it to your own thoughts about that you already have. You're like, well, and that's why metaphors and analogies are so powerful. You're like, you start thinking of things as analogies, like, oh, the size of an atom is the size of a basketball compared to the size of the Earth, like, or something like that. That was pretty vague, but like, you try to quantify things with things you do understand. Like, if an atom was the size of a basketball, then like my body is the size of the solar system. That's how small an atom is, right? It can put it to scale
Yeah,
and have certain things interact with each other. Like, oh, this is like this, like a simile or a metaphor or analogy. Like, this makes sense because of this. And whatever you've got to use. It's going to be unique to your experiences. You're like, this is kind of like this. And it is to you. And you've already understood this pattern that you're relating it to. And now you're just saying, oh, this new thing is just this thing. Just with, you know, change the wording a little bit, but the pattern is the exact same thing. There you go. You learned something for life. That thing's not going away.
Yeah.
Because you already understood the pattern. You just needed to like, but if you try to relearn this thing from the scratch, good luck. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. And I feel like to kind of go hand in hand with the agitation of getting something wrong, and helping you learn something quicker and retaining it is also the feeling of excitement in piecing things together, piecing together a puzzle. Uh, like different people are going to want to learn different things. Different people are going to have different interests. And when you learn something at first that you don't care about as much, but then tie it into things that you are interested in,
Mhm.
or things that you think about on a daily basis, it you build a general excitement for it because you're like, oh, I'm actually piecing these together. I'm making sense of this.
Uh-uh.
It's making me more excited.
Oh yeah.
Humans love, like as humans, we love piecing together puzzles. Like,
Yeah.
and I think that's another big element to it. Uh,
Yeah. I don't see any separation anymore between any subjects. Years ago, I thought that was a profound thing of being like, biology and whatever you want to say, philosophy or biology and rockets and physics or religion or sports. It's all the same stuff. There's no difference.
Explain.
We just drew a line in the stand and said, this is where biology ended and this is where chemistry starts, just for simplicity to help us be able to rationalize it and think about it.
Okay, I'm trying to put down what you're saying. So it's all the same. What do you mean? It's all the same as in what context?
Like the big picture, like all knowledge, theoretically, everything there is to know, you could ever know, all the information
Yeah.
is like one big map on the wall. And we just decided to take a magnifying glass and go up to one part and say, this is biology. And then we go to a different part of the map and say, this is physics.
So does that play? So you having that realization, does that play a part into why? Because knowing you, right, like kind of on a more personal level, you have a lot of genuine interest in a lot of different things, like different
Yeah.
themes, music. Then you have interest in biology. Then you have interest in psychology, and then you have like you have an interest in so many things. Like, did it start from that realization that everything is the same? So, do you have this like same general excitement to learn about everything? Okay.
For the most part, I have to put it through a lens and be like, I only have so much time. Time is the limiting resource. What's the most like high leverage? But it started with like, I was a business guy. Like I only read business books. I'm like, that's all that matters. Like I'm a business guy. I'm a money guy. I'm an investing guy. I'll talk about money and business all day, and that's all I care about.
Yeah.
And then I read a book on science, and I'm like, whoa, that was the most interesting thing I've ever thought about. And I'm like, maybe I'm not just a business guy. Maybe I'm a science guy. I started reading a lot of books on science. And then I read a book on like history and anthropology. I'm like, whoa, this is really no different than science. And then I realized, oh, you can apply science to business. Like business is just the application of science. I mean, that's what it's becoming. And then and philosophy, the philosophy of science and epistemology, what even is knowledge? It's all the same stuff. It's all the same stuff. If you're somebody that's like a pro basketball player, if you genuinely mastered some other subject, you'd be a better basketball player. No doubt. The problem is you have limited time. So you can't just go master something else because the amount of time you use on something else could have been used for basketball, and your competitor did use it on basketball, which gives you a more direct return on basketball. So that guy beats you.
Because he used I don't even know what to say. But it's because he mastered something else and applied it to basketball.
Right.
Okay.
But it was less effective than just continuing to master basketball.
By
But it
itself.
does make you better than someone that did neither. I believe that all knowledge is meta knowledge. And what that means is learning anything makes learning anything after that faster, easier, more effective.
Okay. Do you not think it's kind of like a double-edged sword? Like, because right now you have a realization like I can understand multiple different aspects of life and time and together, apply them to each other, and build this overall arching higher base knowledge. Don't you think it takes more time to do that? One, and number two, can you really master everything? Don't you think it's easier to master one thing instead of? Because do you like when you take time to understand everything, right? Do you really master it all, or is you just get good at it? You know, like it's hard for me to kind of explain like my thought process here, but I feel like you know where I'm getting at.
I don't know what mastery is.
Okay.
We try to quantify mastery by saying a 10,000 hour rule or something.
Yeah.
You know, some way that we can be like, this guy mastered this.
Yeah.
But my take is that no human, no matter how good he's been at whatever he's done, has ever even got close to reaching his potential in that thing alone.
In doing that thing alone.
Not even. Like Michael Jordan was nowhere near how good someone could be, the theoretical max of a human playing basketball. Not even close. Einstein with physics, Newton with physics, Da Vinci with art, Bach, Beethoven with music. None of those people have even scratched the surface of what a human could do. Not even close.
Okay. So, well, that obviously has to tie into like evolution then, right?
Oh, I mean, yeah, everything does eventually.
Yeah, true. Just getting better and better over time. Because is everyone ever going to master? Like, are we ever going to reach that full human potential?
I don't think
so. Like, say in
so.
basketball, right? Like,
no, never.
Right. So, can you quantify mastery to reaching full potential? You really can't, because if we never do reach our full potential, then mastery
no one has
doesn't
mastered
really exist.
anything, right?
No one can ever master anything.
So we just make up a term of mastery based on competition. You say this guy's really good, and these other people try to be as good as him, and they're not. So this guy's the master, right?
I like that better.
It's by comparison.
By comparison, I mean, makes it easier because like it gives mastery a meaning. It gives mastery a meaning because I'm gonna tie this into kind of like the overarching, like the GOAT debate in basketball. It's been for the last decade, LeBron James or Michael Jordan. And the thing that people never really talk about is like these guys played in two different eras. In LeBron's era, basketball, it is at a much higher level. Athlete, like recovery.
The competition, yeah.
The competition.
Just better.
Exercise in general. Technology.
The science,
everything.
the
science
tools.
is just better.
Right.
But can you go and say, back then, you go in 1995 and say Michael Jordan didn't master the game now because LeBron has reached a higher level of it? That's
up to you, I guess. I think LeBron would destroy him like at their peaks.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Yeah,
he just has more tools.
For sure.
He's just, So he's built on the shoulder of him, though, Michael Jordan. They build on the shoulder of giants. The people nowadays that are the best at their field are likely the best that ever existed. And the people in 100 years from now, given that society keeps going,
Mm.
they're going to be way better than anybody was today.
So that gives mastery kind of a little deeper meaning, as in it has to now do with the now, at the present. Who's at the best? Because right now, at the present, due to evolution, humans are we're at our best right now.
Hmm.
Like in terms of what we know, in terms of the tools we have, the technology that we've developed, we're at our best. So whoever is killing the game, whoever's destroying the competition right now, because the competition at its best has reached mastery, not whoever killed the game before with what they had.
Well, but they'll just be one of the people of the past not too long. LeBron will be a guy of the past really soon.
So mastery is it's a finite thing.
I don't know. I just don't even think about mastery.
Yeah.
I do, but I at this point I'm realizing I don't. What's the point?
Yeah.
It's just
What
to
is the
like
point?
what's the point?
Yeah.
It's just to like try to quantify your existence and be like, I use my time better than someone else.
Yeah. It's subjective, I guess, for people that are competitive and look at the world through a competitive lens. But I've digressed a lot. Basically what I was getting to was like, yeah, you have so many genuine interests and you've tied them together because you've seen that now with all these aspects of life. So you can tie them in together. What does that lead to? One thing, like for you, like what do you want out of all this? Like what do you want to master from learning all these different aspects of life and building knowledge off of them?
I don't know
You don't know.
anymore.
You
I
know?
think the less you know, the simpler it is.
Yeah, it just ties back to that.
I want to be rich.
I wanna
And
be
you're like,
rich.
well, what's the point?
Yeah.
What's the point? We're gonna all die, and then everyone that knew us is gonna die. And even if you're the biggest name in history, all the humans will be dead eventually.
Yeah.
The Earth will be gone. Our whole solar system will be gone.
Yeah.
Nothing lasts. Like it's all some tiny existence that even spending time saying a word to describe the size of it is like butchering how small it is in the grand scheme of one universe. And we think there may be multiple universes. This universe we now think is like 16 billion years, I think, since we launched the new whatever telescope up a couple like last year. We used to think it was 12 billion years old. Now I think it's like 16 or 17 billion years old. We're not good as humans of thinking numbers that big. We can't quantify 16 billion, but you can try. And civilization is like 5,000 years old ish. 5,000 is big, but how many 5,000s does it take to get to 13 billion?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't answer that.
If you're if you got $13 billion, like, $5,000 is like nothing. You don't notice if you make 5,000 or lose 5,000.
Yeah,
like
a penny to you.
It's probably less than a penny.
Definitely.
And that's how long civilization is in human civilization is in the universe.
It all kind of just goes the deeper you go to everything and the meaning, right? Which is again subjective, but all of it goes into just survive and reproduce while we're here.
I've thought about it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I actually want to have kids. I don't know. I don't know if I want to pass on my genes. Maybe it's time for this lineage to end.
Dang. Okay.
Who knows?
Yeah.
It's a
lot. You don't want a lot of the same cores running around.
I think I have to, before I'm going to continue, I would like to think I'm going to think about it and see if it's, in my view, a good or bad thing. If there is a good or bad thing.
Okay.
Because what is life? I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure is a lot of suffering. That's a given. You're never going to live a sufferless life. Some people it's really good, apparently. Some people life is really bad. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is. I think biologically fulfillment comes from like family. I think having kids and caring for your kids and caring for your family probably brings you fulfillment in life more than anything else.
Yeah. And it's something that we can't understand because we haven't had kids, but
Right. But I think life changes a lot when you do.
yeah, for sure, for sure. All your time, everything, every fiber of your being is devoted to
Right.
this new life, raising it,
Right.
growing, and
Because that's what
teaching.
that's what led to the most fit creatures that kept reproducing, and the ones that had parents that didn't
Yeah.
spend time devoting to their development of their kids. Those ones probably didn't reproduce as much.
Yeah.
Have kids of their own.
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah.
Interesting, but I'm sure like everyone thinks about having kids and whatnot, and um, I have a nephew, or not a nephew, my bad, a little cousin at home. He's like 3 years old, and then I have another one who's like one, and just looking at him running around, like it's just so cool to see like where we come from, like where we start, like we're just
Yeah.
dumb little babies that know nothing. Like all we care about eating, playing, sleeping, diaper change, and that's it. And then we grow into such complicated like people. Like life becomes so much more complicated.
Yeah.
It's just crazy to see, kind of, and it's just full circle. But yeah, life, dude. Life.
Yeah. There's a lot to take in. Sometimes I think like maybe it's better. Maybe the way of the child is like the return to like better life.
Yeah.
Go back to the simplicity of life.
I mean, that's when you're at your happiest, is when you're a child. When you have less worry, less stress,
Yeah.
less things to have
Overall.
to worry about. Yeah.
But I think you just feel everything more. You have less filters.
Yeah.
You start crying out of nowhere. You start getting mad out of nowhere. You can't control yourself. You just live in the moment.
Yeah. Living the moment. I've learned that living in the moment's like, for me personally, is like the best way to kind of live life. I mean, it's that saying, like, you live in the past, you're depressed. You're always living in the future, you're anxious.
Yeah.
You live in the moment, you're happy.
Yeah.
And it kind of works. It's just hard to do when life gives so many taxing challenges your way. You can't help but have to live in the past or the future. And
But the child doesn't.
the child, yeah,
They don't care.
they don't care. They don't remember like crap in their pants like 30 seconds ago. Like they don't care at all.
And I'm sure when you have kids, you kind of relive it a little bit. You like live through your children.
Ooh, maybe that's why where a lot of the happiness, or maybe a lot of like fulfillment comes from new parents and parenthood. It's like it kind of brings them a nostalgic feeling.
Brings them back to their roots.
Yeah, literally, like, wow, like here's this kid, like he doesn't know what he's doing, like no thought between those eyes. It's just based off of feeling. I was there at one point, and I have to now help him like in every step of his way. And
Yeah.
just like it's like a full circle moment. Like it brings you back to that time. It brings you back to that happiness you felt.
All right.
You had nothing to worry about.
I need to pee. You want to take a break?
Hey, yeah, let's take a break.
Right.
Yeah. Oh my god,
Dude, how long have we been going?
I don't know, dude. I've just been rambling, dude.
2 hours.
Wow.
I mean, I'm down to do a little more if you want to take a little break and get back in.
I'm down, yeah. Oh,
Alright,
we're back in here?
Yeah, we're back.
Okay, hell yeah. Let's jump in. Oh, man.
Oh. Dude, my back.
It's feeling good
I
now.
am back and with my back.
We had a brief intermission. Sam was just strumming his guitar, playing me some love tunes. Sam was trying to seduce me with his guitar.
Well, you're reading that book. That was the wrong time to be reading it.
Yeah. I was reading The Art of Seduction by Robert Greene. What? Did you read that book?
I mean, as much as you saw the notes, did you see the notes?
I did.
It was not the whole book.
Mm.
I only picked some pieces out.
Yeah. From every book I've picked up, I like the first page was literally just like doused in notes.
Those were all active recall. Those just came from my head. I didn't like write them as I wrote. Like I got everything, and at the end, I wrote that all. That's everything I could remember.
Oh man, and that's what you stuck with. Okay, yeah, that's one thing. Like I just always want to get the bigger picture, but like this, I feel like you can't. Like there's so many. Like in that one book, right? The Laws of Human Nature. Like part of me was like,
thick.
Oh yeah, that's a thick one, dude. Like there's so much to it. Like the bigger picture, it would take you probably like a page to write it fully. Out of everything in that. Yeah, I think so.
I think it would take like 400.
What?
How long is the book?
The book is like 500 pages.
All right, then probably 500.
No. Like just to get the bigger picture.
Oh, the bigger picture.
The bigger picture, yeah.
The bigger picture, you're probably getting like a page, yeah.
Yeah.
A few sentences, actually.
But you miss so much, I feel like.
Yeah. Diminishing returns, though.
Diminishing returns.
Yeah.
What is that? What does that mean?
It means like the first hour I spend is the most valuable hour per unit hour. And then the second hour is a little bit less. And then by hour 50, you're getting like barely anything. You're just getting like tiny little details left.
Yeah.
But like the bulk of it comes at the beginning.
Is it like throughout your whole experience of reading the book, or just in the first like day, first couple? Like, what do you mean?
Like, I just mean in time spent. If I'm gonna spend like, I'm gonna put out 100 hours. I'm gonna devote 100 hours to this book. I can get like 90% of the information in like an hour.
Oh, okay.
So like the rest of the 99 hours, I'm spending just getting tiny details.
Is it an energy thing? Like, because you have your most energy when you started?
Oh no, it's just getting the main ideas. Like every book only has a few ideas, big ideas.
Yeah.
And if you can just articulate the big ideas, that's most of the book. Most of the book is just like defending why that person got to that point, or like supporting details,
or just milking it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's milk the same.
Hopefully I don't have that many books that are like that.
Dude, you know what you should do? After reading all these books, you should write your own book. Like just a whole collective, everything you've understood from what you've read and learned from life, and just Sam Corey.
I think that's what like my YouTube channel and this podcast and stuff is like kind of trying to do. It's this information.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want to write a book, because what's the point?
I mean, yeah, I guess if you don't want to.
Maybe, yeah. Sure. There's a lot of values, because you get to sit with some ideas and really flesh them out, really develop a couple ideas.
Yeah.
I just haven't had the like, I have this idea of something I want to develop, and then like 2 weeks later, I'm like, yeah, that idea is like outdated. Like, good thing I did not devote any more time to that. I've got better knowledge now. So it's like an never ending race of like, when do I decide like this is good information that I need to develop and like share?
Interesting. Do you ever write, like just on your free time? Do you just like sit there and just write whatever's on your mind?
I've got journals. I'm on like the 6th one. I filled up 5 of them, like on the path to fill up the 6th one.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of. That's not that much writing compared to like a writer, but
yeah, not as a writer, but just like on like kind of to like on a meditative kind of like journaling, because like journaling is very meditative. It's a way to kind of better express your thoughts and see them clearly on a page and be able to group them, right? Like, this is what I'm thinking, but it's so cluttered in my head. Maybe if I just write it down, I can understand it better if I'm reading it from my own writing, or you know what I mean? That's kind of how I see it. I don't write much, but when I do this, it helps me. Helps me to group my thoughts better.
Yeah, it lets you just develop a stream of consciousness.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like new ideas, new inputs, in and out, in and out, in and out. You don't have time to think in paragraphs.
Yeah.
Let me think. Today I did, you're like already on to the next thing in your brain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it lets you like just like keep it alive, keep a stream of consciousness alive, and be like looking at it. You're like, this is what I'm thinking. Like, interesting.
Interesting. So when it comes to verbal fluency, right, and being able to express your thoughts clearly, is that something you've looked into? And I'm asking this now because for the audience, if you guys haven't noticed, it's been a lot of uhs and ums and just use the same words over and over. And there's a lot that goes into it, but that's one thing I've kind of been trying to work on is like verbal fluency. You
So
know,
you're saying you said a lot of ums?
well, yeah, well,
I don't know. Maybe I have as well.
maybe it's just
I
part
haven't
of our
even
speech
noticed
patterns.
yours.
Really?
No, yeah.
Okay. I feel
No.
like yeah, just been a lot of ums and using the same words kind of a lot of the times, but
Hmm.
that's one thing I've always tried to work on is like I want to use the right word for everything. Say the right
Yeah.
thing at all times.
That's like a level you'll never reach. I don't think anyone will.
I don't know, man. I feel
The
like
perfect
I can.
word for everything.
The perfect word for everything.
There's so many things you'll never know though, how to articulate.
That's true.
I just think like anything is better than nothing. Like the act of trying to articulate it is like the act of learning. You will get better. It's like when I'm talking about evolution, I realize like I know so little about evolution and I know even less about how to articulate it. But the act of like talking about it, tomorrow I'll be able to be like, if I had another podcast, you have those things where like, oh, I should have said that. You know what I'm saying?
I hate those.
That's learning, bro. That's learning. Like
Yeah.
your brain had time to process it and go back, and you learned. So it's all a process.
Yeah, that's true. I just obviously I wish it was easier. I wish I had all those like, oh, I wish I had said that right then at the moment. Right then, I wish I had that comeback right away. You know? Instead of just waiting 7 hours and then thinking about it in the shower.
Yep.
You know, everybody can relate. Everybody. Dude, shower thoughts are there's something behind that too. Like I've noticed, like when I'm doing something just very meaningless, taking a shower or just trying to go to bed, my brain is at the most like it's hard to explain. It's that the thoughts are so fluid, they're so clear, and I can never reach it throughout the day. It's only when I'm doing something completely meaningless. You know what I mean?
Sometimes I like not falling asleep because I just have such good ideas. I'm like, I love that idea.
yes.
Then you forget about it.
You forget about it. Never come to it again. It's just gone. It's like, wow, like if only I could access this part of my brain every day throughout the day, I'd be a genius.
Oh yeah. There's a lot to sleep and like learning.
Yeah.
And that state of like falling asleep, you get a lot of good ideas. I think like multiple people, historical figures like Edison and some other people have been, maybe Einstein as well. They all get accredited this story of like they'd sit there with a problem and they can't figure something out.
Yeah.
And they'd hold like metal balls in their hand or something that when they drifted off, they would drop and it would wake them up. And they'd right then and there have the idea they needed. Right when they're falling asleep, they get the idea they need and then they go back to work.
Really?
Yeah. That's been attributed to like multiple like artists and like scientific geniuses.
Just sitting there.
Falling asleep, literally. But waking up right when you like felt unconscious, like your limbs go numb. You get woken up by some stimulus and then you're like, the idea came to you.
Has it ever happened to you? Have you ever came to a thought after just sitting there and falling asleep and then?
I don't know. I don't use that strategy, I guess. I don't fall asleep unless it's time to go to bed. I'm not tired.
Yeah. But
there's a lot of historical geniuses that have had like strange.
What the hell? I have no clue what that was.
Yeah, we just had a shake of the apartment, but
yeah.
A lot of strange and abnormal like sleep behaviors. They like leverage sleep without knowing like the modern science.
Interesting. Well, you meditate a lot.
I have.
Yeah. You actually have a video on your YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Where you meditate for an hour.
Yeah, that was the longest I've sat in a meditative state or position for an hour. My legs were like messed up after that. They felt really good, but I had so much pain. Like I couldn't. It was more for show. Like I was not actually meditating. That. I mean, it's a whole thing, bro. Meditation is a whole thing. It's like everyone seems to think they're doing it wrong, but that is actually doing it right. The process of you thinking you're doing it wrong is like the process of meditating. It's a strange thing.
Okay. Because from the amount of times I've tried to do it, I've thought the same thing. I'm like, yeah, I don't feel anything. Like I don't feel anything happening, kind of.
I guess you don't know what to expect, right? When you're starting. What are you going and expecting?
What am I going and expecting?
Yeah.
Like I guess to come out of it more mentally with
Hmm.
more mental clarity, and less brain fog.
You don't think that does that though?
You don't think? Oh, it does. I think it does.
Just
It's
stopping
just.
everything, closing your eyes.
I think it does. I think I just expect such a drastic change in my uh like mental.
I don't know. I think it's just like an illusion. Like
Hmm.
you don't realize it, but like the act of you being like, this isn't working. You're like, well, now you're mentally clear. You're thinking in complete sentences.
You're yeah.
This isn't working. Let me go do something productive. And the whole point was like to figure out what to do.
Yeah, literally.
It
I mean,
worked then.
I see. Yeah, I see what you mean. Um, I guess I just expect too much from it. Like I expect to come back and like solve calculus. Oh, I meditated for 30 minutes. Like now I'm just gonna be so bright and so smart and all that stupid stuff.
It's
But
fun, bro, because I literally have a system where like if I want to master calculus, like I can do it
yeah,
pretty easily, like pretty quickly.
dude, you should tell everybody about your ACT journey because this ties so much into how you figured out how to learn and like just being persistent, with mastering something. Because you took the ACT. Let me get this right. 8 times.
7 or 8,
That's ridiculous.
maybe
7 or 8
more.
times.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, until you got a 36.
Right. Well, I got a 35.25 composite and a 36 super score, and that was the last time I could take it. I can't take it again because of my age.
Oh,
Or I probably would take it again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Does it stop? You can't take
You can't
it?
take it after 21.
Oh, wow.
Not officially.
Oh, no
But
way.
like unofficially I scored perfect scores like 10 plus times probably. Like perfect, not as in like a 36, like a 36 in every category.
Just when you're on like studying, like taking
Yeah.
the booklets and
Yep.
stuff.
And unfortunately, the last time I took it, they had a really strange English curve. And I had scored a 36 in the English 3 times. And that time I got like a 35 or a 34. And it was like,
What the
wow.
heck? I've never heard
So
of a
unfortunate.
curve that lowers your score.
You had, yeah. It was unfortunate, but it was beneficial in the end. But yeah.
Well, tell me about that. Like the drive to just get a 36. Like, because at one point, once you get like 32, 33, 34, to me, it's like I've aced it.
Uh-huh.
I killed it. Like I don't need. Well, this is just subjective, by the way. But like a 36 and a 34, what you hear a lot of people say it's the same thing. Maybe you
percentile wise, they're both like 99th. Literally in both 99th. There's like fractions of percentiles after that.
No, literally. So I'm assuming like you had got from the first couple of tries, you'd gotten like around like 33s, 34. You were in that 99th percentile every time you've taken it.
I think I started the first time I took it was in 7th grade and I got like a 19. And
Stupid. I'm kidding.
And then I think the first time I took it in high school, I got like a 30.
Just nuts. Which is nuts. So you weren't satisfied. You weren't satisfied with that 30.
No.
Why? Why not?
I don't know. I just always wanted a 36. Like I wanted to tie the booklet closed. I learned everything they wanted to teach me in high school, tied the loose ends, show I can achieve, really spectacular, extraordinary results. It changed. The motivation changed a lot throughout it, but a lot of it was like, I'm just not going to give up. Like I tried really hard last time. Like I'm going to keep coming back until I finish it.
Yeah.
Did my best.
Yeah. You pretty much did it. And this kind of ties, you have on your bathroom mirror, you have like a diagram, right? It's, that the two different learning or outcomes or those brains.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to explain it as well, so I'm going to leave it to you. But one is the person that doesn't reach their potential versus the person that does reach their full potential. And there's different factors that kind of play a part into that. Talk to me about that, because that kind of ties into like how you are. Like you're just never satisfied and you always want to reach your full potential and you always want to finish the job.
That was That was a book I read much later after the ACT. That would have completely changed how I studied for the ACT.
Mm.
But I always had a bit of it. It's called Mindset by Carol Dweck, and she's like a Stanford psychologist. She might be the head of the Stanford psychology department, like the Huberman of psychology.
Okay. Shout out Huberman. Shout out that boy.
Yeah, she's got her like work has been on like growth versus fixed mindset. It's basically just how you see the world. It's how you see effort. It's how you see achievement. It's how you see intelligence. It's how you see talent. It's how you see failure. And a growth mindset is you think everything is mutable. You believe it. You believe that you can become smarter. You believe you can develop skill in anything you want. You don't believe talent is like just talent and genius is just genius and you're born with it. In the other group, well, it's not a group. Everybody has a little bit of both. It's a spectrum. The fixed mindset is the opposite, really. It's you have innate abilities that you cannot change. And no matter how hard you try, it doesn't matter. The reason why some kids get good grades and some kids get high paying jobs is because they're smarter. That's it. You can't change that. They're just smart. And it leads to a whole different way of living. It's a whole different way of taking on challenges. The person that has a fixed mindset will not take on challenges.
Yeah.
Because the challenge itself shows that they don't have the thing. If you think you're smart and you have to do something challenging, you're like, well, I guess I'm not smart then.
Yeah.
I guess it was not true.
You don't face the challenge.
Right. You avoid it because it shows you that that fixed thing you have or you thought you were, you don't have. Because smart kids don't struggle. They just get it right. They just know it because they're smart.
Yeah.
They know physics because they were born knowing physics because they're smart.
Yeah.
So they avoid all the challenges. And the challenges, like we've already discussed, is like the effort is what leads to the growth. And so they stop growing and they avoid challenges and they stop growing and they see failure as proving that they are incompetent, proving that they're dumb, proving that they can't do things. Whereas people with growth mindset look at failure as like, oh, awesome. I just learned another way of how not to do it. I learned a lot on the journey, and now I'll try again with this new information.
And that's what that's a big theme that it all comes down to is how one handles failure. And we all at some point in our lives, we look at failure in a negative light. Most people do. We all do. We've all done it for different aspects of our lives. We've failed at something and been like, oh man, like that's it. Like close the book on it. I failed. Like I give up. You just give up, right? But you've told me, and you were telling me this a couple of days ago, you've kind of looked at failure in a different lens. That's kind of shifted your perspective and reaching your potential. So talk to me more about how you've looked at failure differently and how you use it more of as like a tool to helping you progress instead of a stopping point.
I never see the failure as like the end point. Never is.
Yeah.
I just don't believe it. I won't believe it.
Yeah.
And that's why some things are so hard for me, like not winning state soccer in high school, and you can't go back. You literally just can't go back to high school and play the state tournament again.
Yeah, it's all she wrote, you know.
That's something that like kills me, because otherwise I would get up again every year and keep going until it's done. But most things in life you can keep coming back. The big stuff you can keep coming back forever, and you only are done when you die. And just because you stop doing something for a couple months or a couple years, you can always come back. And when you do come back, the failure wasn't the end, and that was just learning.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes a lot of like getting away from it, thinking you were done, quitting, then reflecting like, man, I would do it so differently. And then you do it differently. You never ended it. It was all one continuous story that never ended. And I think seeing like I'm done with something is, you're not looking at the long term. It's short-sighted. It's unfortunate.
That ties back into your oh crap, I'm blanking here. Compound interest. Look at it.
It all does.
The long term.
Right.
Right.
That's probably what a big thing that came from it, was looking over my whole life.
So What have you failed at recently that you're trying to um, get back at and learn from and improve at?
I don't know. Maybe,
You couldn't strum the guitar
yeah,
to that
music.
SpongeBob song.
Yeah, music. Guitar is one that's a very humbling thing. It's like
Mhm.
I'm so good at learning. Well, then why can't I not play anything I want right away on a guitar?
Yeah.
I want to.
Yeah.
I truly want to. And show it teaches me a lot about sometimes learning just takes a long time, and that I don't know everything about learning right now, not even close. And that's freeing too. It's like I can still learn how to find out how to be more efficient at learning. I can find more multipliers and I can keep getting better. But I think the day that I'm like, I can play the guitar perfectly, anything I want, any feeling I want to express, it comes out of my hand into the world and frequencies, and then I'll be like, all right, I've now mastered like learning.
What now on this music aspect, what do you want out of music besides like being able to strum the guitar to anything you can, right? Mastering the guitar. Would you be down to like join a band if the opportunity was presented to you?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I There's something about music for me that is like spiritual,
Yeah.
and it's a feeling that I've experienced, these peak experiences involved with playing music or listening to music, that I'm like, it's like a feeling of ecstasy. And that's probably what keeps bringing me back, is like this feeling of like transcendence that I've only felt really with music. And you combine it with like psychedelics. Like I've been in psychedelic states, and I'll hear music or I'll play music, and it will take me to like a different frequency of being. And I'm like, what else is there to do in life besides like try to feel like that more often?
And that's kind of where you're at right now. You want to transcend in the music and
Yeah.
man.
I want to express like my soul through sound so that everyone else can like experience it with me in real time.
Oh, okay.
Like not even like most people like think about music. For everyone has a different like idea. Like for me, it's like, dude, I just want to be so in tune with like the infinite of like life and the universe and like everything there is.
Yeah.
And to just like be a conduit, be like a voice that channels that.
Oh, so oh man, you just unlocked something. And so what you're saying, right? It sounds like you're saying you want to be an artist and you want to create. And you want to create music and you want people to hear your music and feel what you feel. Right? Feel that euphoria that you feel when you're listening to music, when you're
Yeah.
just strumming around your guitar in that psychedelic state.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's so I always looked down on music for many years, just like I looked down on sports. I was like a kid that was into money and business, and I was like, sports and music, it's a waste of time. Seriously, like, I didn't even pay any attention.
Yeah.
I liked it. I didn't like that I liked it. I was like, this is a waste of time. And one time I was like tripping on shrooms, and I heard like this Red Hot Chili Peppers song. And I just like had my eyes closed, and I was like basically like not crying, but like I was in like pure bliss, ecstasy when I was like, that day I like fell in love with music.
Wow.
Like the whole thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how to express it besides like that sentence. Like I fell in love with it. And like I've had periods where I try to push it away and it always comes back. Like for all the good and bad in it. For a long time, I thought like maybe it's like demonic and bad and like satanic, and it was very scary. And I tried to push it away and hide it, but now like I don't know, like I've accepted it. Like music, like I don't think it's good or bad. I think it's just an amplifier
To your emotions.
to everything, the message you want to push. And like the other day, I was thinking like, I don't read books anymore. Like I listen to Kanye albums.
Yeah. There you go. Like, like he is a perfect example because if you dissect his music and you actually pay attention, like besides just the tunes and the rhythm, he's doing exactly what he wants you to do, and he's making you
Yeah.
feel exactly how he wants you to feel. He wants to make you feel empowered. His music makes you feel so powerful, and
Yeah.
it's crazy how he does it through his rhythms and his tones and his voice and the power in his voice, and it's just like you want to copy this. Like this is
I
inspiring.
want to be part of it. Yeah.
You want to be part of it
Yeah. I want to do it better.
and do it better. You want to be better than Kanye. Huh?
Yeah.
Hey man, what's stopping you? Like nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing's stopping you. But
For sure. That's the thing is like there's some albums, some music that it's like this speaks to like life more than any book I've ever read. Something in this act of creation, they struck something, they found some truth that you can't express with words alone. The lyrics, no, you take away the lyrics, it's not the same. You take away any of the drums or the guitar, it's not the same. It's the bringing it all together.
yeah.
And that there's something there. It's like you feel like I don't know if I could learn this or feel this way any other way.
Yeah, I agree. And another thing is like when you're listening to, I'm gonna just bring like an example, like sad music, like
Mhm.
Frank Ocean is my
You think of
favorite
him as sad?
example. Huh?
You think of him as sad?
Some of his music, like Blonde. If you listen to Blonde, a lot of it's really sad. You know, like Solo tracks like that.
Oh, I love Solo.
I love Solo too. I was playing that on the way over here.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I love that song. But
I don't think of it as sad.
You
Not for
don't?
me.
really?
No, I just think of it as like beautiful. Like he's got like he expresses like beauty.
He does.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he is like expressing beauty.
Because I'm saying he's expressing his sadness, I feel like.
I think that's probably beautiful
Okay. Okay.
because it's what he's really feeling. I think the greatest music of all time has been like some person was like fully vulnerable to their true state and their true intentions, and they weren't hiding anything. They weren't trying to be anything. They just were, and they somehow captured that in sound. And other people, like I listen to it like, whoa, like I don't know why this is good.
Yeah.
I don't know the theory behind it. I don't think they cared about the theory either. There's tons of people that know a lot of theory. The Beatles never knew any music theory. Like they knew enough to write songs, and it's just the feeling and the state of like expressing their like inner self fully.
Yeah. No, literally. And you look at some of the most successful artists and bands. I'm gonna use another example, like Nirvana.
Yeah.
Right? Lead singer Kurt Cobain. He wasn't the most talented singer. He didn't have the most beautiful vocals, but he expressed himself, and people fell in love with that.
Yeah.
And like, it's just crazy. Like,
It's so cool.
it's amazing. Like maybe that's what music all comes down to, is allowing the feeling of expression to kind of flow freely and allow other people to freely take it in and do what they want with your expressions. And it's way easier said than done, I feel like, because emotions, expressions, it's so hard to let them out, you know, in any way. Like not even just music. Like it's hard to speak about your emotions. It's hard to speak about what's going on in your inner self. You know, that's just stuff you just don't want to share. But for a lot of other people, I feel like music is a very easy way to do that rather than just talking about it, you know?
Yeah, it's their way to that they maybe found to reach that authenticity where they're comfortable to like maybe not, I don't know. Some
I
people,
agree.
for each person their own, maybe.
Yeah, for each person their own. But I agree with you. I mean, for me personally, like, you know, when I don't want to share much and when I'm feeling down or under the ropes, like listening to music itself is like, yeah, like you know how I'm feeling. You know?
Dude, if you're
Like,
feeling a Kanye song, you feel like you're like, I could fucking do anything right now.
oh,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Like I can do anything. And then you try it and you're like, fuck.
that's, that's so real. Like I was listening to it was like last year, I was going to take a test that I did not study for at all. And I was listening to a song off of what was that album? It was one of his albums, where he just screams like all the time. I forgot what it's called. But I was listening to that. I used to listen to one of his songs like before every test, and I'd be like, I feel good.
Oh,
I'm
you
gonna
listen
kill
to it
this.
before a song?
Oh,
Or before a test?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. I
that's
used to listen to
sweet.
Kanye before tests, and I'd be like, I'm gonna kill this. Like, I feel so good. Go in, and I just bomb it. I fail it so bad. But in that moment, it made me feel so good, you know? Like, I can't explain it. I can't.
Dude, I want that feeling like all the time, bro.
Yes.
I want to
yes.
stop, like, I want it to stop, not stop when the music turns off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I
agree.
want to be able to, like, channel that, like, summon that feeling whenever I want.
Yeah.
And I'd probably, like, live it, like, most of the time. And I think Kanye at his peak, he was. Like, his life was, like, all the time. He's like, let's do this. And he's not saying fuck. He's like, all right. And people around him are like, all right, yep, we can do that. And he's like,
boom. Just
Yeah.
get it. He just does it. It's like the thing that blows me away the most about music is how you can just create something out of thin air. Like this idea. Like obviously
make a whole career, your whole life.
Yeah.
From just sound.
Just sound. Like
something that has no material. You can't touch it.
No. It's all just a feeling, right?
It's the sound's already there. It's just like a way of manipulating the sound to make it like evoke something.
Yeah, through samples and samples.
Samples are nice, yeah.
Samples are.
I mean, Kanye is like he samples everything, right?
Oh yeah, it's like everything is samples. Like you go listen to his music, you can probably go find a lot of his choruses, and just random songs. That's like, oh yeah, that was in the Kanye song. Like that's a Kanye song because he sampled it and he made it something. He made it better.
Yeah.
Sorry to offend some of y'all. That, you know.
Yeah,
whatever.
that's true.
But he makes music better. Like he samples it and he brings it all together, and it's just like I love this.
Dude, I've been trying a little bit.
Really?
I've got like the software and everything.
So you're okay. So you're trying to like produce now.
A little bit.
Okay.
It's daunting. It
is very daunting. It's a lot. These artists spend their whole lives in the studio, bro. They're just in the studio, like literally.
Dude,
that's what they do.
Like I fantasize about that. I'm not gonna lie. I fantasize having enough income where I can literally spend all my life in a studio.
Oh, it'd be so fun.
I do it right now. If I could build a studio right now, I would.
Really?
Oh yeah. If I had like decent amount of money, I probably had enough when I was at high school.
Yeah.
Build like a fully immersive studio. And just bring people in.
Yeah.
Like, okay, what are we feeling when I'm with like this person? What are we outputting in sound? Is there something here? All right, maybe not. Let's try some other people. When we move and mix the people in, it's people. Kanye doesn't make his songs in a vacuum. Look at the credits. There's tons of people on the credits.
A lot.
It's a whole production.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out how to do it.
Mm.
But like a studio would be sweet. Like having my own space where I can make my sound be loud as I want. I got like the top quality like machines. That's like the dream.
The vibe, like you would never want to leave. You eat there, you sleep there. Like
why would you want to leave?
I know I wouldn't.
You just leave just to go feel a little more so you can bring it back to the studio.
Exactly. Go experience more things, right? And then just bring it back.
Yeah.
And evoke it through the studio, the sound systems, everything. It's got to be so addicting. It's got to be so addicting. Like once you start,
I think it's got to be the peak of existence, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Like for like a single male.
Yeah, single asterisk on single.
But maybe I can't speak for like a married man or because I'm not a married man.
Yeah.
Or a father.
Yeah.
But for me right now, like the peak existence is like I'm dropping dope shit. I'm making dope shit every day.
Yeah.
I gotta wake up and do it again.
Yeah.
Like anything I want to do, I can do. Like, what do you mean? Like that's the peak.
Especially for a young kid.
Yeah.
Young kid like us. What about when, here's one thing I've noticed too. music has upsides and downsides. A lot of artists get worse.
Really
Yeah, they get worse. Well, no, they don't get worse, but their music gets worse.
weird. Who are you referring to? Kanye?
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, a little bit, kind of. Like, not that their music gets worse, but it's like they dole out. They don't. Their music, it changes and it adapts, and it just becomes different, and it doesn't attain to the same audience they had starting up. Like, how many times do you hear, right, this artist and their audience is like, oh, this isn't, bring us back to the old Drake, the
Yeah.
old Kanye, right? The
Yeah.
old version. Like, that's what
But
audiences
the
love
person
most.
kept evolving.
That's
The person
true.
kept changing, and now they're in a different state of life.
Maybe the music never got worse. Maybe it's just like the
Just got
nostalgia.
different.
Yeah. Just
Probably got
different.
better. Like objectively, it probably got better.
Probably, honestly.
Like they're more knowledgeable. They have more experience.
Yeah.
But the one you wanted, like the feeling they evoked back then, is not the feeling you want right now, or like the new feeling is not what you want.
Or I agree with, but or also like Drake, for example, back when he started, he was he was doing everything, heavy R&B, heavy rap. He was evoking his emotion. He was just starting in. He was stepping his foot into the scene. Like, this is me. This is Drake. Like, this is who I am. And then now a lot of people say his music is just to make hits, hit the Billboard hits, and just to make money, right? And people say that about a lot of artists. It's like
they sell their soul, bro.
Yeah, that's a whole big thing there.
They stopped being artists and they started being like businessmen.
Yeah.
It sucks, bro. Like, why does Drake need any more money?
He doesn't. He loves money. He loves it. He loves the idea of being on top, being the top dog, and
it's an addiction.
Yeah, 100%.
Because at some point you have everything you need, everything you want. It's just a number at that point. It's like an ego thing.
Yeah.
It's just like, I want more numbers. Like, let me keep hitting like the fucking slot machine lever.
Yeah, literally. Because he's set for life as one of the greatest of all time. It's never going to change. So
in what category? Rap?
You could say. It's very subjective, but you could say that.
When I think of top musicians, I don't think of Drake. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, really?
I'm not trying to drop shade or anything. Like,
yeah. You don't think so? You don't think he's transcending the music scene?
Not at all.
Wow.
Not at all.
Wow.
Kanye's touched it.
Kanye's definitely touched it.
He's touched it, bro.
Definitely.
He's touched it.
Definitely.
Most people that have touched it are dead. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. How come?
They're like living in this state of life of just everything is so much. The lows are so low and the highs are so high. And they catch those highs and lows on the record. And at one point, like just one unlucky time, the high gets too high or the low gets too low and they die.
Especially at young ages, bro. We've seen a lot of artists in our time pass away after making such good music too in their primes. Like Juice WRLD, like XXX.
But I don't think they would have made their music good if they were like, their music would not be the same if they were thinking long term. If they're like, I'm just trying to like be a Warren Buffett.
Wow. So that's what they're missing. They were just chasing the highs in the present. They weren't chasing that long-term success.
I don't know. I think to each their own, like whatever that gets them into a state where they can make the music that they want to make. It doesn't matter if people resonate with it or not. It's like, this is like I heard Juice WRLD talking one time. He's like, I love myself so much in the way I make music. And I was like, damn, I don't even understand that.
But you feel it though.
I can barely understand it.
Yeah.
But I would love to. I'd love to understand it.
Yeah. You don't understand it, but you feel that there's a deeper meaning. Like there's deepness to it, and there's so
he's reached this level of existence, and this like he's tapped into something that I haven't.
Yeah.
At least not at the time, where I can not just listen to music and feel good. Like he's actively producing that from within and expressing it in real time. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm the man, and I can literally show it.
Yeah.
All the time.
Literally. and all he's doing is just saying a bunch of words in a catchy tune over a
But it
catchy
was a
rhythm and
feeling
beat.
of like, no matter what happened, he can't fuck up. He takes the fuck up and makes it into something good right
Yeah,
away. That's what
man,
makes him so good. He keeps rolling with the punches. All the greats are just, they can't get knocked down because they don't know what that means.
man. But it starts with a lot of um trauma. I feel like
Maybe.
maybe. I see a lot of the greats, like didn't have not all of them had terrible upbringings, but they had moments in their lives where they were like, all I can do now is just pursue this, and they just become great. Like,
Really, you think so?
yeah, how many stories have you heard? The David and Goliath. David's like, he's at his lowest. He's facing a challenge that he doesn't think he's gonna survive, and um no, that's a terrible. No, that's a terrible one. Scratch that.
Bro, that's not Juice WRLD of you.
Scratch that. I'm not
Maybe
rolling
it
with the
is.
punch there, but I just like
Wait,
how
hold on. Is my audio coming in good for you?
yeah,
Okay.
that's good. That's good. Yeah.
Your voice sounds a lot clearer in my headphones.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's all good.
All right, keep going.
No, you're chilling. I just like a lot of successful greats had a lot of trauma growing up. They had something in their lives that just pushed them to pursue an art form of one way or the other, and that was their way to cope with what was going on in their life. And they just eventually just that's all they did. That's all they put their energy and mind towards, because everything else in their life was hell, and they became great at it. I see that
I can
happen
see
a
that.
lot.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know if it's everyone though.
No, definitely not. It's not the end all be all to be great, but it's
Dude, but just imagine being Kanye in like 2008. You know?
yeah. Yeah.
You're balling the fuck out, dude, and you're dropping hit after hit.
Because that was his like, was that his My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy?
That was
right?
later.
That was later?
Yeah.
Okay.
2009 was like, I think, Graduation.
Great album.
That's one of my favorites.
Great album, dude.
That I remember doing Beaches listening to that, and I'm like, I'm made for more, man. Like,
yeah.
this is too small.
Yeah, literally. I saw an interview or a part of an interview where he's talking about his music, and he's like, that's me. That's Kanye West. I just make you feel like I'm a billionaire. I make you feel amazing, powerful. And
It's awesome.
It's amazing. Till you go and take a test and you fail it. You're like, man. But no, seriously, dude. I think you should really pursue it. If you really feel that way, like you said, you've tried to leave the music scene. You've tried to put those feelings off, but they just keep coming
They
back.
keep coming back, bro. Everything else feels dull.
Man,
Yeah.
it's a sign, bro. Maybe it's like
No, I mean that genuinely. Like, my life feels like it's not. Like, I feel like a drug addict, dude. Like, I can resonate with drug addicts. They're like, there's no reason. Like, you're like, well, dude, just get sober. They're like, why would I get sober?
what's the point?
Like, I feel like life without this drug is dull. Everything is just dull.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
To each of everyone's drug of choice.
Mm-hmm.
And that's music for me. Like, it's like, why would I not experience music fully? Why would I not pursue this fully? Why would I not? The only reason I would not is because I'm like afraid. I don't know if there's any other reason why I wouldn't.
It's that fear of what's the exact fear of? Just not making it, wasting your time, maybe.
I don't know if I have any fear at all.
Mm.
You know, I used to be like, I have to put out this image of who I am. You know, like, I have to be a successful guy. I got to be super successful. Normal success is not enough. I got to get a 36 on the ACT. I got to go to Harvard. I got to be a billionaire.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I've kind of just like let that go.
Really?
Yeah.
I still think that part of you exists, though.
It does exist, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay dying before any of that comes to fruition.
I still think that part of you exists but in a different form now. Like it's showing itself in a different form through your need to dominate in the music scene. I mean, bro, go back 10 minutes. You said you want to be better than Kanye West. Like you want to do it better than him, you know?
Yeah.
That part of you still exists. The need to
Oh, yeah.
dominate, like the need to be the best,
Yeah.
to be the greatest. Like I don't think you should ever put that out. Put that fire out, you know? I don't think it ever should.
I don't know if it can go out.
I don't think so either.
But something's changed recently where maybe I've realized I need to fail. I need to be vulnerable. I need to be like nothing for the chance to be anything or everything.
Explain. Like
I think the greatest musician, he would behave the same way, whether he knew he was going to be the greatest musician recognized or not, or he's going to be a homeless guy. I think he would behave the exact same way.
okay.
His music is enough to sustain him.
Ooh.
Not the other people's recognition. That's where it gets fucked up. Is where people get addicted to going on stage and stuff, and they just get addicted to not the sound, not the feeling like they're producing. They're getting this external thing, and then they chase the views and they chase the money, they chase the stats, and they chase appeasing other people and giving the people what they want.
Oh, here we go now. So this ties into my early like idea of artists starting with they start with a certain type of music that appeals to an audience, which is their most authentic self when they start. And then, like you said, they change their ways because they want to appease to more people, appease to more audiences, make more money,
Yeah,
hit the sales, be on the radio all the time, and then they change their music, and then it furthers their
the competition.
Yes,
it becomes fear-based again. They're in the state of being nothing, so they're vulnerable, and then they get people watching them, and they change again.
Yeah, they change. They sell their soul, like you said.
Yeah.
So for you, that means you just need to keep that authentic, like, part of yourself through, like, no matter how successful you get.
Yeah.
No matter how many sales you make.
I'm just in a great state right now where like no one's really watching.
Yeah.
So I can keep. You go back to my YouTube videos, like the original videos. It's like that's not me. There is some me, and I made it. You know, there's something to who I was at the time. But the more videos I've made, like I think of them as like externally, they're like shittier, less editing, less planning, right?
Yeah.
But that's been a process of like, all right, let me capture me with no planning, and let me put that out, and let me keep finding that person. Not trying to be someone, not trying to do anything, just like being, literally being,
just being. And
that's my voice, and I've been getting better and better at it.
Yeah.
I'm at the point where like I make videos and I don't even think about it. You know, I just make it and I post it, and that's it.
You chewing.
Yeah.
You chewing.
See, that was a big phase for me. Is like I can do anything. I can make videos about anything. There's no rules.
Yeah.
I can just do whatever I want. And if you look at those videos, like they have no views, and that doesn't matter to me. Like it doesn't matter to me at all. Like it's actually, I made a video of like 0 views is a blessing. It's like I can be vulnerable without fear of judgment and trying to be someone because no one's watching.
Yeah.
And what I will say is like what do I keep coming back to it for, like why I've been creating stuff is like you, for example, like found a side of me from my YouTube channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you could say like I've seen this part of you, like I've got a similar part of me.
Oh, for sure.
And without like me putting out that signal, who knows? We would never have this conversation.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't have this podcast right now. Yeah. And well, you just unpacked a lot, but that's when magic gets started. That's when things get rolling. Is when you are able to express yourself without a care in the zero views. Like I feel like for a lot of content creators, that's their best work because that's them at their realest. But the question is, who are you when you get the views, when people start watching?
Just look at Mr. Beast.
Hmm.
If you want to like chase views, just like copy what Mr. Beast did. Like Mr. Beast made his career and his channel off of like giving the people what they want, studying the psychology, like what's going to trigger attention spans, what's going to hook people in, what's going to hold their attention, what's going to get them to subscribe to the biggest amount of people. That's literally his brand. So if you want to do that, like by all means, like go ahead.
Yeah.
But for me, I've seen like I'm not going to beat Mr. Beast at this game. He is his whole life is devoted to like max views, max subscribers, max attention.
Yeah.
Not going to beat him in that game. And I don't know if I would want to. That's just not me.
Yeah.
Like that's him. That's not me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not like hating on him at all. Like, but I don't resonate with it. Like the soul of it. It feels like there's no soul to it.
Yeah. It's not for you. That's why you don't feel that way, because that's not you.
It's the same with the music, that a lot of it is made for max views and max consumption. It's a business model. They pick who is this music for? It's for age 18 to 24-year-old males. What do 18 to 24-year-old males want? Well, they want this as their idol. Okay, what does this idol say? All right, who does this idol look like? Okay, let's put it all together. Let's make a whole product. Some of it's okay. Some of it does hit a chord, but it doesn't. It's just kind of like the Mr. Beast. It's like, or business guys in general. It's like businessmen that just chase money. It's like they're successful. And I was totally them at one point in my life. But I'll say, like, I took psychedelics and that shit like broke down. Like, man, is this really worth living for?
Yeah.
It seems to me like people that seek that out, it's because they're insecure.
Oh.
And they're just trying to like prove to themselves that they're worthy of living, that they're worthy of doing what they want to do, worthy of feeling the way they do. Otherwise, like if they didn't have all the money, like they're a loser. Like they like, I can't do this. Like I'm a loser. Like I don't deserve love. I don't deserve anything.
That's them building their self-worth on external validation.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I was totally there, bro. I was 100% there. My self-worth being external, and it still is a deep part of me, but I was at the point where I'm like thinking like, yeah, how the fuck does anyone do otherwise? Like it just seems like fake bullshit. Like you're going to have self-worth. Why are you confident? What do you have to be confident about, bro? Like,
yeah,
what have you done? And then it's a double-edged sword. It comes back to you. You look at all these other people that are way wealthier than you, have more views than you, have more subscribers than you. You're like, fuck, bro. I'm a loser.
But you can look at it from both ways. Like, look at all these people, right, that have reached a level of success. They've got the money, the brands, the cars, the deals, reach a high level of success. You will find that a lot of them also tend to be very deep down insecure. Because if you take all that external thing, all those external things that they earned away from them, they don't have an identity. They're nothing.
Yeah.
So
no, I don't know if that's a good existence, or I'll take a good or bad away from it. I don't know if it's an existence I want to live.
Yeah.
With this one existence that I'm basically like, this is all I have potentially. You know, I'm not guaranteed anything. All I have is the present moment of me right here alive now. Is that how I want to live? No, I don't want to live like that.
Yeah.
No, I just want to feel good all the time because I'm alive.
Yeah. Literally.
Why do I don't need any external conditionals that are like, hey man, shut the fuck up. You don't deserve to feel good.
Yeah.
Get to work. I don't need that. Like what maybe it can drive you to a high level of success, but like, is it worth it?
You're gonna look back at your life and wow, that's what I was chasing. I didn't want to do this. This wasn't me, and I chased it because I was so insecure and scared to go my own avenue.
Yeah.
You know, and that's really hard to do because ever since we're kids, we grow up in a world where you're going to school, get a degree, go through one of these paths that society brings out to you, work every single day, be successful. That's it. That is what your self worth is based on. And then you think nothing of it, and you get in the it's all a system. It's all a system. You immerse yourself in it, you grow up in it, and you can't think any other way because that's what you were brought up being taught. Grow up in the system.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't blame anyone. That's the thing. It's like if I was them, I would do the same thing. If I was Mr. Beast, I would be Mr. Beast. I would do what Mr. Beast does.
yeah,
But I'm not.
yeah.
I got a different set of genes. I grew up in a different environment, and I'm me, not Mr. Beast. I'm not anyone else. So why am I comparing myself to Mr. Beast or anyone else?
Yeah. And general disclaimer: this is no hate to those businessmen or anybody, you know, trying to grow their wealth and like, you know, validate themselves based on their worth.
Right.
Not at all. It's just
No, it's not.
deciphering what we want out of life
Yeah.
from other people and what they want out of life, you know. And that's me too. I'm not Mr. Beast. I don't want to be Mr. Beast. Like you said, I just want to feel good all the time. And I just want to chase that feeling.
Yeah.
Feeling good.
It's feelings, bro. It's all life is just feelings.
Yeah. Literally. You just need to find what makes you truly happy. It's so cliche to say. Very cliche. And for everybody, that's a different thing, you know. That's kind of when I was at some of my lows was back then when I was like trying to please people. Being a people pleaser to me was one of the worst stages. And I'm still kind of in that stage a little bit, but like I'm trying to grow out of it. Because you have to mold yourself into other people's perceptions.
But what's the fuel? What's the motivation behind it?
Validation.
Yeah, but why do you need validation?
I don't know.
Like you don't feel like at the core like you're enough as you are.
See? That's where the main issue is. And that's kind of something that I've battled is like at my core, I wasn't satisfied with who I was. So I had other people's perceptions of me. That's where I built my confidence off of was other people's perceptions.
Yeah.
And that's something
it's totally natural.
Very natural. Yeah. Yeah. And that's something that I'm trying to work on and trying to change. And now I can see why so many other people do the things that they do. You know, chase certain feelings that they don't really want to chase, but like they never built that self-worth on their own core inner self, you know?
They never had the chance.
True.
Like, I mean, I'm realizing it's a blessing that I like failed in business and like I literally had nothing else. I started from ground zero and I got to build up my life around what I consciously chose. Good or bad, whatever. I chose. There was no more like people telling me what to do. I chose what I wanted to do with my time. And then I realized like, oh, I've always had that. I've always had the ability to choose. Like ever since you became a certain age, like literally like your brain, you know, you think I have to do this. You don't have to do anything. You can sit there and die. You don't have to eat. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard to fight biology.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's everything. That's your that's your hunger. That's your thirst. That's your hunger and thirst for validation and socializing. And you don't have to.
You don't have to do anything. You'll face punishment for doing certain things, going against the grain. You're not following certain rules. You feel pain for it. Potentially, but
you know,
end of the day.
But the choice was yours.
Yeah, the choice is always yours.
And if you give that power away, you can give that power away.
It's just some people are so scared of the outcome because it's a certain outcome that's always going to happen. You know, you go against the grain and you know, so you do what you want. You don't listen to the teacher. Well, there's going to be outcome. You're going to get punished.
Potentially.
Potentially. But what if it's not just potential? What if you know the outcome? Like,
You know you're going to get punished and you do it anyway.
yeah. Like that idea.
That idea, the theoretical, I know I'm doing something that's going to be punished.
Yes.
I don't know if,
But you want to do it.
I think I avoid that idea.
Like, but it's like for example, like,
who has the power to punish me? That's the thing. It's not humans. There's only potentially God. Maybe it's the state. They can put you in jail. But everyone else, like the teachers have no power over us. Like your parents don't have any power. You're like a 22-year-old male. Like,
now for sure. But I'm saying we grew up under that.
right.
When we were from 0 to 17, 18 years old.
But I think people keep going with that. They find the next thing. My boss, like society as a whole. My parents never lose the power. Like they keep giving up all their power their whole life because that's what they know. That's what's comfortable.
Yeah. That's the system right there in full display. The system grows you up under authority figure of some sort, multiple authority figures.
Yeah.
And you grow up and
stay in line.
Yeah. Stay in line.
Don't you dare step out of line. I worked really hard to have power over you.
Yeah. Don't step out of line or you will be silenced.
Yeah.
It's crazy to say, but it's true. It's very true.
It's like all power games.
Oh yeah.
It's all power games, bro.
Literally, bro.
And thank you for the internet and like podcasts. Give a new power dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Before it was like, we own the newspapers, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
We can make you the devil. Like, oh, criminal, like cult leader, bad guy, like horrible human being. Everyone's like, that dude's horrible. Was he? Or was it just the people that had the power over the information wanted you to believe he was a horrible person?
Yeah.
Maybe they're the horrible people.
Yeah. Nobody thinks against the grain. Nobody's like, well, this is just their word.
I'm not taking these fuckers' word. Like,
yeah, this is literally just their word at the end of the day. That's all it is. So what happens when everyone starts to think against it?
Bad things, probably for stability of society.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
You don't want, I mean, I don't, like I said, I take away good and bad. I take away all the big stuff. Everything that's discussed in philosophy, I say, I don't know. What is good, what is bad? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just my subjective. Like I'm saying it's good. I'm attributing goodness or badness to this thing. Like that's a dangerous idea. It's very dangerous. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why people don't do it. That's why it's like people say, don't do this. Like, listen to this. We've got a way of doing this. These things are good. These things are bad. Whether it's religion, whether it's society, like the laws of the state, the culture, they tell you what's good and bad. You don't decide that on your own. Because if everyone's like, I don't know, I don't know if that's actually good or bad. Like, who's to say that? Then you get like chaos potentially. Everyone doing their own thing. Like no one knows what's going on. You got, gangs fighting over stuff and the mafia and these groups of humans like vying for power all over again. They fight for the power. And then one group suppresses the other. They're like, we've got better weapons, bro. We've got better guns. Yeah. So we make the rules now. Thank you very much. Yeah. And then that keeps going back and forth. Groups of humans fighting until you get to this stable spot where like one group's so powerful you cannot fuck with. Like you can't fuck with the US government. Yeah. Not as like an individual or like a small little group. Like you're just a gang or a cult. Like we'll suppress you instantly, bro. Like we've got people that have trained their whole life to be a combat like soldier.
Yeah.
And we've got thousands and hundreds of thousands of them. Like they listen to what we say.
There's nothing you can do about it too.
So don't step out of line like too far because like we're letting you live on this land. Yeah. We're like owned by them. That in their view, in their eyes.
Yeah. In their eyes. You don't think the greatest power is the people though? Well, okay. Disclaimer, like I'm Christian. I'm just speaking devil's advocate. I believe like the power, God is the power. Jesus and his teachings and everything. But from another point of view, like devil's advocate, like you don't think like the people, like compared to the American government, like you don't think, say the people wanted to one day wake up and be like, oh, we're overthrowing the government. I think they could easily do it.
If everybody unified easily.
Yeah, easily.
So they keep them divided.
Yeah, that's very true.
And they suppress anybody. They suppress the cult leaders, quote unquote. They suppress the whatever they are, gang leaders, people that have like a group of people that are thinking differently, that are a threat to the current establishment.
And it's worked. And it will probably always work.
Because it's amazing how stable it feels like in the United States.
Yeah.
We take it for granted how stable it is. There's not constant internal warfare. It's amazing. Like I do not want to cause anything like that would disturb that. All the greatest music, the technology and everything, that's come because we've had peace. We've had time for people to be like, I don't have to worry about like someone literally stabbing me. I can just like do what I want, like make music or something.
Yeah. No, knock on wood. But we live in a very like the most peaceful times. Like I mean, back years and years ago. Like,
dude, not even just right now in other countries.
Oh yeah, literally.
Go to other countries.
Yeah.
Like it's still like tribal warfare.
Yeah. Play like in Africa right now. And I think Sudan's literally in a civil war right now.
Right now?
Hundreds of thousands of them are getting slaughtered.
It's insane, dude.
It's crazy. And over here, making a podcast, like going about our daily life.
It's amazing. I don't want to be like in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I as far as like all the religions go, and like if there's any truth to any of them, like I think violence is typically like we try to avoid that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like yeah.
Warfare and all that. I know war is a scary thing to think about because at the same time I feel like it could happen at any time.
We're at the like mercy of our leaders.
Yeah. No, literally.
We're just like disposable pawns.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Essentially, like
in a chess game.
And if you flee during wartime, like you're looked down upon by everyone. You're like, you loser, you're like spit upon. Like if we're a young, able male and the leader's like, we are going to war. You have to go to war. Yeah. And you're going to a meat grinder, or everybody, all your neighbors, all your family are like, what a loser. Like this guy sucks. You want to defend us.
Yeah. Now it's crazy. It's actually Memorial Day too.
Yeah, that is crazy.
About this. Yeah. Let's talk about it.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Literally. Shout out to all the veterans that, risk their lives in warfare, to keep our country stable, literally. And yeah, dude, war is a crazy thing. And it's crazy how much power people have. It's like such a thin line. Like maybe I'm wrong because I'm not as knowledgeable in government and how all that stuff works, politics, anything. But I feel like one person could just like snap their finger and be like, okay, we're going to war. And it just takes one move.
Depends on how much power the person has.
There's someone with that power though.
Potentially. That's the whole point of the United States though, is like division of power so that we don't have a dictator that can like enact everything that comes to his mind.
Yeah. The three branches, right?
And it's meant to go slow to diffuse all this stuff. Yeah. And like our founding fathers said, don't go to war, don't go to war, don't go to war. Stay out of European affairs. They're always in war. Don't go to war, don't go to war. That's like, and people forgotten that as Americans. Like we're not supposed to be in war. We became the policemen of the world. We became like war is like a constant necessary evil. Is it? I don't know. Maybe like the idea of like these third world countries that have nuclear bombs, like shit, we've got to kill them before they get nuclear bombs. We cannot let these people be running around with nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
But why would they attack us if they didn't have a reason to?
That's the thing, bro, is people are so unpredictable. People can create their own reason to attack. They aren't,
though.
Yeah. People can create their own reason to attack. You never know. You always have to be prepared.
You got to know that the dictators want more power. They're addicted to the power.
Yeah.
It's just like the chasing money, chasing validation. Like power is their drug. Life without power is dull. And so a lot of times it seems they just keep chasing power until it ends to their death and death of a lot of other people.
If power leads to more stability, which it has, having like a world power, is it all in all a bad thing then? Because we have stability, there's good from it, right?
Oh, good. It seems like goods come from it.
Yeah.
Eventually. I don't know. You're attributing good and bad to like things though.
Oh, I'm not supposed to.
No, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't. I'm just saying like you're making meaning of it. You're saying stability is good.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Okay.
You're deciding that.
Yeah. Maybe stability isn't good, is what you're saying.
Maybe it makes no difference if we're like we lived our whole life in warfare. We wouldn't know any different.
I don't know many people that want to live their whole life in warfare though. Maybe take it from a general consensus.
Yeah.
Like the general consensus of people don't want to live their life in warfare. The majority of them. So therefore, it's more good that we're in a stable way of life.
But why do they not want warfare? Is it because they're seeking the good, or is it because they're avoiding fear?
Well, then now you're attributing fear to bad. Fear to being a bad thing.
I think avoiding fear is typically like a negative thing. Maybe that's just me, I guess. I mean, I guess I'm just asking. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's a weird thing, bro. War there, because it never ends.
War will never end.
No, like war between people never ends.
Never.
Like the if you have a group of people that are like subscribe to their like, I'm like a Jewish person. I'm a Jew. This is who I am.
Yeah.
And we've got these other group of people, like Islamic people, that are like, I'm a Muslim. That's who I am. And the Jews have killed Muslims and they hate us and I hate them. When is that going to ever end? When your parents have been killed by another group of people and their parents have been killed by another group of people, and you wake up and you're like, all I want to do is kill these people.
Yeah.
What a peace treaty doesn't mean shit for those people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Because it's just
a peace treaty just means they got suppressed enough where their leader had to be like, I submit.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's on the basis to kind of double down on what you're saying. It's like once war starts, which it has, it can never end, because unless a whole race is wiped out from another, unless a whole group is
like
wiped
a genocide,
out.
Literally
a genocide.
Like they kill every person that opposes them.
Yeah, it can never end, because every side, every group that wants to prove or wants to seek revenge is the wrong word.
Yeah, but revenge,
justice.
Justice, yeah. Justice is just revenge, bro. I think a lot of times it's like a good way of saying I like want revenge.
Yeah, it's a nicer way of saying just I want revenge. Every group wants that, because war has started with every single group on this planet right now. There was war at some point in one form or another. So as long as the opposing groups are still living and breathing, there's going to be war, because they're not completely wiped out.
Right. And I think that's like where like Jesus comes in, and he came and said like the only way it's going to ever end is like if you forgive them and you like somehow like come to terms with it.
Yeah. I believe in that.
Same with like 100%. Buddha and like the great like religious figures, they probably talk about this stuff, because this is like deeply human. Is like, I hate this person. Like I hate these group of people. Like I want nothing but to see them dead, like by my own hands.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not a great way to live. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's a part of human nature that I don't think will ever go away. Do you really? I don't ever see this world ending with peace of all nations.
Peace of every human being alive? No way, bro.
Yeah.
Not with everyone in their different state of life. Young males, like you gotta have something to rebel against.
Yeah,
that testosterone, bro.
Yeah. It feels like test was made for war.
Yeah, you know? Yeah, it probably was, dude. It probably was.
Yeah, like literally,
literally.
It's true. Like in every form of competition, not even just war, bro.
That's why the competition is good. That's why sports are good, because they channel that into literally not killing people.
Oh
You
yeah,
know what I mean?
100%. Bro, look at all these UFC fighters. Bro, this is modern day gladiators, bro. These two guys are going out there to try to literally
kill them.
incapacitate the other guy in front of tens of thousands of people. Like, if these guys were just on the street living regular lives, they probably would have been killers. They just have so much energy to channel. Like, they just want to, like,
Some of them probably, yeah.
some of them for sure.
I think it's anything that we have in modern society, in the modern United States.
Yeah.
I would say you take that away and it might lead to instability. And like the sports are a big thing. It's like you can channel all your rage, all this deep, like us versus them, like tribal warfare, into something that's violent, but not like actually like stabilitating to a society or civilization.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay, game ended. Let's go back to normal life.
Yes. Let's go back to your wife.
We won. Kids. We lost. That sucks. We won. That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Back to like normal life. That's not real life. That's just a game.
Yeah. Just a game. And it never goes back to normalcy. Well, normalcy, if that's even a thing. But it never ends after the game is done being played, after the competition, after this side versus this side. There's always another battle that's gonna be done. It's always more and more and more like,
well, we got a lot of time to fill, bro. We're still alive.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, even sports in general, sports have created animosity between cities, bro.
Oh, like hatred.
Hatred.
Like at the point where like they would probably kill each other if there wasn't like a way to.
Yeah. There are athletes out there that if they walked into a certain city, they'd kill them because they beat their team so bad that city hates that athlete. And they're like, if you ever step foot here, we're going to kill you. Like, it's crazy.
It's nuts.
It's nuts.
And
man.
somehow you don't have like civil wars or like that's the power of the government. They stop that shit from happening. Like, yo, Omaha and like Des Moines, you can't fight.
Yeah.
Whoever is causing this, we're just going to eliminate really quick.
Oh, yeah.
We have so much power. We're going to eliminate you guys instantly. And we're going to be like, all right, make up. All right, kids, you're good to go again.
Yeah. Yeah. Literally like a parent, like making their kids make up. Like,
yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, the animosity and the hatred is always going to be there. But there's starting a war. There's no point. You won't get anywhere.
You'll get suppressed.
You'll get suppressed easily.
And what is the point? You're going to like, what's the point? It's in our DNA, though. I'll say that.
It is.
That's the problem.
Yeah, it is, bro.
It's in our DNA to just be like, yo, you guys want more power? All right. We got some violence in us. Let's get some more power.
Yeah, bro. We do have violence in us, man. Do you like, we all have violence in us, like, and well, for you specifically, throughout high school, you're competitive in your sports, soccer,
Yeah.
for example. That kind of just had to end.
I know, it sucks.
You know?
It sucks, dude. I wish I was still playing soccer. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, you're not competing in much right now, but you don't think that violence kind of took another form?
No, I think I just got soft.
Ooh.
It turned in on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a
Man.
couch potato.
Yeah.
Your muscles stop working as well. Dude, I mean, I was sick, dude.
Yeah.
You take away like running that much, being social and all that stuff, and you just literally put a human in a box to himself.
Yeah, what the hell?
Light goes away pretty quick.
Yeah.
You're like, damn, bro.
Yeah.
What the fuck am I doing?
It's like atrophy.
Yeah, everything atrophies.
Atrophies. Your muscles,
Your
brain,
heart, your lungs.
Your brain's like, oh, you're not doing this anymore. Why would I keep having the energy to keep it going? I'm just gonna take it away.
Yeah.
You know? Social life is a big part of that. Social life is like, if you're not out there talking to at least one person, a couple people a week, you're gonna lose that social ability very quickly, bro.
I become like autistic, I think. I don't know if I'm autistic, but
Yeah.
going out and being with like college kids
Yeah.
when you're not in college and you've sat in a room for a week by yourself,
Mhm.
you've maybe talked to your parents, like you say hi like once a day, maybe.
Yeah.
Like when you're out and passing in the main room when they're passing by.
Show me you're alive.
Yeah, you become like, I don't know.
Oh.
It becomes hard. You're like, you think you're in your head. You're so used to being in your head that you're like in the social and you're like, oh, am I doing this right? Like,
Yeah.
ooh, like what is going on here? Like this doesn't feel good all the time. Like, why would I do this?
Yeah. It's crazy. Like it's a whole different muscle because you're a guy, you've always read books. You're always keeping your mind, working. You're always doing healthy activities for your brain and your body. But you could do all of that every single day. But if you're not socializing, if you're not out there and communicating with people, it's
What's
a
the
whole
point,
different.
dude?
What's the point? Yeah, like, it's a whole different story.
No, it becomes really depressing.
Yeah.
We're meant to socialize.
Yeah.
And I love, like, I fantasize and I romanticize the idea of like, grinding, deep work. I'm fully focused on this thing. Like I got anybody talking to me, like that's just distraction. I got like, it takes time to get back into this focus,
Mhm.
like that state of focus. But what's the point? You can't do shit on your own.
No, not at all.
You can't. Like, we are social creatures. Everyone that's come before you that's done anything of note has done it with other people, lots of other people. And for whatever reason, they were the leader or something. They got the attribution for it. But Steve Jobs didn't do shit except for lead people.
Yeah. No, he didn't come up
He
with
didn't
iPhone
make
by
it.
himself.
He didn't just make that shit on his own in his room, like tinkering with like fucking like electronics and shit. Like, no.
Not at all.
No.
He probably didn't even like know the most out of his group of people.
No, definitely not.
Not at all.
Not
There's
even
probably
close.
someone in that, not even close. Yeah, he probably knew the least.
Potentially. I mean, about the people around him. Yeah, probably technically about the technical like stuff about computers.
Yeah,
he probably knew the least.
Oh, he
Why
probably
would he
had no
hire
clue.
anybody that was gonna know less than him?
Literally. Yeah.
They'd be like, thanks, we already got this covered.
Yeah. It has to go into the. I feel like Robert Greene does a good job of talking about this in his The Laws of Human Nature, or the 48 Laws of Power. My fault. One of those laws was, don't be the smartest in your group. And the way I see that is like, if you're the smartest in your group, if you know the most, you're not going to learn anything anymore. And you're not going to build upon your knowledge because you're too busy teaching it to other people. Your group's not going to grow. You're only as strong as your, what's that saying? You're only as strong as your weakest member.
Weakest link, yeah.
Weakest link. And it's kind of changed my way of thinking. Like, now I kind of want to be the dumbest in my group.
It's pretty nice.
Because you always have something to learn.
You're always learning.
Always learning.
Just by being around other people that are smarter than you, you're just absorbing, like.
Yeah. You're always growing.
But I don't know what even intelligence is, to be honest. I don't know what that means. Like, maybe if I was in a room with like Elon Musk and like Kanye and like these hyper successful people, then I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna choose to like, download some of these people's like way of life so that I can get some of that too. Because you just become who you're around.
Yeah. Literally. You are it's not a real like number metric, but you are your 5 closest people.
Yeah, I never believed that until like it just became so obvious.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like you are what you are surrounded by, your environment. You become like your environment.
Yeah.
If you live in like the streets or like a shitty place, or like you literally live in garbage, that's going to change you.
Yeah.
Versus living in a palace. Like, you're going to be a different person.
100%.
That's your environment.
Which is crazy because it's hard for me to grasp the fact that you can live your life. You can live the first half of your life in a whole, like, you can live the first half of your life in royalty, right? High education around very sophisticated, successful people. And then you throw all that away. The next half of your life, you live in garbage in the streets. No, I don't mean to call the streets garbage, but you know what I mean, right?
Like, yeah.
And all that kind of can just go away. You assimilate, you adapt to it.
Yeah, it feels horrible.
Crazy. It's
I
crazy.
think the loss of like your way of life is probably one of the
worst things you could feel.
Yeah.
I
You'll
agree.
just fight to get it back.
Especially if it was a preferred way of life. If you loved
Yeah.
that way of life.
Yeah.
For me, well, I haven't had it to a whole drastic extent, but like graduating high school kind of sucked. I loved Mount Michael. Like I loved high school.
I did too.
We like just messed around, had fun, did whatever. We didn't do whatever we wanted. We didn't have all the freedom, but we kind of did.
We kind of did. We had our own little world.
Yeah, we had our own little world.
We knew everything there was to know in the world.
Yeah.
We knew everyone.
Yeah, because it was our own world.
Yeah.
There's nothing outside of it.
Yeah.
Know?
None of that shit matters.
Yeah, and it was amazing. And then you just you graduate and like go do something else, go form another world, like leave this.
The world
behind.
got a lot bigger.
Yes,
from tiny little Alcorn 60 boys to like here globally. You guys don't have any power and you don't know shit. Like you have no money.
Yeah.
Welcome to being the freshman again.
I feel like in life it's just like not always a cycle, but you're always like there's always going to be new points in life where you're going to be that freshman. Okay, you go into college. Okay, welcome to being the freshman. Okay, sophomore, junior. Yeah, get hazed. Yeah, literally.
What's up, loser?
Small fish in a big pond or whatever they like to say that saying. But you become the sophomore, junior. Like I'm used to this. I'm a big dog now. Like this is my world. I'm in it. I could get used to this. I'm gonna love this.
Yeah.
You graduate your senior year.
Pulled out from under you right away.
Oh yeah.
So fast.
Yeah.
Welcome from to top of the world to the absolute bottom.
Yeah.
It sucks, dude. It was crushing.
For me, it was definitely high school. That was the most crushing one. That was the most crushing blow. You form such good close bonds, and then it's like, well, everyone's going their separate paths now.
Yeah.
Like wow.
Yeah,
okay.
you lose all your connections. Really, you had all these relationships. Yeah. You know, and we get distraught over like a long-term girlfriend breaking up. Well, we had like a bunch of minor ones of that. Like you had a bunch of relationships with people. These are people you knew, you grew with, and then they get all ripped away pretty quickly.
Yeah, and even oh man, I'm out the mic. Even if you try to maintain those relationships, you can't. It's not the same.
It's a new time, new life.
Yeah. Because it feels like throughout those 4 years, you're all on the same path together. You're all in this together. The same way of life, the same path.
They understand you, at least to that.
Yeah. You're in this together. You're growing up together. And then after that, nah.
Dude, I loved Mount Michael. Like, I loved it. Like,
yeah. Shout out to Mount Michael, bro. I've been giving a lot of shout outs, but I kind of have to. Like, I love
just
Mount
like
Michael.
that's just like the cliche, like the brotherhood. Like, I never thought of it like that, but like, you got like good friends around you.
Mm-hmm.
And like through the thick and thin, like you got the good friends. We win, we lose.
Together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it sounded so cliche at first when we were freshmen. Like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Brotherhood. It's kind of cheesy, ain't it?
Still kind of cheesy.
Yeah, but it hits the spot type of cheesy. Like,
it felt good as fuck. By senior year, like, yeah, it felt amazing.
Yeah.
You know, it was awesome.
I miss it, man. I really do. And the hardest hitting blow is like you're never gonna get it again.
Oh, it's gone. I've got over it at this point. You know what I mean?
Oh, you have to.
Like it's like the 5 stages of grief.
Yeah.
At first you're like, it's not over, the denial, whatever. Eventually I reach like acceptance. Yeah, it's gone. It was a cool time. It's not coming back. Doesn't mean the future can't be better than it was back then. It definitely can be.
Mm-hmm.
why not? Like we were so dumb, bro. We had such a little worldview. We had no power. Like we couldn't do stuff.
Yeah.
Now we can actually do stuff.
Yeah. And probably maybe that's what it's supposed to be like. You know,
Like we could start a Mount Michael.
we could start them out, Michael.
We
Yeah.
could start a school. You
Yeah.
could start anything you want.
Yeah.
We could not, just because we didn't think we could back then. You didn't even have the idea that you could.
We didn't want to, though. We never wanted to think long term like that. We just wanted to stay present and do stupid stuff together.
Yeah, what are we doing this weekend? Yo, what happened last weekend? All right, what are we doing, boys?
Yeah. That's all it ever was, bro.
Someone's got a party cooking up? All right, that sounds good to me.
That was life.
It was awesome, yeah.
It was amazing, man.
We grinded at that school. You know, like you couldn't slack. Like you had to work hard.
Oh yeah. Yeah, oh, for sure, bro. It was different. It was a college prep school, bro. College preparatory. They weren't joking.
Oh, college is easy, bro.
If you go through Mount Michael and you make it out, college is gonna be easy.
I worked way harder there.
A lot of people say that.
Well, I also didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know anything about study habits or like techniques. I just had to grind.
Yeah.
We had a lot of busy work. Like you have a lot of homework to do. You just got stuff to do.
Yeah. No, literally every night was like, I just literally, I don't even, it wasn't even the brain. You didn't even like have to exert so much brain power. You just had to do it because it just had to be done.
Yeah, you have to do it. Like, I don't know any other way of saying it. Like,
yeah.
Dude, you can't just not turn in an assignment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was taboo.
Well, people literally failed out. Like,
failed out of like
Mount Michael.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you literally would fail out.
Yeah.
Like, you would literally get expelled if you stopped some level of output.
Which is insane for high school, bro.
It was kind of high pressure, yeah.
Oh, very. And it made us better, I feel like. It made us great.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because I do that same thing. Mount Michael is so strict. It's such a strict school.
Whenever we didn't have like a strict dean, it was like freedom. We abused everything that wasn't like constant, like step in line.
Oh, yeah.
Like a second they looked away, everyone's like, yo, what are we doing to get in trouble?
We look forward to it, you know? like freshman year, like our dean was so strict. Like that little taste of freedom, like that.
Oh, dude, Struckman was strict as fuck, bro.
Struckman was crazy. I was scared of him. I was scared of.
Oh yeah, you just step in line. I just stepped in line. I'm like, whatever this guy says, I'm gonna do.
I'm doing it. Yeah.
I would never get on this guy's bad side.
Yeah, bro. It's like like from the beginning of orientation, one good thing that Mount Michael does, right, is like they instill fear in you from the moment you step foot. And you like
from before you even step foot. I was like afraid going in. I'm like, shit, dude, I gotta like step in line, work my ass off.
Oh yeah.
Not say anything.
Yeah.
But dude, when I started making money in sophomore year, that's when shit changed.
Really?
Yeah, I started making some money and I'm like, I think I'm making more money than my teachers.
Damn.
I'm like, why the fuck am I listening to you, bro?
Yeah.
And that's when I had a lot of teachers hate me.
Oh, really?
Oh, I think all the freshman year, like all my teachers probably love me.
Yeah.
And then I started saying, why the fuck do you tell me what to do, bro?
Oh my gosh, bro. Teach their own. I was not like that. But that's because you were making money, dude. It
was the money.
It was the money. Yeah. Yeah.
It allowed me to be like, I think I can think for myself. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think I would rather not have your way of life. I think I got this shit figured out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They hated.
Oh, they would hate that shit. Yeah, of course you hate that.
Yeah, you hate that. Because your whole job position, you're 30, 40 years old. You're there to build all these teenage men, you know, based off like what they need to hear, based off your beliefs. They need to go out and follow your teachings.
Right.
And then some of them are just like slapping you in the face. No, I don't think so.
But those people also have influence. That's the biggest thing. Is there like a bad influence on the other students? I think that's why the teachers like hated Jack, bro. Oh, they all hated him for some reason. I don't know why.
They did, yeah.
But I think it's because he just like, yeah, man, like I don't really have that much care of what you're saying. Like it's not like for me, when I was listening to a teacher, like I'm fully like locked in. Like whatever this person's saying, I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I guess they just didn't catch that vibe from him.
Um, it you don't think maybe they're getting mad because they saw potential?
Maybe.
I
I
see
think
that
there's
a
a
lot.
lot of it. I think there's a lot to it.
Yeah, I see that a lot with teachers.
Of like halo effect of like the teacher from freshman year is like, this guy's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
And then that's all you see as like the sophomore teacher. Like, I knew this guy was trouble. You're literally watching for him to cause trouble.
Oh, 100%.
You know what I mean?
bro.
It's not a fresh slate every time.
Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, also our community was so different. Like we had the same teacher, I feel like every 4 years for different subjects. Or not in that extent, but like
We could see him again.
we would see him again. They
Yeah.
saw us. They knew us.
Oh, in the halls and everything too. yeah.
everything. We saw him every day for 4 years.
Oh, it was tight.
very tight. So if you started out with freshman year with that was your first impression, oh, the troublemaker, like the guy that kind of like
Yeah.
riles things up. Oh, that's who you are for the next
4 years, dude.
4 years, bro.
4 years.
Yes.
It's your whole life.
Whole life.
You're literally coming of age. That's your identity now.
Yeah.
And I mean, Jack, I don't want to talk about him when he's not here, but like he would say like the first week he had Toft at homeroom, first period, and his older brother was a senior.
Mhm.
So you don't have to come as like a senior. And he would bring him late every day. And then like he would get a demerit every day because he's late. He's like, my brother's bringing me. He's a senior. Like I can't control him. Like I'm ready to go. And Toft was like having none of that. And then he became the troublemaker, I think, right away.
Yeah.
Just how it is.
His first impression, it carried on. You know?
Yeah, I never saw that in him, but
Me neither. I just saw a kid that was like, he was doing his own thing.
yeah,
Didn't care. what
just like
people
anyone
thought.
else.
Yeah.
But for me, like I didn't even know about the halo effect and stuff, but freshman year, dude, I was locked in.
Yeah.
Like school was like, this is life. This is it. I like got a 4.0, took like 80 something credits. Like I maxed out my credits, 0 demerits. Like I'm locked the fuck in.
Yeah. And that's what you were seen as too.
I got a good impression then. That
Yeah,
was like,
great
I
impression.
didn't try, but like that's how that was my impression. So that was fun to like toy the line of being like, you know what, fuck this. I think I'm gonna do what I want now.
And they hate that because they expect you to keep coming like the good boy. Like, yeah, do what I say, get good grades, like don't cause any trouble. And then the next year you come in,
I start
Like-
hanging out with girls outside of Mount Michael. I start vaping,
Oh,
start making
man.
money. I'm like, yo, guys, am I right? Like, what does this person have to say? Am I right? And
Yeah.
everyone's like, not everyone was on my wavelength, but like I was saying it like that. And yeah, that's pretty much like, I don't know, pretty disrespectful. Like I was just a fucking young, like testosterone filled guy. I was just like, fuck the authority. Am I right?
am I right? It's just silence. no one's with you. People were like, I don't know him. I don't know this guy.
Yeah.
What is he talking about? And then,
No, but some people would like dap me up though.
oh yeah, I bet.
Fuck the authority.
It wasn't me, bro. I was scared of the authority.
Yeah.
I was terrified.
Me and Jack had some bad days. The bad boy era.
Oh yeah.
Me and Logan did have some rule breaking eras too.
Yeah.
Just like how many demerits can we get? How many ways can we get in trouble?
My gosh.
It was so fun.
I feel like yeah, shout out Logan Whitcomb. I know you're gonna watch this, brother. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, bro. I think he had a semester where he just got a crap ton of demerits. And he
Sophomore
was like-
year probably.
Was it sophomore year?
That was my year too. I
Yeah.
just stopped like when whatever it was, 15. I thought it was 14. They're like, if you get a 15th, you're gonna get like an ISS, like an in-school suspension. I was like, all right, I'm done. But like the way me and Logan were looking at it, I swear, like he told me this. He's like, I just see it as like a coupon. Like I get all these tickets of like things I can do until like that point, and I'll just stop. But like I can't let them go to waste.
Yeah. No, you gotta use them up, right?
Yeah.
I guess where all the fun is, right? I think
Dude, getting in trouble is so fun sometimes.
yeah,
When you
bro.
were trying to. When you were not trying to, it was horrible. You're like, bro, I'm not like, what the hell?
Oh,
Like,
it's like, yeah, it's a waste of a coupon.
no, yeah. When you get in trouble and you weren't trying to get in trouble, you're like, I would be getting pissed off. I'm like, what the hell, man? Like, I'm not trying to do anything. Like, I'm just trying to chill.
Oh yeah, dude. I think there was one class I gotten because for me sophomore year I got a lot of demerits, bro. I think I was close
Sophomore
to
year?
Yeah, I think I was close to 20.
Do you have an ISS?
I think me and Cormier figured something out.
You got a Cormier relationship?
I had a Cormier relationship, yeah.
Damn, I've heard about this. I never had a relationship with him.
Really?
No, he never talked to me.
Really? I feel like he only talked to people because he was the big boss.
Bro, I think there was a list of like the worst kids in their grade that the school sent out. You heard that?
Oh, serious?
I think so.
No way.
They're like, these are the biggest troublemakers. And they sent it to like all the parents.
Oh,
I could have sworn.
What the heck?
Yeah. I'm like, that's kind of fucked up, but
I guess I probably wasn't on the list.
I was like friends with all of them.
Yeah.
But I wasn't on the list, I don't think.
I don't think I was either because my mom would have killed me if she
Yeah.
saw that email. But as I was saying, like sophomore year, like I got close to 20. I remember this. And a lot of them were laughing at me, bro.
No, I'm just laughing at like how ridiculous it all is.
Oh, it is. It is. It's just fun to talk about. But I remember I got like close to 20, and a lot of them weren't even me trying to do anything. They were just accidents. Like me accidentally cursing in front of a teacher. Or like me forgetting a book to class, like an English class. Like that was a demerit.
Yeah, true.
Like, or so many easy. They handed them out like candy.
Oh, there, yeah.
Like candy.
Like candy, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like that's just the way of like disciplining.
Yeah. And
Not
it
a big
worked.
deal, but it is kind of.
It kind of worked, I feel like.
Get you in line.
Yeah, I got you in line.
I remember one time I was like talking to Spooner, who is like my study hall, like proctor.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't remember what happened, but I'm
Ninth
like,
period.
dude, can I go yet? Because we had to sign out. And he's like, well, you gotta wait until this guy comes back. And I'm like, dude, this guy's taking forever. I'm gonna be gone for like the rest of the class. And he's like, if you are gone the rest of the class, you're getting demerit. You need to be back within 5 minutes. And I was like, shit. If I didn't say that, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
And then I did it anyway. And then I was pissed I got a demerit.
Yeah, you're expecting him to like let you just go. Not
Come on, bro. I thought it was a joke.
Yeah. And dude, that's one thing. Some of the teachers were like just friends. You know what I mean? Like some of them weren't. You could never take them seriously. They weren't authority figures by any means. And I don't want to name drop.
There were some chillers.
Yeah, there's some chillers. And then when the chillers would give you demerit, you're like, what the hell, bro? I thought we were cool. Like I thought,
Yeah.
you know, like it just catches you off guard.
Oh, it hurts.
Yeah, it's a stab. It's a stab in the back. I
What,
feel
man? Like, come on. I thought we were cool.
Yeah.
But nah, apparently we're just fucking students.
Oh yeah, that's all you see me as, right? I thought we were friends, bro. Now all you see me is just a student that you can teach and punish. Like, wow.
Yep.
Come on, Michael, dude. It was.
We got a lot of good demerits, though.
Oh yeah,
A lot of good demerit stories.
dude. I mean, Grant Bergevin. That
Rest in peace, bro.
Yeah, because
That sucks.
he got caught with alcohol, right?
in the dorm. Yeah.
In the dorms.
That was a big deal.
Yeah, it was a huge deal. They just kicked him off. Nothing. No.
Yeah, he was gone.
Oh, you had alcohol in your dorm? You're done. Pack your
We
bags.
found it. Get out.
Yep. Pack your bags. Nothing. That was it.
That was it.
It was crazy.
And there was other people that got caught with alcohol that didn't happen to. Probably like their parents are donors or something. You know what I mean?
You think so?
Or maybe they're seniors.
Oh, well.
They
That could
say
all
it's
be
like
true.
there's no debate. Like if you get caught with alcohol, you're expelled. There is debate though.
Yeah.
They thought probably he was like a bad influence and it was like still sophomore year, like just get him out now.
You think so?
Yeah.
I had it all wrong then because I thought he just took all the blame. He didn't mention any other names and he's like, but at the same
It
time, you
was his
should be
alcohol,
right.
though.
No, you should be right though because come on, you should be smart enough. If you're a school administrator, you should be smart enough to know that if a 16-year-old is bringing alcohol, he's sharing it with his friends. There's more people involved in this.
Oh yeah.
It just seemed like they didn't want
They wanted
to do more
to clean it
investigation.
up and be done.
Clean up, be done, just get rid of him,
Yeah.
knowing that it was other kids, but it's
Oh, I was
costly.
involved in that.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
yeah, you were.
Yeah, there was like a good chunk of our grade. Like,
Oh yeah,
you know,
you're
like
right.
when the grade's 50 people,
Yeah.
10 people, that's 20% of the grade.
Oh yeah.
There's probably 10 people. Like
Yeah.
we were gonna have a party that weekend, like
Oh.
Halloween or something.
Oh man.
And he like brought it from his like aunt. He like stole it from somebody or something. Somehow, I'm not saying I'm not saying that. All right,
Yeah, you can cut that out.
yeah, cut that shit out.
Yeah.
Somehow he got alcohol and he brought it to school, but he needed to get it to like to the weekend.
Mm.
The problem was like it was more than that though. Like from my understanding, like I saw alcohol in the room. Like he was showing it to people. People were drinking it. That's the problem. Like he
Oof,
didn't just
brother.
like put it in a shoebox and not talk about it.
Yeah, he didn't play the game the right way.
He was playing a game, but he got caught.
And the thing is, if they wanted to do a deep dive and really get to the bottom of it, they easily could
The
have.
whole story was there. Like they would be kicking out like 20% of the grade.
Would have been very costly.
I mean, devastating if you got everyone that drank underage to get kicked out. Like,
Yeah.
Well, we just lost like a huge chunk of our grade
Yeah, they can't afford
over
that.
just alcohol.
Yeah.
It's not even like a big. I mean, yeah, we shouldn't be drinking at that age. Probably like it's probably not good for us. But
Yeah. Well, at the same time, if you get legally involved, school, if things ever got, I see what they're saying. If things ever hit the fan, God forbid, an accident happens.
we are the only ones like with a boarding program. So
Yeah.
like if we had alcohol in boarding dorms, like that can be like a whole attack.
Oh, yeah. And then the whole system's involved. Dr. Peters is
It's all under threat. Like
everything. They'd probably try to shut them down, try to end that school. If things ever hit the
potentially, if they
fan.
had a reason to, I don't know why they would
They
want
needed
to,
to.
but
Yeah. Well, I see their point. I mean, come on, if you owned a boarding school and you
don't want them doing like illegal stuff. Yeah,
not at all.
of course not.
No, not at all. But I feel like at the same time we were kind of under the covers a bit. My Michael wasn't very it wasn't as like well known, I feel like.
Oh, it's not known at all.
None at all. It's kind of buried.
People from Omaha don't know it.
No,
Yeah,
not at all. I like when I meet some kids from Lincoln, or not from Lincoln, but at University of Lincoln.
yeah.
I tell them like, yeah, I went to high school here. Like, what? Michael, what is that? Where is that?
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it. Any other school you name, Scott, Creighton Prep, like, oh yeah, I know that school. Not Michael? Nah. What is that?
It's kind of cool though.
It is, yeah. I kind of liked the feeling of being a little incognito. Just being a little
It was a
private.
good school though. Like I was always proud to tell people, it's like, yeah, this is like top notch school. Like academically, there's no school that you can compare.
Not at all. We had the highest average ACT and it was nuts.
It was like 30 or something.
That's
29.9.
That's crazy.
That's like orders of magnitude higher than any other school.
That's ridiculous numbers.
And we didn't even try, bro. We didn't have ACT classes.
None, bro.
We didn't ever study the ACT in school.
No.
We just grinded our ass off.
Which is crazy.
Like if they really wanted to bump the numbers another 3 points, we could have had a class for all 4 years. How to study the ACT.
Yeah. And that's something they would do, but they didn't need to. We didn't need to do that.
Dude, I think they had a lot of shortcomings. I'll say that.
Shortcomings?
Yeah, we're a college prep school, but like I think then if you're really going to brand yourself as a college prep school, the whole point is to go to college and go to a good college and get a good scholarship.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why did we not spend way more time and attention on the college process? It was like this one credit. You go once a week.
Yeah.
Junior year and senior year. Like,
Oh.
why was it not like straight up freshman year? Like, let's help you decide your career path. Like, let's help you find out your personality. Let's help you decide the college you want to go to, rather than be like, all right, Lincoln and Creighton. I got told like I was like I want to go to Columbia. They're like, our college counselor. I'm not naming names, but
let's not name names.
they
Yeah, they
were like,
said,
don't. You can't.
really?
Yeah,
You were told that?
pretty much. That's how I remember it. And I was pissed. I was like, what the hell? Like, this is a failure of Mount Michael then.
It makes no sense. Why would you tell a student no for having aspirations to go?
Oh, it's too late. Why the hell is it too late then? Why didn't we do this earlier?
Yeah.
I didn't even try. They didn't even tell me to try. They said, don't try it. We're going to go to Lincoln and stuff.
I don't know. The whole college prep thing was weird because it didn't even feel, because it felt like a necessity, but at the same time it didn't. And when you did show up,
it felt like a joke.
it was a joke. A lot of kids.
But that's like the whole point of the school was like that.
Mm.
Like that's a total failure on the system.
Yeah. But don't you think though that, I mean, they still did a decent job of preparing us for college in terms of the workload,
Easily, yeah.
like teaching us like how to study, how to always keep in check with our classes and our grades.
Yes, but I think a lot of college is network. And going to like Ivy Leagues or top schools is like, you can work just as hard at a small school and you can use that same effort in a big school and you just get way more leverage. You go to Harvard and you work just as hard as you did at Lincoln. Well, now you got connections. You got Harvard connections.
Yeah.
You got Harvard teachers.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got the network, you got the alumni, you got the current students. You're putting in the same amount of effort. You're succeeding. But there's way more than just working hard.
It's like, at the same time, though, it was tough to form those connections from our community because not a lot of people went to Ivy League schools.
We had like nobody.
We had nobody, almost. I think we had like one kid. But what's one kid going to do in getting us a bunch of kids connections to an Ivy League school, you know? We didn't have a community built off that. A lot of our alumni, Creighton, maybe Arkansas, maybe like, you know, USC. A lot of it was Lincoln.
Lincoln and UNL. Creighton and UNL.
Yeah, pretty much. Those are the main ones.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, no hate on it, but like our school could be so much more. We could have all gone to top schools.
I think so too.
Why not? We had the work ethic.
Yeah. We had the grades.
We had the grades.
We had the ACT scores for it.
We had the potential to do anything.
Yeah.
No one could tell us otherwise. Like we were the only ones that could say I can't or I can. You're not the one to say that I can or can't. Look, we showed up every day. We put our effort in. That's all you can do.
If anything, that would have built that school's prestige a lot more.
A lot more, yeah.
It's like, oh, here's another thing. I mean, half of our student body is going to these very high class colleges.
It would change the whole trajectory of the school. Everybody would want to go there.
Yeah. Yeah. But at the same time, Mount Michael isn't they don't want to be a place where everyone wants to go. They want to have a select few.
Because if you have everybody wanting to go, you get a select.
True. More to select from.
You just get a select.
Yeah. And if you have more to select from, you have more potential for higher class, potential kids.
And the people that do get in like appreciate it way more and they work even harder.
Yeah.
Because they're like, this is a scarce resource and I got it.
That's very true. That's true.
Rather than being like, we're not for everyone.
You should have told them this when you were going there.
Well, I didn't know. And it's hindsight.
Yeah, it's true. Something you think about afterwards, you know.
I mean, I have a lot to say about that school and how it could be so much better and how it's really not taking any steps towards that.
Yeah.
Just trying to maintain the status quo.
I don't want to call out places, but if anything, I've heard, they're kind of getting worse. That's what I've heard.
I've heard that too.
Did your brother go there?
Yeah, he left.
Oh, yeah.
He just didn't like it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When did he leave?
I think sophomore year.
Really?
Yeah.
What did he not like about it? What was going on?
I don't know. He wasn't a boarder. Well, you weren't a boarder either, right?
I didn't board my freshman year. I boarded every other year after that.
Wait, who did you dorm with sophomore year?
Jude Kraft.
Dude, when Jude threw did he push the fork into the outlet that year?
Yeah.
That you were in there for that? I think you told me the story of him exploding from the wall.
I forgot about
and then the lights all went out.
I forgot about yes. The dumbest thing I've ever seen, bro. It was so stupid. I don't even know why he did it. He just got bored with study hall. Like he looks at me, he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna put a fork in the outlet." I'm like, "No way, like do it." He does it. Like, some 10-year-olds don't do, bro. Like these dudes,
No, that's
16.
totally Jude, bro.
I'm like, so this dude looks at me, right? He's like, bro, because we're so bored, we have no homework. He's like, I'm gonna put a fork in this outlet. Like, there's an outlet sitting right above our desk. I'm like, no way, you're not doing it. Like, I did not think he was gonna do it. He takes the fork and he takes a book, right? Because you can't touch it with your bare hands. You're gonna electrocute yourself.
He knew that.
He
Yeah,
knew
he's not dumb.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know, but
no.
yeah. So he takes a book and he shoves the fork. He's shoved the fork in the outlet, and it doesn't work at first. So he tries it again, and he shoves it even deeper.
Oh.
He shoved the fork even deeper, and sparks everywhere, and our lights just turned off. I think all the lights on the floor.
No, just like the next door neighbor was like out too. It was like Malicey, Cameron Malicey, and someone else.
Yes, like Detweiler.
Detweiler. Wait, it was Cameron and Cameron.
I think so.
I think so. Yeah, I didn't ever put that together.
Yeah, and I remember it was Cameron and Cameron. Their lights went off too. They're like, "Why'd our lights go off?"
Yeah, and Collins didn't know. He's just like, "Oh,
yeah, no clue."
Weird.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, must have just been like a."
Dude, if you would have known you put a fork in the outlet, dude, that's like almost like expelled type shit with Collins.
Oh yeah, dude,
super disciplined.
Collins didn't play at all, but he was still a step up from Struckman. I feel like.
Oh, he was like the most strict.
You think so?
I think of any of our deans.
Collins or Strickland?
Collins, dude. I don't know, but Struckman had more like eyes on us. We didn't have rooms.
Oh, that's a tough debate because I don't know. I didn't board my freshman year at the same time, so I can't really say. But Collins was strict. He was a strict guy. But
yeah, his sophomore year, yeah, he was strict, dude. He was damn strict. As strict as they get. I thought that's how all the deans were gonna be.
Oh yeah, because was that your first time boarding sophomore year?
No, I boarded on and off like all 4. I didn't board junior year.
You didn't board? Oh yeah, you didn't.
No, the 4-person room. I didn't board.
It was such a select few.
It was the smallest, right? Senior year was like, I only boarded a little bit. I boarded with Jack, and I was like burning out. I burned out that summer too. Like I was working, dude. I was in this state of like, all right, how much can I take until I break? I'm like, yeah, let's keep going, max this business out. Hell yeah, we're gonna just work on the weekends. We're gonna do like from dusk till dawn. When I get home Friday, I'm gonna work until the sunset. Yeah. Saturday, I'm gonna work when it's sunrise and sunset. Sunday, and I took on a full ass load, AP classes. Jack's like, yo, you should run cross country. I'm like, all right, I'm running cross country. Like I have no time to breathe.
Oh my goodness.
And that shit, like I burned out pretty quick. Like a month into school, I'm like, I'm done boarding, bro. I feel so bad. Like, and I'm into sleep at that time.
Yeah.
And the dorms are like 80 degrees.
Oh, horrible for your sleep.
Horrible for your sleep.
Heat? Oh, I can't do it.
I go to bed at like 10 p.m. and we have a mandatory like announcement at 11.
That you have to go to.
And if you don't, like, I'm getting woken up from it.
Yeah. How ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, how ridiculous. 11. Like,
they didn't know anything about sleep. I'll tell you that.
No, dude. Not a lot of people do, but they definitely didn't.
No, that school was built way before anybody knew anything about sleep, like scientifically.
Listen, you're telling me, right? Like, you're going to create these dorms, right? You're going to set the heat 75 up and above, right?
Dude, in the fall, it was so hot.
Oh my god.
Everyone would like put like ice by like fans and stuff. That was like our tech. Like, yo, you guys got a fan in here? Let's go.
Yeah.
Just a fan.
Dude, we had to bring one each roommate had to bring a fan in. That's how bad it was. If it was only one fan in there, you know those box fans everyone had?
That shit pissed me off, bro. Just bringing the hot air from outside.
Oh yeah, it didn't work. But it felt
at the time I didn't know anything about fans. I'm like, I thought it made the place cooler.
Nah.
It doesn't change the temperature.
No, it
It
was
just
still
moves the air around.
humid in there. It was so bad. And you have a bunch of dudes breathing in that hot air, breathe
Oh
in and
yeah.
out, sweaty dudes coming out of practice.
Yeah, we were practicing all the time.
And that's the thing, bro. Like they said, okay, we're gonna throw all these men into these hot dorms, and then we're gonna have them start school at 7:55 on the dot. So they gotta wake up at like 7. But we have a mandatory like meeting at 11. So
Yeah.
we're only giving them and what is that, 8 hours? We're only giving them an 8 hour span to have to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Right? Under these terrible
Under
conditions
terrible conditions.
for our body
Yeah.
temperature.
That's what I'm talking about.
The
dude.
beds.
Beds were shit.
The beds like sleeping on bricks.
Yeah.
And it was just not the most optimal for sleep. It
No,
really
it was
wasn't.
the complete opposite.
Oh yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because sleep is so damn important for everything we're working for.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Which is crazy to say, bro. Like, cause you know, the younger you are, the more sleep you need.
Yeah.
Like around that age.
We need a lot of sleep at that age. We're like pubescent boys.
Yeah. And we were so active too. So that's more
so
sleep.
active, dude. We're
Yeah, bro.
lifting all the time. We're running all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm
We
doing
slept
all
good
this.
though. I'll say that, like a rock. When you're running that much and lifting and you're socializing all day, like it's lights out.
I think so. I think looking back at those 4 years, I think my sleep quality was good in terms of like I was out like a light when I was sleeping, but the amount of sleep I got was
Could have been. It could have been better.
Could have been better. 100%.
That's what I'm saying. They optimize those dorms. They get a good college advisor in there with connections and with like proven results.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole different school now.
Yeah.
You know, there's almost nothing better. We gave our 4 lives, some of the most plastic years of our life, to what they were giving us.
Heavily reliant on it too. That's all we had. That's all we need. Like, not needed, but that's all we had.
I feel like they should have an obligation to keep getting better. They have
100%.
these kids they're shaping, literally shaping them. These are the future. We're shaping these guys and throwing them out into the world. Like, you got to be better at shaping. You got to get better. Like, you can't just be complacent.
Yeah.
Like, these are people's lives.
That's true. You know, but at the same time, can you blame them? Because how many people have conversations like we're having right now about what's great and what's more optimal for neuroplasticity and fully optimizing a kid's brain so that they can learn at the highest level? Not many people have these conversations. Not many people have conversations about fully developing your sleep at the highest level. My parents, bro, I don't think they know like a lot about true, like good sleep, how to get true good sleep. I didn't know how to get true good sleep until I talked to you on this podcast. You know, they don't know about it. They don't know.
Yeah.
So like, it's something like I would recommend is like bring in alumni that actually care about, like you do. Like you seem like an alumni that actually would give good input to them on ways they can better the school for the incoming students. Bring those alumni in and ask them like, yo, you've experienced everything we've thrown at you for 4 years. What was great? What should we keep doing? What should we improve on? And that would be a great way for them to
just the idea of them doing that is all it takes.
literally 100%.
This shows that you care.
Yeah.
Like, it's just being like, I don't know everything. I'm trying to do my best.
Yeah. That humility. And they have alumni coming in though and coming back and working for them. Most of all the deans went to Mount Michael at some point.
Yeah.
You know? Just why aren't they giving that input?
I think they just get busy.
Yeah.
Get distracted by everything they're doing.
True. It's very true. Everything can get better. School as a whole, not just Mount Michael. You know, every high school, every school, everyone can. It's tough.
It's hard to measure certain things.
Very hard.
It's easy when you can measure things and be like, this thing is working, this thing isn't working. Okay, let's keep doing the thing that's working.
Yeah.
And the things that are easy to measure are like money, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, we found a caterer that does it for cheaper. Okay. Yes, we'll do that. instead of being like, who actually has the best food for these kids?
Yeah.
Actually, the best food, the least pollutants, the most nutrients.
Yeah.
Not looking at the price. You say, what is the best for them? That's not the question that's being asked. It's the bottom line is always the question. It's like, yo, who's going to do it the cheapest? Bro, who does it the cheapest when it comes to food it's typically the shittiest food.
Mm-hmm.
Because why else would it be cheaper? They're like cutting corners with the nutrients. They're cutting corners with like pesticides. They're cutting corners with things to make mass produced cheap food.
Yeah. Yeah. Easy way out. Out of taking the easy way out, dude. It's how it is. If you can get by with the cheapest of materials, you can get them by. Most people, most institutions are going to take that way out. It's just the sad reality.
That's what leads to like nothing of note. That's like mediocrity.
A lot of our world's a lot of our world's living in mediocrity, bro. Now you know why. Now you know what contributes to it. You know a very big factor of it.
I mean, if you get these kids and give them good food, and you give them a well-designed sleep environment, and you got teachers that understand what learning is, and you got coaches that are trained on growth mindset, bro, you produce like the strongest people to ever live.
Oh yeah, dude, that's one aspect of my life that I have fully locked in is nutrition. And I don't know anything at the same time, but I know what works better for my body compared to what I used to be putting in my body.
Right.
Like, oh my gosh, it was fried food every day.
Bro, we had fried food Thursdays. Like you had no choice, right?
You had no choice. Fried, like,
we're borders, bro. Like we are relying on you and you're giving us only fried food. Like,
yeah. That was our energy source.
Change. That's what we're really going to be living off of. That's our life source.
I can't lie. I looked forward to it though.
I know. I did too.
No?
Yeah.
But man, it wasn't bad for you.
Could have been healthier fried food.
No such thing.
Oh, could have been more nutritious.
Like what?
I don't know. I just like
chicken, fried chicken. We had that. It was, I don't know if you can get more.
Oh, you can get organic fried chicken.
Oh, the money, bro. The money.
It's the money.
Yeah, it's literally just the money.
We can get money. We got like a powerful alumni network.
Yeah.
We got parents that are willing to pay. Like this is an expensive school, but the money is not being used properly. That's what I'll say it is. Yeah. I think everything like it's all like resource management. You know, UNL, the football team, bro, the football team is like a failure of resource management. We've got all the resources. We just don't know how to use them. Yeah. We could be a great team. We've got everything. All it takes is resources and someone that knows how to use it.
Yeah. We literally have a very powerful alumni network. We have people that have done it before, that have become really successful, and we're not utilizing their knowledge or their past experiences to better ourselves. It's literally it. We pay money to have alumni events, don't we? Like
maybe,
right? Like there's money into alumni networking and events,
right?
Make better use of it.
We've got a pretty powerful network.
We do. But dude, the food, I got to get back on that because such a big change. Like my life has drastically changed from the food that I was eating back when I was in high school. Not just in high school, outside of it. I'm not just bashing the school alone. Like as a kid, like the type of foods that I was eating, it was just straight garbage to my gut, dude. Like
wow.
Yeah, straight garbage.
Wow.
Yeah. I barely ate healthy. I barely ate greens.
Wow.
Fruit was like, if I'm starving and I have a banana over here, I'll eat it. But it was trash.
You just know no better. It just tastes good.
It just tasted good. And the foods that I were deemed healthy to me, like that I thought were healthy, you grow up and you realize they're not.
Yeah.
Like peanut butter, like certain peanut butter brands, bro, packed with sugar, packed with all these additives, preservatives. That to me was like healthy. Like when I remember junior year, like I was just eating peanut butter sandwiches left and right. Like,
and then you get into bread, bro.
Oh, bread, bro.
Like the fucking white bread, mass produced shit.
Horrible for you. It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's so
sprayed with everything that was natural at one point gets like just it becomes a product.
Yeah.
How can we make the most of these? How can they last the longest?
Yeah.
And that capitalism's great, but for certain things like food and health, it seems to like not work in a synergy with or harmony.
There has to be a sacrifice. There has to be. And unfortunately it's going to be,
It's expensive to get healthy food
yes.
because it takes a lot of resources.
Yeah.
A lot of soil, a lot of humans like looking over it that are valuable farmers, a lot of like tending to the growth, the harvest. And then you got to eat it quickly.
Oh yeah,
or
it
else
doesn't
it's going to go
last.
bad.
Doesn't last. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like my roommate, we have two different types of shopping sprees. He'll go get a whole cart of just Campbell's soup, bread, peanut butter, all this. And mine's completely different. I'm getting like organic, like chicken, meat, like fruit, veggies, rice. I spend more than him.
Yep.
And I have to go more
cooking.
frequently.
Yep.
I have to go more frequently.
Like, you cook it.
And I have to
you got to prepare it.
Yeah. It's like, man, like
it's expensive as hell.
Yeah. It's
I someday I want to have like that locked in. Like connections with the local farmers and a chef that just prepares the food, and I'm eating like the max nutrient food every day.
Dude, a chef would be amazing.
Why not?
A chef would be amazing, bro. Oh my gosh.
Why not?
You never waste time. You never have to waste any time.
It takes so much time to prepare and get and do and everything. I'm at the point where I just eat Chipotle all the time because it's like, well, Chipotle is like better than a lot of other places, and it's fast.
Yeah. Is that like your main like diet? Like
Dude, Chipotle and Whole Foods, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you eat? I never really. You just told me, but like I want more. Like
No, dude, I've eaten Chipotle in the past year, like daily, every day.
Oh, really?
There's a couple days I miss, but
oh wow,
it's like 1 minute from my house. Go down, get my grub, eat it, back to life.
Dang, dude, that's a staple in your diet. That's a staple.
It's a staple, and it's like it's really not that good. It can be optimized so much better, but it's not that bad. Like I'm eating rice, I'm eating meat, I'm eating avocado or guacamole and like lettuce.
It's not gonna kill you,
right? It's better than most Americans.
Oh, bro, our obesity rates and diabetes rates could be lowered so much if everyone just
ate Chipotle. There's a lot to say about obesity and stuff. I don't know a ton about it, but
I just know that it's really bad and it's very prevalent.
Yeah, it's like in America it becomes so common that it's not like abnormal. It's like the norm.
Yeah, dude, which is insane, bro. Because in the U.S. we have the highest obesity rates by far, right?
Like, by far.
Maybe England come close. No, not even.
Nah, bro, it's an American thing.
Oh, we're head and shoulders over everybody, right? In terms of obesity.
No, I think you'd be surprised if you looked it up. How far above we are.
I'll be like, okay, yep.
Yeah.
Like we're there. We're up there. Like,
and I think it's the food, dude.
Yeah.
I'm out of the like calorie in, calorie out. Like that theoretically makes sense. It is calorie in, calorie out. But the thing is, you start eating less shitty food, your metabolism just slows down.
Oh yeah. No, if you want to get to the basics, it's calories in, calories out. But bro, if the types of foods you're eating have different impacts on your metabolic health and your hormones, bro. Like
no, but it affects your whole metabolism.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah.
In neuroscience this year, we looked up and like we looked at some long-term studies of people that were like on The Biggest Loser and how they would mostly gain it back after they won or whatever. Mm-hmm. And sometimes they would overshoot it, become more obese.
Wow.
And I used to think like, okay, just eat less. I don't think that anymore. You're eating the wrong things and you eat these less of these things. You just cut the calories. The problem is, dude, the metabolism is so dynamic that if you literally stop eating food as someone that's obese, like you'll go from burning 2,000-3,000 calories a day to burning like 200-300 calories a day. Do you know how long it takes to lose 50 pounds, burning 200 calories a day, and you're like starving.
Yeah. Oh, that's
No,
not optimal.
no reason, no wonder it doesn't work for most people.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a sacrifice, and it's basically luck that you end up like getting the right information along the way that your lifestyle changes.
That's also a very big issue right now is the vast amount of information going out. It's actually doing more harm than good now, I feel like. Because now people like the amount of like health information is there's so much. You can find anything about health, how to lose weight very fast anywhere now.
Yeah,
Anywhere.
it's a product.
It's a product. Now, the more it becomes a product, the less beneficial it really is.
Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe not, but like people are just trying to sell their product now. It's like, is the information they're giving you really beneficial to you losing weight, or they just want you to buy their product?
I think a lot of people just want to get paid.
Weight. Yeah,
but eventually, people get like numb to that. They're like, I don't trust you. So the product actually has to be really good.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
You can just sell anything when it's new, and people are like, oh, but then they get burned. They're like, that was a shitty product. And then other people are like, hey, we got this thing. And they're like, nope, already tried that, bro. I'm not falling for that one again.
You're right.
Until like someone has to come along and be like, yo, we actually solved your problem. Like we actually did it this time. Like,
yeah.
Like, please, like we'll show you, like we have to prove it to you that we solved your problem.
Yeah.
But like, we've done it. Like, look at all these people. Like we got the shit figured out.
You have to show that you're tested in the laboratory, like NSF, like organ, like,
yeah,
you know,
the whole system is proven.
Yeah. You have to prove it.
But at first it's like a new market, a new product. Everyone's like buying anything. Anyone will buy anything. But the products get good quick. In the digital age,
yeah.
How to make money. Anybody that could sell a course on how to get money like 30 years ago, 20 years ago on the internet, anyone would buy it. Now it's like, yo, we can easily tell which one's good and which one's bad pretty quickly. Do a little bit of research.
Where now you've had a lot of time and studying and research on, how to achieve wealth. So for a kid who doesn't know what they want to do or where they want to go, because there's so much information out there, they don't know what avenues to go through or what courses to trust. But a kid that really has ambitions and being successful, like what sources would you recommend to them? Like what would you recommend they do, or sources of research or books to read? Like what would you recommend for that kid?
I would like ask that kid, like, what do you actually want?
Yeah.
Why do you want money? If you've got a true reason, you'll make it. If your why is big, you'll find a way. There's everything you need out there now, really at the fingertips, on your iPhone, on your computer. You can find the people. Your why's just got to be big enough.
Yeah.
I mean, there's principles like if you just want to accumulate like a couple million so you're kind of safe for your family, like something bad happens, someone goes to the hospital, like there's plenty of people like Dave Ramsey and stuff that will teach you how to do that.
Yeah. But if you want to achieve wealth to the point where you don't have to worry about money anymore,
right?
What if your why is just like, because the majority of people's why is like, I just want to live freely. I just want to be rich, live freely, not have to ever worry about money.
Maybe it's a choice the whole time. It's a decision. At some point you say, I don't give a fuck anymore. It doesn't have power over me. I can be broke and it doesn't make any difference to me. It just gives me less tools.
So you're saying you have to kind of reach that state of mind?
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a billionaire. I'm not a millionaire. I'm pretty broke right now.
Yeah.
But I think I see people that are very wealthy that are enslaved to money.
Yeah, that's where it gets bad.
And I see poor people that are enslaved to money. Yeah. And everyone is lots of people are enslaved to money. And it's just giving up your power. You're like, I'm giving up my power to this idea.
Interesting. 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 For me, it's like finding, like you said, what do you want out of life? You know, and for me, it's like that should be your priority. If money comes from it, if it is money, fine. Because if you want, if that's what you want, if that's what you truly want, it's money out of life, then I don't see why you would.
You can get a lot of money with that kind of like, it's your like, I've decided this is my life.
Yeah.
Dude, you can let it rain.
Yeah.
You can make millions of dollars in a year from now.
Yeah. But it creates such a thin line because you become rich. Now money is your only, like, that's your source. That's your source of happiness. That's where it gets dangerous. But I say teach their own. If that's really what you want to live in this earth and you want to make as much money as possible, then it could be healthy. But say it's not money, right? Say it's like a teaching job or something. Like you really want to be a teacher. Don't make the most money. But it wouldn't matter. Money's not gonna matter because you're doing what you love. That's the true source of happiness. It's kind of the way I see it.
Yeah, it's I looked at like evolutionary psychology as like the guide for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically like status.
Status.
Yeah. Status is more important than money. People want money to gain status.
Yes, I agree with you.
People want to walk around and people respect them. They want to be admired by people. You can walk around and people like, yo, like it's great to see you, bro. Like, please talk to me. Please give me your validation.
Yeah. It's like what's money without status, you know? For a lot of these people, it's nothing.
I think people get it confused. I mean, as a kid, you don't know anything about status. For me, it's just like money, but I always knew money gets you status. And that's why I chased the money.
Yeah.
Like I want to have status. Like I want to be respected. I want to be admired. I want people to listen to me. I don't want to get brushed off. I don't want to get told to shut up and like step in line and like forget it.
Yeah.
And that's what status is. People start to listen to you.
It almost seems like it's impossible to build status without money nowadays.
Not necessarily.
Not impossible, but very, very tough.
Everybody in each group has different metrics of status. And if you talk about a global scale, money's like the one. When you just say everybody, but talk about your family, your friends, like the Mount Michael group.
Yeah.
Mount Michael group, like a high school group, not necessarily money. It's like you have something, like you're like the varsity quarterback, you know?
Yeah.
You have something.
You could be the poorest out the group.
Yeah.
You know? But you got all eyes on you. And you're very well respected. You could be the richest out the group, but people just walk all over you. Don't really care what you have to say. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You kind of changed. You added a new perspective in my mind for sure with that. Do you want status? High status?
I don't know why. I don't know why I wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know, what's the downside?
Definitely comes with its downsides. Definitely more upsides than downsides, though. But it definitely comes with its downsides.
I think that as a human, like, the more status, the better. As a social creature, it's a social currency.
Yeah. From a social lens, yeah.
It's very hard to measure, quantify, like literally with numbers. Like Kanye West has 1 million status points, right? You can't say that. It's hard to quantify, but being a human with status, like everything, the whole experience gets better. I think like everything you want becomes more attainable.
Yeah. 100%. I want my status. You know, making all the connections that you can.
Yeah, when you talk to someone, they listen to you.
Yeah, that's power right there.
You can network all these people and then they don't respect you.
You're not going to get very far. What about the idea of respect? Like, it's a fine line, I feel like, because, you know, they say respect is earned, but it kind of gets bad to a point where you have to try to go out and get eyes on you. And then you have to try and, like, it's hard to say you can't force people to respect you, I feel like.
I don't think you. I think trying to force people to respect you is like a way of not getting respect. It's a surefire way to probably not get respect.
Yeah. Yeah.
For the people that like the respect actually matters, they're gonna see through that shit and be like, "Yo, you can't tell me what to do, bro." All the people that actually have power, like you're trying to tell them like to get in line and respect you. Like that's you might get like the people that don't have power, but the people with power be like, "Dude, I don't care."
Yeah. It's not gonna work. You can't force people to think a certain way.
Right.
Or you can.
But you can influence it.
Yeah. I feel like that's what you want more than a lot of things is influence. I feel like you want to be very influential.
Me.
Yeah, you.
It's weird because like at the same time I could see myself just sitting in a room all day and like having no influence.
Because the thing I feel like with influence is like a lot of people that have heavy influence don't try. They don't go out there and try to influence people. I don't feel like that works. I feel like they just do them, stay true to themselves, and their works produce heavy influence.
Yeah. They get to a point of like, I don't care anymore. Like I'm just chilling. I'm good either way, whether I have status or not. It's a weird thing where like you push really hard, but then at some point you just don't care anymore. And then everything you were trying so hard just comes to you naturally, really easily. Anything that actually mattered.
It's the law of attraction, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. The harder you push for something, the more it pushes away against you.
You're pushing it away at some level because you're like saying, I'm not worthy. I need to put in this work to show that I'm worthy.
Yeah.
But there's some things that are like, yo, like I can say all this stuff, but like, where's the money coming from? Yeah. Like you got to sell something.
You got to show proof that your product is making the money. You know.
Yeah, I just want to get to a point where I don't have to sell anything.
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about money. I don't worry about money. I'm like living on my parents' money right now as like a college student. Now we're running a business again. I've just never worried about money, and I want to be in a place in life where I don't have to worry about money. If I want to build a studio, I build the best studio. Not because of what's the best price. I'm not looking at the fucking price. What's the best?
Yeah.
Might be the most expensive. It might not. It doesn't matter. The price has no influence over me. Like it's the objective physics. Like what has the best quality?
It's the true value.
What is, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm right there with you.
Yeah. And that's like what's truly possible in this existence. It's like there are people that live and they just speak their ideas into reality. Everybody has a lot of wants. Some people literally can just materialize their wants.
Yeah.
That's what power is, I think.
Being able to materialize your wants.
Yeah, you just materialize it. I want this thing. Here you go. Thank you.
So wanting something and then just
how long it takes you to get it after you wanted it. That's probably the level of power you have. You know, learning techniques give you power. Connections give you power. Ideas and beliefs give you power. They take power away.
100% on learning and um connections. I just feel like that saying of it's who you know, not what like it's both who you know and what you know. You need both to get either or, you know.
You need to know certain skills.
Yeah. You need help from people to know those certain skills or to build on those skills. You're building on your skills right now, talking to me about them. Here I am building a connection with you, learning those skills. They
Yeah.
go hand in hand,
Yeah.
you know?
It's a pretty cool thing.
Very. It's another full circle thing I learned at. There may not be a certain value you can see right now from me, but there is, you just don't see it. I'm getting you to speak on what you've learned, and you're reinforcing that in your own mind.
Oh, it's very valuable. Yeah.
Yeah, which is very, very valuable. You're
Yeah.
building a base. You're building what you know, your knowledge, and you're keeping it you're just strengthening it more,
Yeah.
strengthening those neurons in your brain.
Finding the weaknesses. Where am I weak?
Yeah,
What am I missing?
looking at life from another perspective.
I think it can happen pretty quick in the modern age. I think it's just connections.
Oh yeah, 100%. They're so important. I mean, it's why certain groups, are way more successful than others.
Yeah. Some groups of people are pushing the laws of physics. They're like, let's come together and do things that I've never done before, ever.
Yeah.
And that's probably why it's so like enticing. It's like, look, Elon Musk is probably extremely charismatic, like profoundly charismatic.
Yeah.
He gets people to be like, yo, this is worth living for. Hell yeah. Like, let's do this. Let's tell other people about it. Let's get more people on board. Like, let's do this.
Which is nuts, bro. It's
Yeah,
nuts.
Thousands of people.
You have to have the highest level of charisma to get a bunch of people to follow a dream that only you can see. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's why, like, I don't think, like, look at Elon Musk speak. He's not like, he didn't study, or maybe he did study like speech, but like, he knew leverage. He studied leverage. He followed leverage. And him spending 10 hours a day, like studying like mannerisms and speech patterns and stuff was not worth his time.
Yeah, he clearly didn't learn those things.
Yeah,
Bro,
but he didn't need them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Not the entrepreneurs are a weird class of people. I was just talking to Isaac last night. They're like misfits. The leader, like the CEOs will become, they're always like, not always, but disproportionately tall, attractive, well-spoken males. But the CEOs are like short and scrawny, like the founders. They're misfits. They don't fit into society. They're like, well, screw this. Like, I'm going to do a thing. Like, I'm going to be the man of my world.
Yeah.
And they build a world.
Yeah.
Like the truly great entrepreneurs. I think a lot of it, they don't even realize what they're doing at first.
They're driven by passion. I feel like.
I think it's got to be more than money.
Yeah.
Way more than money. That's the trap of being like me, for example, like thinking that like, what's the best way to make money and stuff, like chasing money. It's like, well, no, these people, the reason they have so much money is because they believe their way of life so much. They believe in what they're living for so much. The money will come. Other people will buy into that vision and give them material resources.
Yeah. Their why is just so strong, like you said.
And if it is money, like they get money. And the business falls apart because they got what they wanted. But the truly great ones, they surely cannot be just driven by money then. And that's the difference between like people that like make like internet sales courses and people that make like rockets. I don't think Bezos and I don't think and Elon are like thinking about like money anymore. They may never been really. You know, they wanted to reach high status, but like, I don't know, dude. Eventually it's like, yo, I'm gonna die pretty quickly. What am I doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's like, sorry, to interrupt, but it's like, you know, that seeing these guys reach such a high level of wealth, yet they keep pushing. Like, there's something that like their passion, like, it doesn't die out.
I think
They keep innovating. They keep working.
there's a Daniel Kahneman who's like really respected in like human behavior science.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he talked, anybody listened. Like everybody in that space like just listened. This guy like had done the work more than anyone else. And he got a Nobel Prize for like popularizing the theory that humans are more motivated by avoiding loss than they are motivated by gains. So you reach a new level, you're more motivated not to lose that level. Like that sounds horrible to go back to where you started from. You can't fathom it.
Oh yeah.
But to get to the next level, you're like, not as important. That drive starts to get satiated.
So you think for big entrepreneurs, big name entrepreneurs, names that we just listed, Musk, Bezos, whatever, you think that once they got to a certain level of wealth, their drive was more influenced by the by the want to not lose what they have built more than the want to gain more and more for their companies?
I won't say like on individuals.
Oh no, obviously not. Obviously not.
Like I can't say, but like as a whole, as humans, like the idea of losing what you already have,
yeah,
to go from middle class to lower class, like lower class, or to go from upper class to middle class is like, yo, that wakes me up in the middle of the night. I'm gonna work my ass off to make sure that doesn't happen.
To make sure it never happens. Yeah. It's deep. Yeah.
Yeah,
Man.
it's yeah. I don't know, to be honest. Like, I think a lot of the hyper successful people just, I can't speak on them. Like, they've got something. They got a lot of things.
It all starts with their mindsets. They think so differently.
Potentially. Yeah. Than a normal person. Yeah. Than what's typical.
Yeah.
They're thinking completely different.
Oh, 100%.
And that's
I
how
don't know what it is. I don't know how it is.
That's Steve Jobs, like think different. Like that was Apple's like motto.
Think different.
Literally think different. People will hear that and be like
stupid.
Whatever that means. Like
yeah.
That guy knew some stuff. I'll say that. Like he gave us the fucking iPhone. Like that guy materialized his vision into the way that he shifted culture is way more than anyone like Kanye or any artists. Like this guy gave people platforms. He gave people like a way of life. Imagine life without iPhone.
Imagine life with a Samsung.
The whole thing is different.
Yeah.
From this guy's vision.
Yeah.
So I would not underplay like what that guy, when that guy talks, like you probably should listen. Like,
oh yeah.
You know?
But you want to know something crazy, bro? And rest in peace. His belief systems, like his belief was so strong that it apparently like it led to his death.
Yeah, it killed him probably.
It killed him. Because
you probably say the same thing.
Oh yeah. He had terminal cancer? Like
yeah, I think he died of pancreatic cancer.
Pancreatic cancer, which apparently they caught on early enough he could have healed.
I think he did think everyone thought they got rid of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then he died a couple of years later.
because I don't know. I'm definitely getting it wrong, but I heard like it could have been cured, but he believed that the only way to cure it was a fruit diet, like fruit only.
Okay, yeah,
And,
there's some truth to that, but like I think he got out of like the fruit phase like decades before.
oh,
I think when
really?
he was founding Apple, like he was only eating fruit, and he was
What?
not taking showers,
What?
and he would not wear shoes, and he'd put his feet in toilets to relax himself.
Wow. What the heck?
And everyone's like around him's like, yeah, we don't know.
But it's working though.
They knew though. They knew, but when someone from the outside was like, yo, what's up with this guy? They're like, yo, we cannot explain.
But it's like working.
Something
Like,
something happened.
Really?
Well, I mean, we got the iPhone.
Oh, you think he took psychedelics?
Yeah, he did.
He did. Yeah, I know he did. He talked about it, didn't he?
I think he always said like it was one of the most profound experiences of his life that shaped him more than anything else.
Man.
One of those experiences.
Wow.
It's very psychedelic.
Psychedelics themselves go way deeper than people realize, don't they? I mean, there's so many theories about psychedelics.
If you talk about the greats, like beyond like just their field, they like are like a historical figure in the modern age. It's surprising how many of them have something to say about psychedelics.
Yeah.
They all had some experience, or they know about it, you know.
And you always hear kind of this similar things like changed my mindset, changed my view.
Oh yeah.
And it helped me create something beautiful.
It shatters everything you thought you knew.
Wow.
You didn't even know what to question. You didn't know it was questionable until it all gets thrown away. And you're like, whoa, I built this whole world in my mind. None of this shit exists. Like, it only exists because I think it does.
Interesting.
Like, yeah, like literally that.
It's crazy.
Literally that. I can speak to it because I have a fuck ton of experience.
Mm-hmm.
Are you experienced like Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, these people that shifted pop culture, how people talk, the music they listen to, what the clothes they wear. Like his album's called Are You Experienced? Like referring to like LSD. Wow. Are you experienced?
It's psychedelics is so big in the music industry.
With the great ones, I think.
With the great ones.
Some people get there sober or they use alcohol or they use weed.
Yeah.
But I think the great ones had this psychedelic like nature to them. And I used to over attribute it to everything. I'm like, well, he's definitely doing psychedelics. Right?
Kanye didn't do psychedelics.
I don't know.
You think he did psychedelics? I don't think so, dude.
He has lines. He has lines about it.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Really?
It says, close your eyes and imagine. Feel the magic of Vegas on acid. Seen through Yves Saint Laurent glasses.
Interesting. Dude, if Kanye did psychedelics.
Oh, he for sure did.
Wow. You're sure, huh?
I'm certain. Like, unless he's spitting shit he didn't live. I would refuse to believe that, though. He's not someone just to talk about acid if he didn't do it.
He doesn't seem like someone to talk about something he's never seen or experienced, you know?
That music, that song is good as fuck, dude. That like the life he was living at that time.
Was that Good Life from Graduation? Is that song you're referring to?
No, that's Diamonds from Sierra Leone.
Oh, I love that song, bro.
That's where it's from. He has two versions.
I love that song. Diamonds Are Forever. Yeah,
that song is good as fuck,
so
dude.
good, bro.
He's got Jay-Z on one of the versions.
Yeah, like the remix or whatever.
Oh, yeah, Jay-Z was like a massive influence on Kanye.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm smacking into the mic like crazy. Sorry, guys, my bad. It's my first podcast. Remember that, but yeah, no, Yeah, Jay-Z is also someone we don't talk about. He's also had a crazy influence on the music scene. A lot of people say
Massive.
as the greatest rapper of all time. He's the greatest in a lot of people's eyes.
Potentially. I never resonated with him as much as I resonated with Kanye. I'll say that.
I feel like people always look at the greatest as people that influenced. Like you have to have influence to be considered a GOAT. Not just like necessarily be the best at your craft, but you gotta influence people. You gotta speak to
the technical skills doesn't matter. It's like how much do other people copy you? How much do other people like, fuck yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Let's put some of that in ours.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. Because if we're being honest, maybe those guys aren't the best lyricists, producers. Kanye's not the best at any of that. He's not the best.
No, definitely
Most
not.
technical, maybe not even close.
Definitely not. I would say no. He would maybe say different, but
100%.
Like objectively, there's better people technically on every front. It's a whole thing you have to do.
Yeah.
Bring it all together though. Maybe he's the best at bringing it all together.
Yeah. Bring certain artists together as features to bring it even more together.
Just to get the vibe right.
Yeah.
He just knew how to like catch a vibe and throw it out. And everyone's like, hell yeah, I vibe with that.
Yeah, dude.
His whole thing was a huge business. He was so rich. He's still like, he's at the point where like, I don't know anymore. He got his like Adidas deal killed. And that took off like a lot of his net worth and stuff. But that guy's a billionaire.
Yeah.
Like he's at the point where like money doesn't matter.
Oh yeah. It's crazy. Crazy.
At all. Like not in the smallest bit. That's why it's crazy that he has so much power, dude. That's the problem. That's why like the media hates him. Because he as an individual is like a dictator level power. And if they let him just like do what he wants, like he will be like a dictator.
He kind of tried that though. I feel like.
I bet he's trying.
He's trying, but it's not working.
It's not working because he's fighting people with more power.
Yeah.
But he is powerful as fuck as an individual, dude. There's only like a couple thousand people in the world with billionaire status. And he's got that. Plus, like, he can make a song and make people feel how he wants. You know what I mean?
Maybe that's his issue. I'm not trying to give nobody ideas, but maybe his issue is like, he's trying to fight it in a way that, like, it's not like going on these Twitter rants, like saying all this crazy stuff on X. If you can look it up on your, I'm not gonna replay it here on the podcast, but he's been going crazy on X, just on his normal Kanye rants.
That's the problem.
That's
because
probably
he
not gonna
literally
work.
has like there's no media in the way anymore. Like they'll be like, yo, it's the media. It's like literally a direct connection, and this is just what he's saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, what if he used his music more to get his point across? And
Oh, I think
he does. That's the thing. It just won't work. There's more powerful people. He's not gonna get like.
Well, like what? I don't know. Yeah.
And-
What else is there to do?
What even is Kanye's goal? What does he want?
I think it's changed a lot.
Yeah, I feel like that too.
I think at first he was broke, and he wanted to be like somebody.
And then he became
He
somebody.
became huge,
Yeah.
enormous, bro.
Yeah.
He became fucking enormous as an individual. One of the most powerful people in the modern world. Like seriously, like, I mean, he doesn't compare to like Elon and stuff, but it's a different level.
Yeah.
It's a different thing.
And then once he got that, what did he go on after? Don't even know.
I don't know, dude.
I don't even.
I would love
think
to
he
talk
knows.
to him.
Yeah.
That'd be cool as fuck to talk to Kanye, bro.
Yeah.
All those days of me like listening to Kanye music
It'd be so hard too, though. Like,
and then telling that kid like, yeah, you're gonna talk to Kanye.
like you
Like
have
one-on-one, like he's gonna tell you what's up.
He's coming on this podcast.
I don't know, dude. I've seen him on podcast and it's like, I don't know.
I feel like if you were to talk to Kanye, like if I were to talk to Kanye, I wouldn't televise it or post it or anywhere.
But then why would he talk to you?
Oh man, that's true. Well, why would he talk to you regardless? Like if you don't have a name to, you know, like obviously he's had plenty of conversations with other big names that were behind the scenes.
What's the point of talking to me?
I'm saying unless you're like a big name, like unless you don't got a big brand behind you.
Because I'm making shit happen. And I'm like the youth of this age.
Okay. Hell
And
yeah.
like I got that youth and vitality.
Yeah.
And he's getting old.
Yeah.
Like it comes and goes, and it sucks to get old. But I'm young.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm trying to take on his torch and like keep it going.
Good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like people need like, or I think when you tune into a frequency and you can see behind the veils of like my true identity and like what I'm about, like, you know, I can be the best student.
I saw that. I feel like a lot of people, like I saw that, like kind of like it's the reason I kind of reached out to you was because I've seen a lot of kids make videos just for fun. YouTube, yeah, well, blah blah blah. I'm just gonna film my life. Like I'm bored. I'll see this as a hobby. Like I saw your videos. I'm like, not necessarily that he's onto something, but like, you know, this he's on a you're on a crazy path of
You don't know where this could
self-discovery.
lead.
I don't know where this could lead.
I don't either.
So I just want to hop on while I'm here. You know, like it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun, and I can't explain it in words.
It's just, it's taken so long to get to this point, but now I'm feeling like, yep, all I need is the people around me.
Yeah,
Like we can make this shit happen. You know what I mean?
Who's to tell you no? You know, like who's to say no? You can get laughed at.
No, I got a marketing channel. The record labels don't own the marketing channels anymore. Like we got YouTube, we got Spotify, we got everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I can push the product to the people directly.
You just got to figure out what that product is.
I think it's got to be like music.
Yeah,
it's the best product.
Then there it is.
Even when there's nothing like left to sell, like it's like free on Spotify, like it's still the best product.
Because you've struggled so much to find that one thing that you want to really pursue, like push towards, like what your true one passion is. Like, I think for you, it's definitely music. You definitely have a lot more to self-reflect on, but I think from hearing you talk for so many hours, I think it's music, bro.
It's for sure music. I'm trying to send out the signal through these, like put out my YouTube videos, put out the podcast, like so that I can attract the right people in, because I can sit here for the rest of my life and I can study sheet music. Yeah. Like try me, I will. And it's a dangerous path because I'll never be able to create what I could have with the right people around me. Yeah.
It's just one thing you do have to know is that this music journeys is tough. Like in a sense, obviously it's tough. Yeah, it's an obvious statement, but like in a sense that like you have to have 100% true belief in yourself that you really can make it big and really reach people and hit your marks. You know.
No, there's no doubt, bro.
Okay.
Not really, no doubt.
Yeah. Yeah. Because everything works against you at the same time. Everything. Peers having like
they're catching on though.
I think so too.
They are catching on, bro.
I saw Mr. Schneider going crazy on one of your shorts.
Oh yeah, the guitar.
The guitar?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw Dylan. I didn't know Dylan had some piano skills.
Dude, no, he was on the drums, bro.
He was on the drums? I didn't know that, bro. I didn't know that about him.
Dude, it was fire. Yeah. I'd never played with like any drummer, and playing with Dylan is so fun, bro.
I bet, bro. I bet.
We can just jam out.
All you need is the right belief system. But like what I'm saying is like the toughest part is like different parts of society, like life is gonna go against you. Like music is one of those things like you have to fully know, like you got it like that, you know? Like your family is even gonna look at you different, like this kid went to college, bro. He went to college. He's supposed to be a doctor or whatever. He's supposed to.
I never went to college.
Or, you know, this kid went to high school. He's very promising, great grades, book smart, and he's doing music.
So let me show you what I can do.
Hell yeah.
It's time for me to take on the role of like, you know what's best for me, to me showing you what's best. Yeah. You know, I'm a young male that spent my life growing, like in the truest sense, doing everything I could to be the best that I could be. Not many people have had the opportunity. I'm not going to say, oh, other people couldn't do that. Like they didn't have the opportunity to do so. I was given like a rare upbringing.
Yeah. You can't let that go to waste, bro. At least you gotta see what you can do with it, what potential you can reach, what heights you can hit, you know. you know?
Yeah, what is life about? We're trying to find out.
Yeah. Dude, I really think you should pursue music. Like,
Maybe I already am.
you already are, but I think you should like full set, like
See, I've done it a couple
eyes
times
forward.
where I'll be like, I'm going all in, and then whatever that means to me at the time, I'll play guitar all day, and my arm will fucking like fall apart. I'll be like, I'm in so much pain.
Yeah.
I can't play guitar anymore. Like tendons are locking up. I got shooting pain in my arm.
You're also doing it alone a lot, I feel like.
Yeah, I've been doing it all alone.
Yeah, you kind of just need to find people.
I just need to find people
to trigger
bro.
that. Like, what happened to Harry and Griff and all that? They're in the music with you, weren't you? Like,
Well, Griff's in London.
Griff is in London. Shout out that boy.
He never was doing the music, I don't think. He was more into the fashion, and
Yeah.
I think it's not that far off. It's very similar, like art in general and fashion.
I'm not even doubting you, dude. I know you could easily find people. Like, you just need to find people that can keep you going. Like that, like, yes, bro. Like, hell yeah. Keep going. Your arm's falling off. Like,
I need people that have got the skills that I don't have.
that true.
I've got skills
Yeah.
that other people don't have.
Yeah.
I need some technical skills.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've developed like this deep knowledge of psychology and neuroscience and like psychedelics and optimization and health and sleep. Now I need somebody that all that time that I spent doing that stuff was playing guitar.
Yeah. So that's technically what you want, some like instrumentals, someone that knows more than you in guitar.
Yeah, I can just be like, yeah, that's nice. That's good.
Yeah.
Like, or like, you know, not saying like you're forcing it or something, but just being like getting it to come out.
Yeah.
I think that's what Rick Rubin did a lot, is like, yo, no more bullshit, bro. Just make good shit. And people are like, what? Come on, bro. Like, that's scary. That's scary.
Yeah.
And he's like, nah, bro, just come on. Like, we know you got it in you. Like, you're the dog. Like, let it out. And then they let it out. And then you get like some classic albums. And Rick Rubin, I don't think is technically the best at anything producing wise. I don't know how much music theory he knows. It probably is not that much. It's a lot compared to a normal like human being.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't spend his time studying the technique and the theory. He just followed the vibe. He's like, let the dog out. Let's have a good time.
Yeah.
Or let's have a bad time. Like whatever you're truly like trying to like let out.
Yeah. 100%.
I mean, he worked with Kanye. He worked with Red Hot Chili Peppers. They're one of my biggest influences.
Mm-hmm.
He worked with other people like Beastie Boys and some other guys I won't say that I know. I would know them, but I haven't studied Rubin a lot. But like, I just see Kanye as like a visionary. He was not like just a musician. Like, he was the whole thing. He was curating. He was bringing all the people together. He couldn't play the piano. He couldn't do the drums. He couldn't do anything better than the people he was bringing together could. But he had a vision.
There it is. There it is again. That goes back, like we said about Steve Jobs. He didn't know the most about technology in his group. He was the most technical. He didn't know anything like much about all the instrumentals and pieces and parts that went into actually making the iPhone. He brought those people together.
He made it happen. And then probably, I would say the most efficient way, but that's kind of dumb. Like, they made it happen. Yeah. There may have been only one way to make it happen. They made it happen.
Yeah. Keyword they.
Right? Like, there's other paths you could have taken. For a long time, I was like, yo, I want to be a musician. Let me stay in my room and study books all day about music. That was my whole way of life for a while. Like, oh, I can just study it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets you with a lot of stuff. There's really good resources to study. But just being around people that are the best at music will make you the best at music, like, instantly.
If I go back in life and look at how I've learned and how certain things have stuck with me, and this is kind of just to push your belief further. It's like it has been more through people than any other book I've ever read in my life. More through people's own experiences, people sharing their experiences,
Yeah.
people giving you their thoughts and their feelings.
It's crazy what you can do in like group projects.
Oh yeah, bro.
You're like, for me, I'm like a perfectionist. I'm like, this is not doing it right. But when you look at it like from the outside, you're like, whoa, we did stuff I could have never done alone.
Yeah.
No way.
I couldn't do this podcast by myself, bro. This is like immediate example, you know? You just got to figure out the right people.
I'm trying to learn like how to like produce from ASAP.
ASAP?
Yeah, ASAP Rocky.
ASAP Rocky, yeah. That's that boy. Shout out.
Teach me how to like do the drums.
Yeah. Dude, ASAP's got some crazy instrumentals. His music you just want to like fall asleep and just like, that's how like the way I describe ASAP's music is like fall asleep and just lay there. Just let it travel through you, bro. Let it travel through your body. It's crazy.
He's got some really good stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Underrated.
Dude, it's like I am a connoisseur of music and vibes. Like,
yeah.
I got a bullshit detector. It's not like I'm talking like I don't know anything about music, bro. I've studied the greats across genres.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I fucking listened to every song the Beatles ever released. So many times I was so bored of it. I literally just decided to listen to something else. I would work and listen to all the Beatles records back to back in a row. It's like a whole day, multiple times.
It's insane.
And it didn't get old because that shit was so good, dude.
Yeah.
The feeling the Beatles gave me for so many years of discovering the Beatles, it was like, whoa.
I don't know anything.
See,
I'm not on the Beatles.
I talked to other people about the Beatles, and dude, I got into the music because of the Beatles.
Yeah.
Seriously, like I say that I fell in love when I was listening to Red Hot Chili Peppers, but before that, I was just consuming the fuck out of the Beatles.
What did the Beatles do that was so? I know they're like one of the most influential.
They were just so pure, bro.
Yeah,
they were so pure, like human beings, like just on a human level, like good people, like just genuinely good people.
Yeah,
that you're like, whoa, like this is awesome.
So what about the music though, or did it have to do with kind of their outside appearance?
Well, dude, I was a guy that would look into, let me like have the critics tell me what's good. And everyone says the Beatles are the greatest of all time. Therefore, I love the Beatles. That's kind of how it was. Yeah. And so I'd listen to the Beatles. But I'll tell you, I've listened to other albums cover to cover. I've listened to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of albums cover to cover. And some of it's like kind of a chore, you know? Doesn't hit right then. But that was never how I listened to the Beatles. It was like, ooh, that's a good hit. Like I found like Blackbird or something. Like, yeah, that's good. They also got this Hey Jude song. It's really good. Whoa. Oh, damn. They've got like a couple other hits. I'm like, whoa, they have a lot of massive hits.
Yeah.
Pop culture shifting hits. I'm like, damn, these guys are prolific as fuck. So I'm just consuming the hits. And then I realized like, there's albums with like, each album has like 2 to 3 hits on it. And then I started consuming the albums like, I just found like all these other like damn good songs. Some of them are way better. Mm-hmm. And like, I mean, they had like 20 something. It's called like the One album. And they've got a song that hit #1 on the charts, like the biggest song in the world. They had it like 20 something times. And those are the original that got me in. And then I started listening to albums and I was like, I got into the whole story of like how they started as like a pop group. And they're kind of just like, they just liked music. They never thought it was going to be a job. And they went over to Germany and just like, that was their job. They're young guys. They're like, I don't think this is going to last. Playing like 8 hours a day in like bars and stuff. They came back to England and a producer was like, let's put this on a record. And they put that shit on a record in one day and it went #1. And for the first couple of years, it was a lot of just this poppy rock and roll, like rock and roll at the time. Like
Yeah.
it's early 60s, like whole different world. There's no like hip hop. There's nothing like that. There's like country, and there's this new thing that's like hip or like, you know, there's a lot of other things I'm missing, but like rock and roll was this new thing. People are like, oh, I don't like that. Like that's that for that young kids. That's not real music. And they were rock and roll for a while, and they would tour around and sell out stadiums, and the girls would just scream. Like all you would hear on the records is just girls screaming the whole time, going crazy, literally going crazy. Like there's no other way to say it. And they decided like, yo, we're done with this. Like we're smoking weed now. We're doing like LSD. There's way more to life. Like we're just going to go in the studio, and we don't want to tour anymore. We don't want to be doing this like covers, none of this. Like we want to just make our shit. And then they dropped the greatest shit. The only stuff that lasts for me was in that period where they were together, they were unified, and they were like smoking weed, doing acid. That music is so profoundly good.
Which albums? Do you know which exact albums, or like which?
It started in Rubber Soul, but I don't even consider Rubber Soul is 1965. And that's a good one. It's all right. But Revolver is like culture shifting. So good. I used to have a hoodie that had Revolver, that cover on it. I was like, that's my favorite piece of clothing.
Wow. Dude, you were like a mega fan, bro.
Dude, this was only a year ago in California. I had a Revolver hoodie. I was like, this is all I wear. Like, you watch some of my old YouTube videos, and I'm wearing the Revolver hoodie. Wow. And one day, a homeless guy went into my laundry. Okay. I didn't know it at the time, but I'm like, weird. My laundry seems really light. Like I thought I put more down here. Yeah. And then I see a homeless guy wearing my Revolver hoodie.
Oh, what the heck?
Living around where I live. I'm like, damn, bro. I let it go. I didn't go up to him like, yo, I want that back. But like many times in my life, or like many times like at that time, I was like, I'm going to go get that back, bro. Like that's my fucking hoodie.
Wow. Homeless dude just stole it.
Yeah, I'm like, it's kind of cool that he's got it though. Like he appreciates it. Most people will look at Revolver like in our age, be like, the cover, they'll be like, I don't know what that is. That homeless guy probably knew.
Oh, 100%.
And that's why he rocked that shit.
Man, you kind of got to let him have it.
I think Revolver's the best one, yeah. Then they had Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band after that, which critics say is the best. But as a fan, like Revolver was the best. They peaked in Revolver, and that kind of overflew into like the next album and the album after that. But after Magical Mystery Tour, which was hated by critics, I don't really fuck with their music. Like I do, but it's not the time of my life where I like it. It's like let it be type of. It's like acceptance, just let it go, man. Like the times have changed. Like we're done. Yeah. Like let it go. We're not getting back to like how we used to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not about that. I'm young still.
Yeah.
I want to hear the Revolver. I want to hear like the exploration of consciousness and be
you
like,
want to make it.
What can we do with this life?
You want to make the Revolver.
Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. I never knew that when I was listening to it. I still kind of think it's like, damn, dude, I can't even ever touch that level. Because that's so good.
It's like, it's the craziest takeaway I have is like, they weren't even trying. They weren't even trying. They just said, you know what, I'm going to chill.
Like they worked hard.
They worked hard.
But they loved what they did.
Yeah, they weren't, but they weren't trying to, let's go in. Like their mindset was not, oh, let's go in, make the greatest hits ever. Let's just go in and have fun and work hard and just make music.
See what comes.
See what comes out of it. Boom.
Greatest shit came out of it, dude.
Yeah.
Some good ass shit. I'm telling you, like, if you talk to anybody that makes music nowadays and they don't have like an opinion on Revolver or Sgt. Pepper's, like, I probably don't respect them.
Oh, what?
Yeah. As a musician.
Oh, wow. Oh, as a musician. Okay. What? That's crazy.
Like, I will die on that ground, dude.
What the heck?
That's the purest music. It goes up to being some of the best music of all time.
Wow. And I'm sitting here like I haven't listened to
dude, that shit hits way harder than Kanye. I'm not gonna lie.
Really?
Depends on the mood.
Okay. What if you're just in the mood? Okay, so if you're in the mood, like, what if I'm in the mood, right? I'm just gonna be like, I just want to appreciate good music. I just want to feel good. Beatles.
I don't know. I don't listen to Beatles anymore though.
No, I'm just saying that album.
If you want to, I don't know, dude. I was given this experience of like everything coming together at the right times, where I'm exploring LSD for the first time and I'm listening to the Beatles while they explored LSD.
It all blended in perfectly.
I was like, holy shit. I'm tuned into this frequency and I totally get it, bro.
You were right there with them too.
I'm like, no one else can see what we're looking at, but we're looking at it, dude.
Wow. What the heck?
And I was listening to that shit when I was working. I was grinding my ass off, like thinking I'm gonna be the richest person ever to be alive. And I'm listening to the greatest music, exploring LSD, like using the fuel.
Yeah.
And now I just look back like, what actually mattered? It was never the money. It's like they captured some state of life that they pressed into vinyl that we can't go back and get now. It's gone. They're old. 2 of them are dead. But they captured it.
Yeah.
And like other people could feel it. I could feel it. Like personally, 60 years later, I'm listening to that shit like it's timeless.
So much to unpack.
That's the thing about music is it's timeless. Like other forms, like the TV and movies, that shit gets old. It gets outdated. And like the art itself becomes like, it's not that great. But the music just stays. A bass is a bass. Drum is a drum. Like it's never going away. Like we can keep making better guitars, but like a guitar is a guitar, a string's a string, the note's the note.
Yeah.
It's a timeless medium.
True lover of music right here. I'm over here saying like, yeah, man, I love tunes. It's great. I just like to sit down and listen to it and just relax. But dude, you fully have dissected the feelings, the emotions that it draws out of you. Like you're in this. Like,
dude,
you're so in tune.
I think I'm like, that's what I'm saying other musicians that pursue music have not had what I've had. They don't have this like listening to like the great albums while tripping, while not being a musician, while not even thinking about being a musician.
Yeah.
And just like feeling that. It's just such a profound level of like, yo, this is the best state of life like I've ever experienced. Like there's nothing I want. Like I just want to like live this right now.
Yeah. Would you say you're in an obsession with it
right now?
Just music in general.
I kill it a lot of times in my life. I'll push it away. Yeah. Like this semester, like last year, I probably listened to the least amount of music I've listened to in my life up until a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I'll literally just delete Spotify, delete my music apps. I listen to Tidal, like it's Spotify, but with higher fidelity audio tracks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll delete it and I'll say, I'm killing all that stuff. It's a distraction. And then I'll go to work at school and I'll kill school, like absolutely obliterate school. And I'll be like, man, at what cost?
Yeah, you just have to ask yourself, is what I'm pursuing right now, other than music, is it better than like music? Is it worth it to put off music?
That's what I'm saying, bro. We only get so many. You can keep learning how to learn. I could spend the rest of my life doing it. Yeah. But at some point, it's like, what am I going to aim this tool at?
Yeah. Dude,
we have a limited amount of resource of the most valuable one, which is your life, your time.
Yeah.
It's going away.
Yeah.
You can't learn everything.
And here's the thing, dude. You will not, like, you won't crack the code on how to learn the fastest. There's always going to be more you could know. Until the time you die, there's always going to be more.
I can launch thousands of experiments and be like, damn, we still don't know.
Yeah.
We got a lot of good info though. Diminishing returns, like I said.
Plenty. You just need to apply what you know now to something you love. That's it. And if you learn more throughout that process, cool. Go back and learn more. And then come back when you're done learning what you learned and apply it more to what you.
I just don't know if there's anything left to learn. To be honest,
You've learned everything.
everything that I need.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't need to spend any more time trying to like prove to myself that I can do what I want to do. I can just do what I want to do.
Yeah. Go do what you want to do. Go apply it to what you love, bro. Like,
that's what I'm saying, dude. I'm trying to.
You should.
I'm sending out the bat signal right now to everybody that's like tuned into my frequency that knows what I'm fucking talking about.
Yeah.
And let's make this shit happen.
Yeah. Whoever's listening, if you're tuned in to Corey's frequency, please tune in.
Yo, share this with Kanye and share it with ASAP Rocky and Frank Ocean.
Oh, he's so tuned in. He is so tapped in, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, his music is, I can't explain it. I just say I love it. That's all it is, dude. Because I still don't understand his music. I don't understand his lyrics.
What is there to understand, though?
I don't know. I don't know what to understand. He just
tell him to release a little bit more, please.
Dude,
stop teasing us, bro. Stop giving us like one album every decade. It's annoying.
Everyone's been saying.
Like, yeah, it makes the album better. Like, yeah, psychology and stuff. But like, maybe he's just doing what he wants, to be honest. But dude, like, the people want it, bro. We want the music.
Yeah, we want him. We want you, bro. Come back. And that's what a lot of these artists are doing nowadays is they want to maintain this mysterious aura, which is cool. Be mysterious. Go behind the...
Yo, what's up, guys? This is Sam. A couple days after the podcast. This is my first time doing a podcast, and of course, we had some errors, as expected on a first podcast. But yeah, we got 5 hours and 15 minutes. If you made it this far, hopefully you didn't miss out on too much. I think the podcast personally kept getting better and better, and we don't know when it got cut off, but I'm estimating that we lost about 30 minutes to an hour at the end. Unfortunate, of course, but I guess that means this can't be the last podcast, and we'll have to run it back and keep doing more in the future because the best parts got left out. But yep, if you enjoyed this, if you got the chills listening to any of it, if you resonated with any of it, if you felt any emotion during any of it and you made it this far, it'd be awesome and highly appreciated if you could share it with someone you think is similar to you that would resonate with it as well. And yeah, that's it. Share it with anyone you think you would like, that one person you think would like it. But all right, that's it for now. I'll talk to you guys later.